Hello, hello. No one yet. Gonna go ahead and get set up here. Hopefully, the husband will be done putting the baby to sleep soon. Doesn't look like we're connected with Facebook, but we'll remove it. And then maybe we'll just add it back. Oh, fixed it. Perfect. So now we're going live on Facebook. Come here, Luna. Hi. Hi. Yes. All right. Well, what I wanted to do, first off, I want to start off with some funnies. Some funny things that I want to share with you guys. This one is on Twitter. It is from Carly's Beautiful Life. And it's really funny. It's just a bunch of hearsay compilations. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that I got all my audio and everything working. I can see myself. I really need to get a different headset because I want to hear myself, I guess, since I'm now live on my own channel. Let's see what I'm doing on my own channel so I can hear myself. All right. Okay. Well, let me just do this then. Go to my YouTube channel on my phone because I won't be able to hear. And it looks like we have one person in the chat, and I will read that as soon as I can get to it. Open up my live stream because I'm not as bougie or as bougie as I want to be yet. Alrighty. Welcome. Close this out and hey Kathleen. Hey, it says just got the Lewis on Nerd Report on my phone too. He must have so many people backlogged. I really enjoyed getting on his show and talking with him last night. But I'm still here. I'm gonna have to pull it back up because it was trying to pull up when I was trying to share screen before I went live. It was trying to pull up two things at once. So maybe he can help me. Tell him we're here. So what I'm gonna do, just to get us some little laughs in before we get to the part 2 of the day's trial, is go to this Chrome tab. And this is on Twitter. Right here. I kind of want to move this up on this one and move all this. Right, yeah. He is a breath of fresh air listening to the call-ins. I agree. The call-ins are really great. Like, I want this to be a safe space too, but I was like, this is depressing right now. I want to talk about the case right now. So here we go, guys. This is coming from Carly's Beautiful Life. I should probably subscribe to her.
Let's let him object to another one. He'd had a conversation with Miss Heard.
I want to know, can I make this bigger?
Let's move beyond the conversation.
Sure.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him
That's so
object to another
funny.
one. He'd had a conversation with Miss Heard.
Hearsay.
Let's move beyond the conversation that
Sure.
Kevin Murphy had with Miss Heard.
He said, yes, they had.
No, not an objection.
It
Okay.
appears that Miss Heard had told
Hearsay, Your Honor.
not to fight
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
That's hearsay, I guess.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Let me ask you a different question,
Y'all.
Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him
yes.
object to another one. He'd had a
Y'all, these little compilations like this make me laugh so freaking hard. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I love them. The next thing I really wanted to show you guys. So I was watching the Nerd Report, and that's kind of what we were talking about. So Kathleen says you do like the Collins. I would love to have Collins. So yeah, we are going to watch. I would really like to watch. I have a few things in the sign up. Let me go to my history right here of things that I wanted to show, and library. If you are in the chat, it says on YouTube I've got 3 people. I'm not complaining. I know we got Kathleen here, probably my mom and husband, but what's up, guys? Is he coming? He's putting his daughter to sleep. I've got the timestamps for him. I've got the questions for him. But I cannot speak for him. But he has said he's trying to put that girl a little sleep. All right. So my husband is going to go get me a Red Bull. So nice. Let's see. Subscriptions. Oh, God. You know what we'll do? We'll just do this. This is what I wanted to do anyways. I wanted to start right here, right after break, the end of the day, kind of where I had to dip out. Might pop around, Rakeda Law. And this is where the forensics guy comes in, so I can message Chris as well. But let me go ahead and get this screen shared because I am so ADD. It's insanity. Yeah, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. That's it. Right there. Chris, is he coming on with me? Let me see. I'm actually gonna come down here before we play this. I will play this and I'll message him.
The face of domestic violence. That face has bruises. That face is a submissive female who is a housewife. That's who I want to draw the picture of, because like that sort of 1980s PSA version of a domestic violence victim. And Amber's not pulling that off.
So like half the reason, okay, Kathleen says Ian the Runkle said that the jury were more fed up with all the depots and were sympathetic to Johnny when the doctor gave up his depot. Yeah. But so maybe I should pause this. So if you know, at the beginning of the trial, we had one of Johnny's experts come and testify that Amber Heard, she actually clinically, a psychiatrist diagnosed her with 2 different personality disorders. If Johnny Depp would not have agreed to just allow his own therapist to testify, he would have been immediately subjecting himself to that same stupid thing, meaning allowing Amber Heard's team to pick and choose the therapist of their own, not Muffin Lady, or mommy therapist or whatever. Dr. Mommy is what Nick calls her. So that kind of messed him up a lot more, because Dr. Mommy, Muffin Lady, psychiatrist, Johnny Depp's team. Yeah, so you get it now. That would have been horrible, because it was horrible. So now we are all here like, oh, Johnny's psych, who actually sat down and met with Amber Heard, said, she's got this disorder and she's got that disorder. So now they keep talking on it, and we can all speculate and allege and talk about it and be like, oh, you see how she's doing this? She's acting like this. She did that. You see that? Checking all of the boxes, because she actually met with Amber. And you see, there was a psychiatrist that spoke on Johnny Depp's dependencies, if you will, behavior from what she was told by Amber, but she never had the privilege. She never had the privilege of actually meeting Johnny Depp, so she can't diagnose him with anything. So hopefully that clarifies it a little bit. Yeah. Good. I wish Ian the Runkle would go on live. I need to get that figured out. I want the scoop. And I want my mouse to stop geeking. So this is the forensics expert. Let me... Let me call him. I'm going to mute my mic real quick. They're trying to qualify.
So, because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse,
oh, that was muted?
I
Shit.
did work
I'm
at
sorry.
MIT
Let me
in
go
the
back.
artificial intelligence lab for the 2 founders of artificial.
Sorry,
funny.
I don't have a carve out. It's like, well, I'm a social media lawyer. Nope. All lawyers in the garbage disposal.
Lady Elaine Fairchild there in her Tiffany colored blazer.
Lady Elaine.
Well, I mean, Amber's back in the.
Oh yeah,
RPG
guys! I don't know
outfit.
if you saw the picture
She
today.
looked so good yesterday. Why in the hell would you not look like that
Yes, he
every day
is.
of court?
No,
I can't
Chris.
understand it.
When I saw her, I thought she looked like Alanis Morissette at the final scene in Dogma, where she was like God and she came in like this beautiful white suit.
She kind of looks like
and here, like
not
the light
Alanis
shining
Morissette or
from
Alanis
heaven down
Morissette.
upon
She
Well, you're
looks
talking
like
about
Ruth,
Camille Vasquez.
Justice Ruth.
Oh yeah, you're talking
Yeah.
about Elaine.
Yeah, you're not talking
No,
about
no.
Amber heard.
No, I'm sorry. I was focused on Camille in front of me
Yeah,
here. I
that's what she looked
apologize.
You need to calm down. I'm
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
how Amber Heard looked yesterday in that
Camille's
tan
hot.
dress that fit nicely. It
She had the Ava
accentuated-
Braun hair though.
So, guys, will
Not
you please
yesterday.
like and
No, the day
share
before
the
she did.
stream if
Yeah.
you
Was that
would
the-
like
was-
to
the day before
make
was the Ava
an
Braun?
appearance.
Yeah,
let
yeah, yeah.
me
No,
know.
yesterday it was by
your
far the
friends.
best she has looked this entire trial. She
I'm gonna
looked
try to share
feminine,
it.
but not slutty and not like librarian-y. It
It's
didn't
really
look like
funny
she was
how
selling
when you try
anything.
to go back
She
and
just
your
looked
other
good
fellow
and-
YouTubers.
Like this is what I
Start
was
getting
saying at the
attention.
beginning of trial. If I'm her style consultant, I want her to have that
And then make it
style
too busy
every
for
single
you.
day. Look professional,
Make me sad.
but also feminine. And I think if you're trying to sell a
Yeah.
domestic abuse victim specifically, you want
Feminine.
to sell a feminine person, not a masculine one. Like that,
Not a dictator of North Korea and/or communist
Yeah.
China.
Wait for him to
Like,
come
no,
back.
you want somebody who's looking a little bit more relatable.
yeah, because again, one of the key statements here, the key things for me, and I'm not the jury, I'm a lawyer, but my thoughts on what I want the jury, if I'm Johnny Depp's team, I want the jury not thinking about, is this technically domestic violence? Because I think if you get to technically domestic violence and you get to like verbal abuse and screaming, and that doesn't look good for Johnny. If I'm Johnny Depp's team, I want them to picture the face of domestic violence. That face has bruises. That face is a submissive female who is a housewife. That's who I want to draw the picture of, because like that sort of 1980s PSA version of a domestic violence victim.
All right, they are
Amber's
bringing
not
in the
pulling that off
jury
at all. She's trying to
Hey,
come
let
across like
them
a
know.
tough,
I was on
controlling bitch, and
Lewis's
it's like,
show last
no,
night.
like you can be
and
cold.
It's not
and
relatable.
cool,
It's not
I
relatable
can
for
only
anybody.
say
really.
something in the chat
Yeah.
so many times.
Which do we
before
have an actual
I feel
in-person witness? They said they didn't have any
nauseous.
more of these.
Wow.
Or no, we're just waiting for the jury. Never mind.
The courtroom looks ridiculously empty there in the front, like in front of Runkle, and there's like the first two
I
rows
don't
are
even.
empty.
Twitch is blowing
People
my
are
mind,
so
y'all. I
bored
don't
with
know how to
video
use
demos.
Twitch, but
That's a
That is
Runkle,
Runkle.
yeah.
pretty dope.
Runkle's right here.
Apparently, I have
They're still bored with
2
these video
followers
demos,
on
though.
Twitch. So
People just leave.
All
They're
right.
like, well,
be
this isn't.
seated. Your next witness.
where's Runkle?
We call Ron Schnell.
Okay.
Ron Schnell.
Ranch.
Ranch
It's like
now,
at a-
according to the
When you're
closed
at a
captions.
football game and your
I love
team's
how the
closed
losing,
captions
or the other
always
whatever
translate
team's
her
losing,
name
you
as
see all
misheard.
those fans leave right
Oh,
at
no,
the
he
end
is
of
in
the
person.
fourth quarter.
I'll be right back.
Cool. Welcome to Korea law.
Just want the bailiff to just get so bored he just tases someone just to keep the.
Oh, it is
the
in
amusement
person.
going.
Holy shit.
Oh wow! Look at this.
All right.
He, she, it.
Please
this.
introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
Oh yes, you
What is your
are.
current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And what are your
You
pronouns?
briefly describe your educational background since high school.
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I
No,
do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
he
When I was
doesn't.
a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU.
All
When I was
guys, I got a
14,
phone call, and I'm really bummed.
NYU
I
actually
know this guy.
for their freshman class when I was 14, but
I
I
wanna
decided
hear
that
this
I wanted to
too.
experience the
Twitch is for
social aspect of
gamers.
high school. So I
Let me mute this
turned them
mic. 'cause I
down,
got
but
this
by the
phone call
time I
real
got
quick. Hold
to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to
I
graduate.
know this guy. I read about him.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured
I
to
am
industry
back.
even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux.
Let them know.
Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
Nerd.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX. Also working on the kernel and
Says
managing
Nick,
other
the lawyer.
programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Chris is still
Right,
putting
the
his
kernel
kid to
is
sleep.
the
I tried to
center
call
of the
him.
operating system, so it actually controls
He'll get
the
back
piece
to
of
me.
software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It's called Secure
my
Online
neighbor.
Systems.
He's calling me one
And what did
moment.
Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems.
Mega
working on
pints of
their
Red
version
Bull,
Unix,
guys.
which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
This guy's the enemy.
And approximately how long were you there?
My dad worked for Cray.
Sun.
Fuck Sun.
Name
Approximately 5 years.
dropper. Do you want me to be a name dropper,
And,
or are you a name dropper? Because I'm a name.
Did you also
dropper
work
when
for
I need
Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver
And,
Aces,
to.
and we wrote what are called device
she
drivers
gets
to run on the
her
Unix operating systems.
next second
A
set
device
of
driver
shots
actually teaches the
next
computer how to
Tuesday,
talk
so
to
she's like
hardware devices.
maybe
So it also runs within
8
the kernel.
weeks, almost 8 weeks, 8 or 9 weeks.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
What was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, MAIL.
That's what you meant.
And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine. Basically let you manage your email on the road.
They're qualifying this guy as a digital expert.
To mailcall.com?
People who are curious
I
why
sold that
this,
to a public company in 2000.
why this is going on.
Yeah,
And
that guy.
What'd you do after
Just
that?
working with Sylvester Stallone.
After that, I ended up
Oh, but yeah,
working
Johnny Depp.
at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software
I work
development
for IBM.
for their
I just designed a
internet
computer
marketing
software
division.
system.
Hopefully not their internet security division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for 2 cases, US versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the 2 largest antitrust cases in US history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5
Hi, all
years
7 of
to
you.
perform that
Please
monitorship.
make sure you
And
like
what
and
type of work were you
subscribe
doing in that
to my
monitorship?
channel.
Highly technical
And tell a friend.
work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order.
Thank you, Kathleen.
But
for
I
being
had
loyal.
special master powers in those matters.
And you said you were in that position for 6.5 years.
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013. Is that right?
It was 11.
2011. Okay. And what did you
Stop
do?
it. Now I see that. I'm not gonna not see
What
that.
did you do in 2011?
You just made this so much better.
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
Okay. And that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
So I do all sorts of things. Generally, I consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this, where I'm consulting in litigation, and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Have you taught any courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what class did you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment, although since COVID, I haven't been doing that.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using.
I just want to point out to the 8 people on YouTube that are watching right now, and I can't speak for any of the other places that are being streamed, that Chris, the expert that was on this channel last night, and if you were here, you can attest to this, not only has testified 1,000 more times in this and been qualified 1,000 more times in this, but also in federal court. And he told us some tea, some juicy tea last night. And I do have the questions for him saved from y'all. I don't want to let you down, so don't throw rocks at me. But this guy's about to talk about how he designed his own software, and let me know if that bothers you guys. And let me see. All right, I doubt he'll be able to make it, but we'll watch it anyways. Sometimes you just gotta do it.
And what experience do you have in
By
statistical or
yourself.
forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media.
This is a guy who's going
Most
to
of
prove
them
that
have
Amber
been,
was damaged by the statements of
consulting
Adam
for
Waldman.
litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation.
And is that work both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing
I need my
data
husband's
from
iPad.
the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones:
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an expert extremely seriously.
Yeah.
They pay you, bro.
Yeah.
Who's
Has hired
paying?
me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this. It's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Thank you, Kathleen.
including
But I have a
litigation,
feeling it's
non-litigation,
really just me
hundreds.
and you here.
How many
right
times
now.
have you been
Here
qualified
in the
in
chat,
court,
say
arbitration, or in sworn court
something.
testimony to provide expert testimony?
Don't be shy.
8 times.
No.
Professional.
This is
Have you
my
been
notes.
disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to void deared?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, well, who paid
Okay.
you, brah?
Disqualifying. That'd be hilarious. All you said is you
Wow.
worked on some social media stuff.
Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made
Yeah,
here
you
an
wanna take the
analysis
dog,
of
yeah?
certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements.
Well,
made-
Kathleen,
made
you're
by Adam
welcome.
Waldman.
You're
I'll
welcome to
sustain the
join.
objection.
I
Void
need
dear
someone to
is
talk
just
to. I have to go pee.
qualifications as
And
an
let-
expert.
I'm gonna give the dog to my husband. I'll be
Can
right
we
back.
heard, Your Honor?
But this is so good.
Interesting.
Yeah. The question is he an expert on this? Not is he, because like, don't get me wrong. This guy worked on Unix. He's got serious credentials, worked on Microsoft. None of that has shit all to do with social media, hashtags, the impact of a newspaper article on social media. I mean, this guy's been in tech for a long time. He may not
You want a
actually
voir dire?
understand how social media works
Kathleen, you want a
in
voir
the
dire?
same way that someone half his age would. So
Interesting. Yeah.
the question is he an expert on these matters?
And it's pretty unusual we're doing this at this stage of the proceedings.
And in front of the jury, voir diring him in front of the jury is a little
I brought it back too.
like
No,
part
he's
is-
not, because he
so
made his
much
own
more than we
program.
know about what's going on.
I guess you would voir dire him in front of the jury, because then the jury could draw, like, even if he's approved as an expert, they could draw negative inferences about his experience or positive ones. So. Are you saying years of expert work in operating systems does not qualify him as a 5-star chef? I am.
Do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert? All right, then I'll move him in as an expert.
Oh,
well,
forensic.
That was easy.
social
They just
media.
left
So
that
you-
one up.
They didn't want to voir dire him. They just
Answer
wanted
your
to
question.
cross him.
Mr.
Okay.
Schnell, what were you asked?
Yeah,
to do
Weird.
in
voir
this
dire in
matter?
front of the jury is very, very strange.
So I was asked to
They
do
make the
several
jury go to
things.
chambers.
I
What's this
used
cat's
the
number?
official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
Well, girl,
And what
Turn
is significant about
around.
April
or
2020?
use a little circle.
I understand that
little
April
picture
2020
there's
is
cute.
related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And
It's still, this cross is so good. I cut
certain-
pieces of it.
you talked
I think
about
it's right when I
APIs. What is it? What does that mean?
kind of dipped
API
out.
stands for Application Programming Interface.
Oh, y'all, look at my
That
husband.
is a
Everyone's been
service
saying they
that's
want to see
provided
him. I
by
know there's only like
companies
nobody
like
here
Twitter,
right now, but
so
come
that
look.
professionals can
But this is
write
my
programs
Johnny
to
Depp
query Twitter
look-alike.
to ask for various things. In this case,
This is my
I
Johnny
use two of
Depp.
their APIs. One of them is
See it?
called the
Do you
Search
see it?
API,
Do you
and
see
that
it?
allows you to give search
Do you-
terms, and it will
Do you
return
see it?
all the tweets containing
He's
those
usually a lot more
search
grungy with
terms
his hair up.
through a certain date range.
Misty
The other one is called Accounts
Rain.
API,
Hey, Missy Rain.
and I use that again through a certain date range to return
Hi.
any tweet that contained the
And where do you
hashtag.
come from, Misty?
And you just-
That's my
I should
favorite
add
last
that
name.
It may not be obvious why you need to do this.
Oh my
but
God,
if you
and
just
Misty
do a
Rain
search
is a
on
really
Twitter
clever name.
itself,
So if that's really
it's
your
not
name,
going to return everything.
your mom's
It's going to
cool.
return a subset of what is out there. But using these
Shitty
APIs, which
subset.
you pay a lot of money for,
Hello.
they sort of guarantee that you'll
And Captain
almost
Crystal,
guarantee that you'll get everything.
hello.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but
Mega
for those who
pints.
don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
To the chat, they did not disqualify him. It
And,
looks like they had a
did you,
mix up
uh,
on Depp's team as to what was
Choose
going
particular
on.
hashtags to search for.
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially, I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So
Oh
I
boy.
looked through
Hashtag me poo.
negative
I
towards
was
Ms. Heard, and I found
Doing
that
plotting earlier,
a
and
super
I
majority of
look
them
like
were
a
using one of
unmarried
4 different hashtags.
Which
And
word?
so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard?
Give
from
us an
April
example of a
2020
negative tweet.
until the end of January 2021?
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and
That's not how hashtags work.
would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard. But when
Objection
when I was
calls for
asked about it
speculation.
later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not
I didn't
find any
realize
that
that
were
was
not
negative.
negative
But I'm
towards Ms.
geeking.
Heard.
And what was the random
Because
sampling
if y'all
that
were
you
here
used?
last night,
I did
Chris,
2
my
of them. They
cousin,
were
he does
1,000
this,
each.
and he's like a
And how did you
excuse me,
determine
but
which
he's a goddamn professional. This guy's
1,000
older than him.
tweets to use
So
to
funny
review in each search?
I wrote a program
and so
that
shitty
truly
and
selected them
hilarious
at
and
random.
honest. So
And
it's
in,
fun.
in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what hashtags did,
Welcome,
what
Missy.
type of hashtags did you look
If you
for?
got a camera and you
I
want
looked
to
at
comment,
what I found to
welcome.
be
I
6
myself am trying to
hashtags
shut
that would
up,
be
like,
negative
when
towards
they're
Mr. Depp.
talking because it's annoying.
Okay,
But
but Michelle, could you put up
we're just trying to build a
demonstrative
fun
one,
community, all right?
Ooh, here we go.
Welcome
which
and
is
thank you.
the
Please make
fifth
sure
page
you
of Mr.
subscribe.
of attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's
God, I can't wait to see a good joke in court.
designation.
This-
That would
this
piss
is
me
gonna
off
be
too.
good.
It's so funny.
You're looking at 3 good jokes right here.
Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what
Schnell.
data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter.
Do you guys think
and it
that
rolls up
Josh and I should be
the
Johnny
number
and
of
Amber
tweets
for
with the various
Halloween?
hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor,
I
I'd
think
like
so.
to, I'd make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you want it to be a,
If I could get it one of the numbers, since it's gonna be part of the record, just,
okay, can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Do we know if that's the last,
Can
can we make it, how about we make it 1900? That way it's not, can we just make it
That's
1900?
perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
And is this a
Oh
chart
my
you made?
God, I'm so
Mr.
ADD.
Schnell?
Yes, I should.
It is.
Okay. And
I should what?
I
forget.
at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize.
Amber Turd. Amber Turd is there.
In 2020,
I still
there's the
don't see
months
that.
of June and July.
I'm old. I have to take my glasses off.
Amber
And
Todd.
what are these
I do
columns?
see the
First,
Todd.
tell the jury what they
I
represent.
see the Todd.
So
I
each of
guess
these
that
is
might-
the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the fourth one over?
I do.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018
Yes, we should. Oh,
to July of 2020?
yes, and
There were
I
none.
will.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
It's a stupid chart.
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And
This
if you
shows that
go to the right,
25% of hashtags are
last
against
three
Amber Heard.
hashtags, which are highlighted or shows the difference between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all 3 of those hashtags?
That's correct.
And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You're gonna have to
By the
link
way,
this to
what is
the
your understanding of when the
statements,
last
not
alleged
the
defamatory statement was made
articles.
by Mr. Depp?
Random people hashtagging.
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp, for the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018. And then it starts to, well, it goes way down. from
Kathleen.
December of 18.
I don't
and
even want to
January of
say
19.
that. With respect, I'll try.
And do you know when Mr. Heard wrote
Kathleen
the op-ed
Katrai.
in this matter?
My
You could
understanding
be
it
Amber
was,
in a
is that
state
it was
of
December of
psychosis.
2018.
For
And if we
Halloween
go
or like
to
anytime.
November of 2020,
So just
for the
establishing
hashtags
that the
related to
op-ed
Mr.
So
Depp,
funny.
damaged Johnny
if
Depp.
you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag
It's okay.
in
I'll
blue
come
that
back
says
there.
Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show?
So it just says it.
What did your analysis find?
Isn't that
in terms of
quiver?
tweets without those
Because
hashtags?
he's Deutsch.
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well,
Mhm,
a little
danke.
here and there.
Thank
They're
you. I
single digit
tried.
ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none. And then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, so we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901 if it.
I feel like this attorney
You should include the
is
past
like doing
week.
like these nervous, like fidgety
No, Your Honor.
things.
All right, 1901.
Like he's just
That
is
would
like, I don't know what the
destroy
fuck I'm doing.
Last I heard, it was like 10 point something billion Johnny Depp Justice for Johnny
And
tweets.
Mr. Banya,
Yeah.
what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
They don't have me poo on
This
here.
chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out
Thank
until
you. Now I don't feel naked.
January of 2022.
The
and
stands
it's just
zero.
another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
Oh my
And
god,
what are
we've
the-
already
what
been
are the
here for
dotted-
40 minutes.
what are the dotted
That's
lines?
insane.
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard,
That
and the
is
solid
so
ones are the
crazy.
negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
My maiden name is Watkins.
And what is being shown here? In your
which
analysis, what is
actually
shown?
I think
with
is
the,
Hungarian.
tweets
or
related to
Polish.
Ms. Heard.
Well, you can see that there's
Oh,
a
no,
huge
it's Polish, my bad.
spike
Yeah.
in February of 2020, which I believe Mr.
I'm
Walden just
German American.
testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February
Oh,
2020.
I need to just like make
um,
highlights of this stuff tomorrow.
that-
Maybe that's what I should do. I need to
that came
figure out
before the
the niche.
alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though
Came before
that
the
spike
alleged
came in
defamatory
before
statements.
the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of
420 is
2022,
one of my favorite.
there
times.
are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
So you're saying that an article published in
If I could
February
Do you
look
recall
on my screen
impacted
right
social
now, I
media
would,
position
in
being asked
April?
I would
that
It's boomer logic.
probably
that
shit my
the
pants.
spike in negative
Excuse my
hashtags occurring
French.
before April 8th, right
That
before
would be
April
like a
8th,
dream come
2020?
true.
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Overruled, good.
I remember
Let's
questions
spam him,
regarding
all
particular
7 of
dates.
us.
Yes.
Let's do
And
it.
what's your understanding as to why there was more
We could also watch his stream.
negative
He's
tweets
cool.
in April 6th and April 7th and April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets in April 6th, on April 6th and April 7th and in April 8th, 2020 as it relates to Ms. Heard?
Right. If you
We
look
can
at the
talk
day by
about
day
Amber all day, and I do like making fun of her
counts,
like
which
Ivanka
I
phase.
supplied
Let
to Mr.
her.
Depp, and you can see that there's a spike that begins on
And
April
her
6th
inability to like create
goes
any type of
for a
like
few days.
condensation
April
from any
6th is,
orifice
to my understanding,
on her
before
face.
what people are calling the
But she's really
alleged
pretty.
defamatory
She's
statement.
really fucking
And
pretty.
did you look at the
You
tweets for
can't
April
deny
6th
that.
and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that
I'll mute it so you
there
can feed the
are
dogs. We're gonna feed
Waldman
the
statements
dogs.
that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th, and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
What terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them. I think abuse hoax is used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but generally speaking, in the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
If we can go to the second page of this demonstrative. What's being
I'm
shown in the
talking
second
to you
page of this
guys.
demonstrative?
So what's
So this is generally, it's the same
crazy
data
is,
as
like,
the first
literally, I
one,
listened to
but
Tug,
I've removed
and I go, oh my god,
one
my
hashtag, the Justice for
father-in-law
Johnny Depp
was a DJ,
hashtag, because
so
it
he
kind of
also has that
overwhelms
ability
all
to
the
be
others
like,
because there are so many of them.
like
It makes
By
the
that.
removing
graph
it,
look
it
worse.
sort of rescales the graph.
That's
and
like
you
got
can
the
see the others
vibrato kind of.
much better.
It's catchy,
And
like
even though they
Tug
looked really
and
tiny
smooth.
in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers.
Oh my god, I would
100,000
poop myself if he
and stuff.
if he
So,
came on my stream. I would just poop.
This
all over
really, this
myself.
shows,
It'd be
and
embarrassing.
if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like
I have more
a
dogs.
mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Make 1902.
1902,
That's
yes.
fine.
Thank
I
you.
was practicing her eye
Any
roll
objection to
because
1902?
I've got to get it down before
No, this is
October.
demonstrative.
Oh, was that an attempt to cry? She's always like,
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does
you're
this chart
paying
show?
him. You hired this guy.
What I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. That's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part,
What's
if you
everyone
look at
drinking tonight?
for hoax, fake, and fraud and this is within the negative hashtags or misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay. And if
Oh,
you
I
look at
just
the
learned
total,
that too.
oops, I'm putting
Thought I
that.
had a beautiful boss.
Well, you saw the line there. What's the total number of
Can't talk about it yet.
times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
She's
And did you perform any other
pretty
searches
lawyer.
on the data?
Yes.
And what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by
It's a local
Mignon or
Mhm,
Minion,
Steel Hands
Minion,
coffee
depending how you want
lager.
to pronounce it, sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or
Mignon.
minions.
Mignon.
And look for those in the same data.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And in terms of the percentage
Y'all,
of the
he's kinda
amount
funny.
of times Waldman or Waldmignon was
4
used
doors more
in the negative
whores. That's the
hashtags
best name
from April
ever.
2020 through, is it
That is so
January
funny.
2021?
The percent?
And a
Yeah,
kissy.
what's the
well,
percentage?
thank
Yeah,
you.
so I
whoever.
found over 25%
more
of
horse, I love
the
that.
negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out
Bring
of
on
every
more
4
horse.
on
Come on.
average, had either Waldman or Waldmignon.
You see his smirk the whole time, and look
And
how pissed she is.
I see you ran
This is
searches
her
for
witness.
hoax, fake, fraud,
She's
rather
being
than
destroyed. It's so funny.
abuse hoax in quotes or sexual
much was she
violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
So so if I had put them in quotes like that, say abuse
Well,
hoax
thank
in
you
quotes,
for
that would
endorsing
require
all
that
those.
it
I
show
don't
up
know
in
you
exactly
personally,
that
but
way,
really,
with the same
seriously,
spacing and the same
that
order.
means a lot.
So if it
because
said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it
this
wouldn't
is
get caught.
really crazy awkward.
So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I catch everything.
And based on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what are the results of these searches mean?
Well, obviously
She's
I
looking
can't
at
read
her
what's in people's
attorney
minds, but
doing this.
you know, when I read
direct and it's
the
like
disclosure of Mr. Depp's
pissed.
expert, Mr.
So
Banya,
funny.
he stated that if these terms, particularly the Waldman term,
Objection hearsay.
He's an expert.
Oh, overruled.
if these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further
All
questions.
right, cross-examination.
That's it.
What was the point of that?
So you verified the other witness. You agreed with the other witness's analysis, the other expert.
To
And
spend Amber's
you
money.
ended up saying that there was a spike
Sir, this is
prior.
the first time
Yep.
that you've
Yep.
testified.
Just
as
verify
an
And you only
Johnny's-
searched negative
As
hashtags. You
in
didn't
the
search
field of
positive hashtags.
statistical
So
and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it
I
never got to
know,
testimony.
what
That's
the
correct.
fuck?
This is your first
I mean,
testimony.
I can say that. It's my
Testimony, yes.
channel. I can say that.
And this is,
I can
and
say
you've
that.
never been involved in a defamation case before.
This is
That's
our
correct.
space, damn it.
And you're being compensated for your time here today and the work you did. Correct.
Box and she
Berkeley
can't storm
Research
off
Group is
today.
being
Did you notice
compensated,
that?
yes.
I
At
did. I
$600
love all
That's
the
what they're getting
memes.
Right.
I kind of did a
Okay.
little deep dive earlier.
And you're aware that
but
Mr.
I did spend a
Depp is
little
being
time with my
sued
kids
based
today,
on
so I didn't
allegedly
do as much
defamatory
memeing because it was so
statements.
boring today.
What are the dates of those statements?
Oh, I wish my cousin Chris would come back on.
my
We're gonna have to
understanding
nail
is
him
it's,
tomorrow, guys. I'm gonna blow him up
there
tomorrow. I
was
can't believe that.
something around April 8th.
Four Doors, More Horrors. Have I seen you on Arcada before?
27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. So, and where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
Pissed because I'm pissed too.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion
The article
as to
affected?
how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Walden?
Cherry
Only
picking.
a minimum
cherry
number of people who could have
picking.
seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay.
That wouldn't show that they actually.
And you don't
We
know
No. I would
even
push
where
back on that.
those references
Dude, I love
appear
like
in the
he's blown up. Nick's blown up so much. I
I'm not
miss
sure
when
what
I
you
could
mean.
just like DM him like I'm
There
a
are statements by
paralegal.
Mr. Waldman that
Like
appear in
literally
articles.
was
You
like,
understand
hey,
I do.
what
that? You
case
know in
Meredith
what
admits
portion
off?
of the articles
Where
the
should I
statements
get?
appear.
I've
And
looked
he'd
at the
like answer
articles
those
and,
questions, and
from
now
that,
it's like
I've seen where they appear.
they're untouchables.
And where in
all
general do they
respect.
appear? In the middle, the end? What's your
Law and
sense?
Logic.
That
Oh, is he
I'm
still
not sure.
alive?
I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were
Ay, from Texas.
towards the
What
top.
part of Texas?
So you
My favorite
testified that you
comedians live in
reviewed
Tejas now.
a number of hashtags that you deemed
Christina
were negative towards
Pajitsky, Tom
Ms. Heard.
Segura. Those are my
That's
people.
right.
yes.
And the four you picked, at least the
Kathleen, she was
negative
my
ones,
first. She's
Uh,
the number
Justice for
one.
Johnny Depp. That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Amber Heard is an abuser. That's one of them.
Justice
That
for
is one.
Johnny Depp. Let's take
You
a
just don't
shot
like
at whatever
you,
it
Amber.
is. Your water, your
That's one of them.
beers, your.
That is one of them.
And the
We
last
just don't
one
like
was
I already
right?
finished that bottle.
Oh.
That is another one.
I
been
searched
idiots,
for.
so.
You have no. You
It's been a
don't
tough
believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection to these
We're East
three Waldman
Coasters,
statements.
y'all. I can't wait.
The
Runkle and
hashtags
Robber on
aren't
right now.
aren't
Shut
connected to
up.
Waldman, right?
All right.
Well, I did an
Whose channel?
additional analysis that did
Law and
show
Logic.
how many of those had Waldman
All
connected
right.
to
We'll
them.
save
and I
this.
found
We're
that
gonna
one out
save
of
this
4 of
for
them did.
Chris. And Chris, we're gonna make
Right.
Chris come
Waldman,
tomorrow.
yeah.
If I had to send y'all his business card, if I had to put it on screen and y'all have to email him, and this is a threat, Chris, I will send all 6 viewers right now to spam your email. Because we need that digital forensic analysis today, not yesterday. I mean, we wanted it yesterday. We got to know him, right? It was dope. He laid down the knowledge. But yeah. What? Okay, so Runkle and Robber on who? Runkle's show? Because I need to I need to hear Runkle.
But
I love
when you were
Runkle. I love Canadian people. I've never been to Canada, and that's what I want. Runkle.
He spends a whole lot of time trying
And
to go
Rob the
with this.
Lumber
Now,
Guy.
here is where this
Genius.
is really
And
bullshit.
see, Rob is an
and Where this
inspiration.
really kind of pisses me off. Because what she's
No, shut
trying
up.
to
I fucking
do
love
is
them.
she's trying to, in order to make out their counterclaim here, what they have to establish is basically that Mr. Waldman's statement
My
is
woman.
Depp's statement. And that, something
I'm so sorry,
he's
Rob. You
that
know
this
what?
statement
Rob's a
essentially comes
hero.
from Depp's
That bed
mouth,
video, that's
but
what
is
made
relayed
him.
via Waldman.
Hell yeah.
And they're never
I don't
going
know
to
if
be
I
able
have
to
him
do
in my
that because of the
descriptions
privilege
anywhere.
issues,
I need
right?
help
That's
with that
just
stuff.
not going
I
to
gotta
happen.
do that.
Yeah. It's like me telling you, Runkle, go out in the street and go call my neighbor a POS. And then if you are my attorney, it's them asking you as my attorney, well, didn't Rob tell you to say that? And you're going, that's a privileged communication. And I can't really tell you if he did or didn't tell me to do that. But they're trying to tie that back to Johnny Depp as if Johnny Depp was the one that said it himself.
Yeah.
So it's they're trying to imply and trying to persuade the jury via a completely misleading argument that this attorney who is properly acting under privilege is somehow the mouthpiece of Johnny Depp.
Oh
and
yeah, I think
it's
this is where we cut
absolutely
off
ridiculous.
Kathleen.
It's what they're trying to do is imply that the non-answer, the you can't ask that because of privilege.
Do you remember he kept saying
implies
like
that
that's
really it's
attorney-client privilege,
And that is an
attorney-client privilege,
improper inference.
and
That is
people were
something
like,
that the court, that
and
shouldn't
I'm
be
like,
allowed.
but
This was actually something that
is
got
though.
the judge in
But
Rittenhouse
it is
kind of
though.
hot under the color with an analogous situation.
You're a
when
nurse.
they were
They don't
trying
have that
to
same
suggest
right to
that,
report or whatever duty.
his
Whatever.
asserting his right to not speak to the police implied that he had something to hide. It's the same thing. And I will tell you that, like, when I'm representing a client, sometimes you get calls going,
If I try to pull up to
hey,
your
do
stream
you
at once,
represent
it gets
so
mad.
and so?
Tell them.
And my
Invite
answer
me
is
on.
always,
Drop my
I'm not
name.
answering
Drop the
that
link to
because
this
I don't
thing in
answer
their
if
chat.
it's yes.
Let
and
them
I
know
don't
how much
answer
we
if it's
love
no, because either way, that's a violation of privilege. Because I'm not going to play the 20 questions game. It's an
Julie
issue.
Ireland.
So
Love them. Yes.
it's not a question you can answer either way.
I love they're watching them. It's so
even if
dope.
Depp didn't say,
I was laying in
to
bed
put
just
that
thinking
out
about the
there,
stare and story
answering that
between Whitney and
question
Amber.
is itself a violation of privilege, because then it
Yes,
necessarily enters into that attorney-client communications by establishing a negative within it.
Yeah. And the craziest part of all of this is that Amber's claim, this is an essential element of the claim. They have to prove that Johnny Depp was the one making the statement. This is an essential element, and they're trying to prove it via, and I think Runkle and I agree on this, when they're trying to prove it by misleading the jury to extrapolate a fact that doesn't technically exist from openly misleading testimony. I mean, it drove me nuts, and I know it drove you nuts too.
Oh, it's basically trying to lead the jury into error, into legal error, and they should not be doing it. It really actually made me think a lot less of Elaine, because I have said on a lot of, I've said a lot of the time that
I've
kind
of
of normally a good lawyer, just stuck with a
him
bad
the past 2
client,
days
and
on his
she's,
opinion
doing the
with
best
her.
she can with it. This is greasy.
And I do agree with that.
This
Bad
is
client.
behavior that I just do not approve of.
But she fucking
And
sucks as a lawyer too.
It's, it's like if you find out that your good friend, steals from church donation boxes.
Oh,
it's
God,
like,
that's a bad. That's a rough. Now I feel guilty. Like, that's bad.
like, it's just one of those things where you
Cat
be
Lady
like really
has
hard
always
pressed to
been
look at
scratching
it
my
the same
post,
way.
girl. And that is not
And
supposed to
that's
be a
kinda how I
sexual
feel, 'cause I was
innuendo.
like,
She rubs me the wrong way. That's what I mean
maybe
by
she's
that.
just stuck with a bad
She seems
client.
sloppy,
She
lazy,
hasn't been doing
dirty. She doesn't look
anything
like she bathes
blatantly unethical
in her
or
office. I can only
improper or,
imagine as a
greasy.
paralegal
But this is
what she's
I
got
feel
going
like
on
this
in
is in the
there.
greasy territory, and it
I've
really
worked for
makes me
attorneys
less
that
inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. And stealing a question
Hmm.
from your chat. What if any questions did Elaine ask twice?
What is Elaine's? What if any? God, that was going to be my trivia
Like, the whole
question. They
thing
stole
was
it from
basically
me.
just trying to ask,
What if any? What if
so
any?
Johnny
What if
Depp
any?
told you
What
to
if
do
any?
this
Yep.
for 30
Tomorrow,
minutes.
I'm going to take a shot
And the jury was
of
not happy with it. The jury was
maybe
looking
Red
there
Bull or water,
like they were
or we're going to
feeling
do
like
a
their time
counter
was
or something.
wasted.
It's fucking funny.
And I mean, it was. That was what the first part of it was. But then there's a second phase of that questioning. And this is where things get stupid. Because what the hell?
Yeah, I like Tired Runkle. This is my favorite.
He's like,
So, this is what they
This is
managed
so
to establish
funny.
in the second
I like it when he
phase.
drinks and he's
They
tired.
put
It's
to the
fucking
jury
good.
a whole lot
It's
of
a
times
credit,
the Amber
as Nick
Heard
would
and
say.
perjury in the same sentence. And they do this like 60 times, like, hey, Amber Heard perjury, Amber Heard perjury. And then they take it a little further and they take it all the way up to so this nice lawyer who's actually seeming like he's coming
Yeah, is
off
there
like
some
a
kind of like
really
priest
pleasant,
Depp
reasonable
privilege?
kind of guy. He tells a couple of jokes that are kind of, that actually landed a bit.
So many lies. And like she's
he
like,
just
all
kinda
my
seems
witnesses
like,
are liars, and all these
inoffensive
experts
and
are liars, and I'm the only
diligent.
one that's telling the truth.
And he thinks
Like,
Amber
have
Heard
y'all?
committed
Do you
perjury
guys want me to go
and
into the
thinks it enough
stairs?
that he took it to the police. Why you would ever want to put to the jury that a lawyer thinks your client committed perjury and took it to the police is just beyond me. In fact,
yeah,
if the
multiple
other
times.
They're under oath.
If the other side wanted to suggest
Runkle
this about
of
your
the
client,
baile.
I would be going nuclear. Like, I would absolutely be going nuts. And, just. And yet they scored that on their own net. Just.
Dude, the look of confusion
Do we
on
know
your
if
face
it's
right
true?
now
Amber
is
Turd said she was going to
fan-freaking-tastic. Like, in
sue
the
Cat
frustration. You
Lady
used
and
the
her
analogy earlier
team if
today
she
that I
doesn't win
freaking love.
because
They were dribbling the ball towards the goal. They went a
there's
long
no
way. It just happened
malpractice
to be the
there.
wrong
She's a
damn
fucking
goal.
liar.
Yeah. And it's like they're sitting there like it was so bizarre. And I mean, the other thing is that this guy the jury was kind of liking him in several places. He mentions that he gets this Twitter suspension. And, Amber Heard's lawyers were going and kind of giving him grief over this Twitter suspension. I don't know where they thought they were going with it. Juror H actually smiled a little bit over the suspension. She thought that was amusing. Juror F made a big kind of angry face at the Twitter suspension. He didn't like the notion of Twitter suspending people. I kind of feel that this is around some, the whole politics around Twitter right now. So, but that he was personable. Somebody says, I thought he was banned for life. He was suspended for life, which is the same thing. The gallery laughed when he said, well, that, did I take it to somebody with a social media account? That's everyone on earth.
Breaking news.
People thought
I'm
that was
pausing
funny.
this with all respect. I think I may have uncovered the very first one and only Amber Heard supporter and one of my dearest, bestest friends who lives in California. She is one of my plant friends. She's been one of my plant peoples since I started my channel as Leaf Lover Liz, however long ago, years ago. She's been with me. We ship each other plants from SC to California and vice versa. She sells some dope plants. If you're into plants and that's why you're here, please let me know if that's where you started. She's an Amber Heard fan. I said, please come on this show. Please come on. I have not heard of one person yet. And we're not going to make fun of her if she comes. Okay? But I want to know. I haven't heard anybody. I can't even hear Cat Lady give me a good argument. I want to know how, why. Persuade me or tell me why. Anyways, proceed, move forward. Shooketh.
Why you'd sort of talk this guy up and then be like, this guy that is just kind of been super pleasant thinks our client is a perjurer. And the other thing I think about when I consider this is that the jury has been very strongly admonished every single day not to go on social media, not to go on anything. And the only way to do that is essentially to get home and find a rock in your backyard and crawl under it. Because everywhere on the planet right now is talking about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. You know, if you get on the bus, you're going to hear people, overhear people talking about it. If
I
you
don't
turn
think
on the
so. If she
radio,
is, I'm gonna be
if
pissed
you turn on the
because
TV, if you watch news,
we both sell plants.
wherever
That's
you
not
go.
why I'm here.
If you just
on this channel to
open
sell
up
my
a random
plants,
web
but
page,
we both
if you go
do
on a
that,
Minecraft server, you may end up,
I need
overhearing
the
content
celebrity
about
hookup.
this.
Okay.
And so all it takes is for one of them to hear the sort of news story that's been going around about the possibility of Amber Heard being investigated for perjury in the UK. And today you've just heard perjury, 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 perjury. What do you do with that? I feel like I feel like this was not only a small mistake,
In the mind of the jurors.
a major blunder. And it's a major blunder that's in a, like, why would you trade your good standing to blunder your client into? And I feel like this one has to be driven by Amber herself, like Amber personally.
And you got a hint from that from her own testimony. She, during part of her testimony, Vasquez is asking her basically, so you think the sentiment has turned against you? And Amber Heard openly says, look it up online yourself. And in that moment, I was super pissed because that was essentially instructing the jury to break the admonishment.
Look it up online yourself.
It was basically telling the jury, go look me up on social media. Well, then the next day, the next day, you put on somebody who's basically saying
there's too many juicy
Amber Heard
things
and
in this
perjury and UK
star-studded
trial
shit
and
show. I
perjury,
can't say
and
it
then we get to the
enough.
coup de grace, which you're getting to next, which is the hashtag nonsense.
Yeah. It was so bad but
Kathleen, you
they just were not gaining
so
anything
poetic.
from that one or from this
we were
particular
doing some
witness.
poetic
And
justice.
but
Look it up tonight,
what I think
sister.
here is that Amber Heard has to be running the show. Amber Heard has to be thinking she's winning. And
Right? Like
from
you
what
don't
we've
ever
heard, if
wanna
Dr. Curry is
blame the
correct,
victim,
she's
right?
got the diagnoses to be just
But
that
she's
off base, to think that the jury's on her side, that everything's going peachy, that this is, and that she's trying for the stretch goal. She's trying for the bonus objective here, where not only does she want to defeat the claim, she wants to win the counterclaim. And the only way they do that is with this guy, but they don't do it even with that
probably
evidence.
nationwide and ending else.
Makes a mistake, essentially.
Also,
but this was such bad evidence, and
I'm waiting for Nick.
Personally,
so
if I'm Amber Heard's
we're gonna be here
lawyers
for a while,
and
y'all.
if I
Tell
am
your
able
friends.
to properly, advise
If you want to come on,
Amber Heard,
you can
follows
be a
my
circle.
my advice.
You
then
can
what we say
have a
is,
webcam.
you know what, we're just going to
Let me
lose
know.
this
I
counterclaim.
will
I would
figure
rather
out the way
lose
to
the
send you the
counterclaim
invite.
rather than tender this
Okay.
evidence. Like every day, all the time.
This is one of
that
my
is the right
favorite
call.
things I've read.
So I didn't
This-
understand that.
you
one
need
at
to
all.
tweak
And,
this.
Yeah. Let me pause you for a second here, buddy, because
Watermelon
you,
Red
sir,
Bull.
Mr. 100,000 subscribers, have 27,000
Dangerously
sitting in the chat right now.
delicious.
Nope.
I don't even have
Runkle,
the
stop
brain power
breathing.
to process that number.
Yep. Runkle, stop breathing. Everyone, Runkle, stop breathing.
Whoa, go Runkle.
I just don't have the brain power to process that number.
Yeah, that's
I have too many
unfathomable.
digits.
Like he deserves this,
Great.
guys.
So,
He's
who's
such
the next
a
witness?
law nerd.
Next
And
witness was
nerd should not be a
I think it's
derogatory
Detective
term.
Sandanaga.
Like
I
I'm
wrote
the kind
down
of person that's
Sandanaga,
like, you'll
but I
know if
didn't
I'm trying to hurt your
actually
feelings.
remember
Dude, I might have to hop on my phone on his chat.
So I'm not sure what her rank was.
Look, he's so
But
humble.
right
he
at
don't
the
care.
beginning, everybody was writing down what she said. She comes out and she's she's a police officer, first thing, and she's an important
I got
police
a
officer.
fancy ring
So
light so I
lots
could look
of
as good
interest
as
in that
Amber
regard.
Heard after she got
But,
those Botox injections and then
So
took
I
those
see
pictures in
people
front of her fridge.
writing stuff down. Jurors
Does it make me look as good as her?
HCBGE. Didn't write that down in order. It was just kind of as my eyes panned around. They were all writing pretty heavily as she starts out.
Ooh,
There was this
word! I need
moment
that.
fairly early
Hey,
in where they
I can ship you
ask her a
if
question
you
and then it does one of those
want.
hard jarring cuts. I also don't know who edited these
Night, night,
deposition
Julie.
videos
See you
because
hopefully
the
tomorrow.
editing
Please
was not
subscribe
good.
and come back.
It cuts at really jarring
Hopefully
places.
tomorrow may be the
and
last day. I hope they deliberate the
like,
weekend.
There's places where they like repeated a question and I was like, okay, that's great. And it bothered the jury whenever that happened. But it cut here to, like, they ask a question. I didn't actually manage to write down what the question was. And then it does a hard cut to her confused face. And I was just
Thank you.
This is ridiculous.
20K hit like. How many people? I've got
made
what?
the jury
6 people
amused.
on
They thought that was funny.
YouTube. I haven't checked
But pretty
the
soon,
Twitch.
the photographer, the courtroom photographer,
I've
was
got
yawning.
like none on Twitch, but like still.
Jurors F, G, and H, who have basically been the paying attention superstars, they
2
were
on
still paying
Twitch.
attention.
Oh,
Everyone
I'm practically
else was
famous
tuned
because I
out
just found about
and
Twitch
just not
today.
really listening anymore because she didn't have anything to say.
Well, and yeah, the entire purpose of her testimony was to try and impeach the officers that previously testified. The officers that said that they didn't take a note because there wasn't a fear, because it didn't look like anything happened. And then she gets up there and the attorney is trying to drag out of her that
Because
these officers
Amber
were somehow wrong. And all
also
she did
didn't
was
want
look
us to
confused
talk.
and kind of saying, no, they were fine. We don't do these things.
Yeah, it's like, well, if we didn't see any signs of damage or of abuse, and then yeah, that would be exactly how we'd record this. I'm like, cool. So the officers did what they were supposed to. Awesome. Like, what? I don't know what they thought they would get out of her. I ultimately, I don't think that she's even going to be mentioned.
Oh man, I had a friend who actually works for the
No, what's the point? What's the point? She reinforces the officers. If anything, Depp's going to mention her.
police.
Yeah, it was just
department.
And I mean, that's sort of the thing that we have here is that
Want to
at
come
closing,
on? And I missed my
all of this
text
evidence
because I
that
need
Amber Heard has been
fancier
calling, I kind of
headphones
expect that we'll
so
see
I
Depp's team referring to, if
can
anybody.
Yeah.
not have to use my
So that was the
phone
cop. Who
to
was up next?
stream this
Because this
stuff.
now we get into like this litany of witnesses that were
And
like 10-minute increments. Like it was crazy this afternoon.
So next up, we had Mr. Schnell.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
this
else I
is
don't
this
hear
is
y'all.
the
Or else
this is
you'll
the
hear
tech
an
the
echo.
tech Jesus.
Yeah,
Like he
this is-
literally.
Now this guy's got some
Schnell.
impressive credentials. We hear first
Schnell
thing,
means
he's a
fast,
child
by the way.
prodigy. He's got an
Nicht so
invitation
schnell, not so fast.
to go to undergrad at age 14.
No. You missed that one. He had the invitation to teach, to be a
Oh, was it-
professor.
Oh,
She's
so at
a
age 14,
narcissist.
he's got this invitation, which he passes up because he wants to be, he wants the high school experience. I hope that was worth it.
DM me,
it was
Julie,
funny.
and
I
we
think
can
he made a lot of
make this
money
work.
doing
It's like
that.
$10 a 6-pack shipping. I
Fair.
get ship plants every day.
What is it? And then we hear about all of this. At this point, Juror A has
Kathleen's my woman.
remasked. We hear that he's got like all of this stuff. He name drops Stallone. This guy is a big deal in the tech field, right? I will absolutely say that from, assuming he's not BS.
We love a good name drop on this channel, don't we, guys?
Background.
Name dropping,
he's a big deal,
building
right?
each other up.
And this guy's got a
I don't know why I'm
Wikipedia
so
page.
silly right now. I'm losing my brain. Oh,
I
think
can't
my
mock
daughter
the guy
made me
for his
this
achievements because he
today.
is actually just
I remember finding these crayons on
like
the
a
floor.
straight up solid guy in terms of what he's achieved. What he was trying to do today in court was some bullshit. I will say that. So there was a bit of a false start because the Depp's counsel tries to object to his qualification. when what they really meant to do was to cross-examine him. And so when they go and say like, yes, we do object to his qualification, it's like, well, you didn't actually have a reason, and
I mean,
it was a waste of time.
I kind of understood
What
that.
is
He was objecting to
beautiful,
the
Miss
scope of
Kathleen?
his qualification. I think he was kind of saying that he was qualified to say that
Oh,
to
the
testify to
artwork.
the
Yes, it is
general
beautiful.
how the
I've got
algorithms work and
several
how they
on the
promote certain
walls,
material. I think what he
paper,
was trying to say was he's
furniture.
not qualified to say, and you're going to make this point when you talk about the facts that he gets to testify to. What he was not qualified to say was that messing on Twitter and making hashtags actually has a detrimental impact on one person.
Yeah. So, I mean, at this point, there's a couple of jurors who were really interested in his qualifications. They were really super listening. And that's jurors A and G. And they were interested to a degree that made me wonder if they might have some sort of, oh my God. Thank you for the heads up, because I would totally not know this. I'm just trying to, they're, I kind of wonder if they don't have some sort of IT background as possibly, their work, or maybe they just have an interest in computing, right? They're just, that this is just something that interests them and so forth. So the problem then is that he's actually not really like he's a computer expert, but what he's testifying to is not a computer's thing. The computer task he performs is actually pretty boring, and it's pretty uninteresting. What he's actually doing is processing data, and I think that there was an objection to be made about his qualifications, but the problem that you get with these kinds of experts is that because they're super
Because he's
qualified
a
at one thing,
programmer
they sort of think
and a data
you
processor.
can sort of move
And he
that
can
qualification
edit
and put
the
them into areas
metadata.
that they're not really properly qualified for. And I think that kind of happened here, because really this should have been some other kind of experts.
Hey, Runkle.
Yes.
Runkle, take a pause here for a second.
That
Get
is a
slow
big
mode
word.
going on the chat, and
I love
I'll chat
your,
for a little bit, okay?
All right. I don't know how I
So,
do that here.
well, you figure it out. I'll keep the chat occupied for a few minutes because this chat is flying, my friend. All right, so expert designations.
Rob is such
Expert
a
designations are weird
dude.
because when you
See, I
qualify an
can't
expert, there
even.
has to be like a scope of
First
the
off, what is
designation where you
pantomime?
qualify them.
Pantomime.
For example, if I want to
I love your.
words, yes.
It's too late
If I
for
want to
that.
designate an expert psychiatrist, I can say that this person
Are
is
you
an
gonna make
expert
me
in the field of psychiatry,
Google?
and that gives them the ability to testify broadly to diagnoses. This is what this diagnosis
I know.
is.
Is he married?
Let's say I want to have that person testify to a specific person and diagnose that person. Then I have to narrow the scope of that qualification to qualify them as a forensic psychiatrist, someone who is tasked with and is an expert in actually going into someone's psych profile and diagnosing a specific
Very
person based on past
specified.
experience and past evidence. In this regard, when you're talking about the guy that was testifying, Mr. Snell,
Oh yeah,
there's no question
I
this
missed
man
my
has
calling. I
expertise
should
in a lot
have
of the
been like
algorithms. I mean, I
Miley
think
Cyrus or something.
he was testifying that he's worked for basically every major social media giant in the world.
He should stay
and helped
single,
them
so he
develop
stays this chill.
a lot of their algorithmic software and how they track hashtags and popularity, and that gives him broad expertise. But the way they were trying to use him was a little bit different. They were trying to use him to identify specific hashtags or specific internet traffic, and to say that that traffic was more negative towards Amber Heard, and that not only that, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Uncle, but they tried to get him to essentially say that the use of
And
this
it was, and he
hashtag and the
admitted
use
to
of
it.
that
Like
statement by Johnny Depp's attorney geared so much negative traffic towards Amber
right,
Heard.
chat, right?
He tried to
Right,
liken
team?
hashtag justice for Johnny Depp as being akin to anytime that hashtag was mentioned, that was akin to a negative attack on Amber
Yeah,
Heard.
he pulled
And
out
Runkle, you made a
different
really
things.
good
Like he
point
was cherry
earlier today
picking
on
things that
Alita's
he
stream
was
that I kind of want you to repeat for your chat.
putting in his
So the issue
program
here is
he
just
made.
like
Like how
counting
fucking
out,
biased and fucked up.
these
What?
basically there was
Oh, Kathleen.
he was looking at these hashtags plus the words like fake, fraud,
see where you're
and
going.
hoax. And
Don't.
the problem
You
is that
self-blame.
you can't actually just run that.
So bad.
You can't actually just run that like as an algorithm and get any sort of useful data, because ultimately you can't tell which side
I don't
somebody's on.
know.
I have
feel like he was-
seen pro Amber people posting on Justice
know
for
if
Johnny Depp as a
Which I love
hashtag
about that.
because they want to argue with the Justice for Johnny Depp people. Like they go out there and they want to fight. You know, they want to.
I'm 30, but I look 17.
Sort of argue the opposite point. And the other problem that you get into is that statements and their opposite end up looking exactly the same to their algorithm. So let's say I write down, I put, hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp because I want to argue with Johnny Depp fans.
I only know
write
this.
Down,
Oh,
Amber is not a
because of
fraud.
Chris.
This is not a hoax. Hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, and so that's a pro Amber statement. That's a, but it still comes up as
It's
Amber.
not. It doesn't
hoax,
really
fraud,
show anything.
Justice for Johnny Depp, and he'll flag
It's all-
that as.
it doesn't.
And so I made a point, and some people disagreed with me. I said that I didn't think the cross-examination.
It was a
of this,
waste of
witness was
time.
all that
That
great.
guy.
Because I thought
I
that
did disagree
really they
with
needed
him.
to sell that point and to really hit on it.
Oh, it
You
was.
can't tell the difference between Amber.
That's what I
is
was
a
gonna
fraud
watch with y'all
and
because
Amber
the
is
cross of
not a
that guy was
fraud.
fucking awesome.
So what is your analysis worth if it treats those two statements exactly the same way, which is nothing? It's hot garbage. I thought they really needed to hammer on that, and the lawyer.
I know
was
Runkle was
trying,
there, so
but
that's
he
why I'm so
really
just
didn't
confused, and that's kind of
understand,
concerning.
or he didn't have a good way of explaining perhaps this issue.
They wasted time. Who
And
cares?
the
Let
way I
Amber
thought that they
hammer
should have
on
done it is they would have had access to his data set. They could have pulled examples out of his data set and basically said, listen,
30 but 19 for
how do you use this as an example of hostile towards Amber? That said, he had a real strong close. Really a strong finish on that cross-examination. Now, I kind of feel like it was an aborted cross-examination in the sense that I feel that he was trying to establish this issue. He was kind of fumbling around it and not succeeding.
Boxed him in.
And so he jumped to that, the whole thing of, we all want justice here. And then finished.
Anybody here watch Icked Mouth?
It was a hand grenade. It was wonderful.
You put a funny video.
And
a while
then
ago.
he sits down, and it was the right time to sit down because when you score a point that well, you sit down. But it would have been better if he'd been able to get through those issues and then score that point and then sit down. So that's why I feel like it was kind of a weaker cross. And I sort of said, this is the kind of cross-examination you get when you have a really good lawyer trying to tackle tech issues where they don't necessarily have the tech background. That's kind of my read on that. And I mean, when I say I think he's a really good lawyer, notwithstanding that I think it was a weak cross.
Because normally tech issues
If
come
you're
in
not
with
a
like
really good
family
lawyer, you
court
can't
and
pull out of
criminal,
that
but like
spin
normally like
where you're
child
struggling
custody and
in the
like
cross
divorce, like
and
paramours.
do that
and
thing where he drops the bomb
stuff
and
like
then
that
leaves.
involved.
That is an excellent lawyer move.
In
That
my
is
personal
top-shelf,
experience working
maneuver.
as a private investigator myself.
That I think was that was kind of my read on that.
I mean, yeah, to be able to be struggling in that moment, and because when you get thrown off like that, like you might have a script of bullet points in front of you.
I can't stop. Like, why'd you
getting
do
yourself back to your bullet points is so hard because you kind of
Don't get me in
want to find a way to recover naturally. You don't want to go back to the next question because it shows the jury that you've been thrown off. So you try to find a way back, and when at some point in time you find yourself
Next question.
floundering,
Don't
you're
you
in
love that?
water
When
and
you
you're
love
treading
that?
water and you have no
You're
idea
the
how to get
lawyer
back to
and the
shore.
judge goes,
The fact
next
that he can anchor
question.
himself and get himself not just back to his notes,
Because
but to
Elaine's over
deliver
here
that
like trying to be
powerful,
like, Judge, this is
I mean, Ian, you said it
my.
best.
I'm
You
a
toss
lawyer.
a hand grenade, turn around, walk away, sit
I know
down,
the
let it blow
law.
up.
You just sit there.
Yeah,
Jury
that was a
just-
real like that the finish on that was a cool guys don't look at explosions kind of thing. You know,
Rob
just
has a bruise
pulls
on
the
his
pin,
cheek like
chucks the
Amber.
grenade, walks away, let it blow up in the background.
Yeah.
I bet Johnny
It was
pushed him
It was a good finish, and
at
it
court.
kind of
That's
did a
why he
lot
didn't
to
make
erase
it. That's
the
my
week, bit before
conspiracy.
there. So the other thing is they really fucked up here by this whole putting this witness up there to deal with the hashtags.
I love when he like
bad
curses
move
for some
because
reason.
it
He just
now
looks so
lets the
innocent.
lawyers
He gets so like
repeat
rowdy
the
and retarded at
hashtags.
night.
And it lets the
Wait, Runkle. What were those hashtags again?
Justice for Johnny Depp. Nobody likes you, or nobody likes Amber Heard.
And the coup de grace?
Amber Turd.
How did she respond when she heard that said in court?
So she was okay with all the others. Amber Turd made her twitch.
So funny.
When he said Amber
The
Turd,
whole courtroom was laughing.
head to him. So I've got her on a perfect profile. Or you can see
Everybody
like the
better go to
muscles on her
bed and
jaw
hashtag
were
Amber Turd.
just clenched. She's blinking repeatedly. She's mad. And then she goes and, after that, she recovers, turns back, and then he gets to say Amber Turd again.
She's mad.
because
Whitney's
pretty much
mad.
say
Why
this
are they
many
all so
times
mad? Because they clap.
Examination. He's been given an opening. Like, you could never get up in court and call the opposing party a turd.
It's too fucking good. How do you let that happen? You gave him excuse to call her a turd in open court on court TV multiple times. Why? How do you do that? How do you do that?
And you
Oh
he loved
that is
it.
even worse than letting the
That's
opposing
so
party call your
funny
client
to
a
me.
turd in open court. Is that let's look at what
Yes,
this evidence
I'm a
actually
brat, and I
says.
have
It
2
says,
sets of
"Oh my
AirPods."
God, look how popular the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag is. Look how many people out there are saying Justice for Johnny Depp. Look how many people out there are saying nobody likes you, Amber Heard. Look how many people out there are calling Amber Heard a turd." They've called evidence
found
of look
one.
how
I found one.
unpopular our
Let's
client
see if she
is.
messaged me back.
Look how
she
people
did.
are demanding justice for Johnny Depp. Hundreds of thousands of people are demanding justice for Johnny Depp. You could never call this evidence yourself. Johnny Depp could not say, we did a survey and everybody thinks Johnny Depp should win. They could not do a thing saying like a trending hashtag says justice for Johnny Depp. This would be utterly inadmissible and prejudicial. And Judge Karate was sitting there and had this like smirk on her face going like, how is this happening?
Yeah, like you know what you're doing, right? Like I think what's the line from what is it, Princess Bride? I think that word does not mean what you think it means. Like it's like you're saying something and you think it's selling. It is not selling the way you think it's selling. Like the entire world is just looking at this and going, did you just allow the opposing counsel to call your client a turd like 9 million times, like legitimately, and then sit down after you threw a grenade at your witness that was supposed to support all of your claims?
She kept looking at the lawyer going,
I don't understand what the heck was about. What
she should be Cruella DeVille for Halloween.
And then they've
if
got
she
Michelle
ain't in jail
Mulrooney, the
for
family
parenting.
lawyer. And I don't
Jennifer
know what the sort of deal was
Lombardi.
with that.
Ooh, I like that name.
I'm
Lombardi.
or people are saying my mic is turned off. Can you hear
Inconvincible.
me?
Me or Amber?
I mean, I've got you. I don't know if the. Let me hang on. Let me flip over to the.
Let me know, Jenny.
Give me 1
Or
second.
Jennifer.
All right,
Excuse
so
me.
just,
I like to give names. Sorry.
Hopefully the mic is working there properly. I mean, clearly they waived privilege with respect to that conversation, right? Because otherwise, how do you get there? But she didn't really have a whole lot to say about this prenup.
Ben Chu. Isn't that his name? Ben Chu? Isn't that the lawyer?
This whole thing about like, oh, well, Johnny fired you.
Our ex.
I was sitting there going, y'all spotting the ethical issue
like,
here,
girl,
right?
you pooped on the bed.
Because,
Oh,
one thing that I've, sometimes you find yourself representing
hello,
young
Jennifer.
kids,
Welcome
children when you do
to
criminal law.
Legal and
And
Leave.
so their
I'm
parents are the
a
ones who are
law
paying the
and
bills.
plant freak.
And the parents want to run the show and are often very surprised.
Background
and
in
quite
criminal
upset
law,
that they
criminology,
don't
childhood
get to run the
developmental
show.
psychology, private
And
investigator,
so you'll
paralegal,
get parents coming in
Short
saying, I
synopsis.
want to know what my kid told
and
you.
plant YouTuber
And I say, that's
turned
neat.
Let's Talk Law
No,
because I love this
because I represent the kid and not the parent. And so I can, part of my job may be to represent the kid against the parent. There can be situations, for instance, where the kid would very much not want me to tell the parents what's going on. I had one where the kid was alleged to have been involved in a pretty serious crime. And, on his own, it's like, what's your alibi? He's like, well, I was with the boyfriend that I don't want to tell my parents about because they're super conservative and they won't like that. Hey, parents are never going to find that out. But sometimes parents, when they hear that this is, something that's going on, they say, okay, you're fired. And I go, you can't. They say, well, I'm not paying your bills anymore. And I say, okay, that's cool, but you still don't get to fire me. I'll go ahead and do this for nothing if that's what it takes. And if you take instructions from somebody else, especially a potential party with a conflict, because you're talking about negotiating a prenup.
He's probably like most people in law dedicated too much time to have a social life or
You simply
successful
cannot
relationship.
take instructions from them.
Jennifer
about being
Lombardi
fired.
is still at work.
Like, they
Girl,
basically
where in the world are
called her
all
up
of y'all
to
coming
testify
from? I
to
see
an
11
ethical blunder
YouTubers, law tubers, plant tubers.
That made
Yeah,
me
yeah.
feel like,
I mean, for example, for the chat, I
at
turned my
the
mic
gas
down, so
station,
if it's
right?
too loud still,
That's where you
please
work,
blow
right?
up the chat. I know you will because there's like 32,000 of you in here. Let me see. It says Rob, still loud. Okay, we're gonna turn that down a little bit more.
Welcome, Jennifer Lombardi.
Oh,
My friend, she helps me fill up my
sorry,
66.
I am tired.
If it is the Jennifer I'm
Somebody
talking
said,
about,
I look
she
tired.
gets me
It's like,
that
I
ethanol
really
free, like
So,
$10,000 a
funny thing about this
gallon
one is I'm a
gas
domestic
for
relations
my little
attorney and
66 Ruby
litigator,
Red
and also I do draft these agreements. And
Volkswagen
as part of
Bug.
my legal services
Girl,
agreement, when I draft a mediation agreement or when I do a mediation, I have
you
a joint
rock.
representation clause that basically says I represent the two of you and I cannot represent one against the other. I have to disclose everything that one of you tells me in confidence to the other. There is no privacy as between you and me versus me and the other person. I represent the two of you. And if there's ever a conflict between the two of you, I cannot testify for one as against the other. I actually have like I cannot testify in any case in which you two are opposing parties.
Yeah. And I mean, I have the same thing sometimes with criminal, because sometimes you might have like husband and wife are driving along and turns out there's some heroin in the car. Well, they might be in agreement that, both of them don't want either of them to get convicted. So there can be a situation where you can have mutual representation. But the instant one of them wants to point the finger at the other and say, that was his heroin, I didn't know it was there. Then I got to get off record and I can't represent either. Like, even if they agree, oh, you can just represent him. It's like, nope, can't represent either of you. It's a big deal to take that kind of instruction from someone else. And I also made a note here, and this is completely unrelated to the trial, but the art in that room was bothering me. Partially because I'm so tired that like my attention deficit was just playing crazy with my brain. But they've got all these portraits of past judges, and one of them is drawn with the eyes way too far apart.
You're talking about in the courtroom right now, like the courtroom. You're talking about my previous. You're talking about my previous chief judges, the ones that I've been in front of. Oh, don't tell me which portrait. Please don't tell me which portrait.
It was really bothering me because it was just like some serious.
I'm talking about
Runkle.
once I saw
We're
it, I couldn't
recapping the
stop
day.
seeing it, and it's right
Commenting
behind the jury,
on
and I'm like,
this trial. If you have any
All right, so I'm
questions
gonna
or
get you back
anything
on
you would
track
like
here.
to talk about,
So tell me about.
let's see how it goes.
your
I can
impressions
drop
of the
you a
judge
link
and
and
how
you're
she's
more than
managed
welcome
the
to
trial
come.
so far, and then particularly in the past few days.
I really like this judge. I really like this judge. And there's a few things I'll say. The first, I haven't agreed with every ruling she's made, but that is part of judging. And if I were the judge, plenty of people would not agree with every ruling I make, because a lot of judging comes down to judgment calls. But I feel that she's been attempting to approach it from a fair and even-handed way. I don't think she's been biased towards either side. I feel like she's been very
Me
much,
too.
you sink or swim on your own merits, and so you got to make your arguments. And that is really fantastic. The other thing is I think she treats the parties quite well. And there's a lot of judges out there who, you know, you give
But
somebody
he's also
some
a Canadian
power,
lawyer, and I
they
don't
will like to
know
yell.
Canadian law. And
Even though they've got the white noise machine to just
thank you,
blank
Minnie.
out all of the
Make sure you like and
you know, their sidebar
share.
discussions, you can tell she's approaching counsel with, you know, with respect and cheerfulness.
Oh, guys, did you
So
know
I
they
feel
literally
like
have like
this
a
is
baby
really good judge,
sound
and she's
machine?
really
So when they
managing
do
her
their
courtroom
sidebars,
very
the jury
well.
can't hear.
Everything is going pretty
Funny.
smoothly.
Never seen that in any
I
courtroom
really
in
like
South
this
Carolina I've ever been
really
in.
think that she is I think she's doing an excellent job. And you know, if I were out here, I feel like it would be an honor and a privilege to appear in front of her. I feel like it would be like she would be a judge I'd be really happy to land in front of.
Yeah. You like getting that assignment. And the funny thing is, you made the comment about Elaine and these blunders that these guys are making. The judge gives you enough latitude to make the arguments that you're going to make. She doesn't interject. She doesn't put her opinion. She realizes that her role is not that of the advocate. It is that of the judge.
Yeah. And that is, I really like, I really have liked her performance. I've really appreciated her in the courtroom. And, you know, it's, and I also suspect that she's sort of part of who's been marshaling the sheriff deputies there, and they've been doing a pretty good job as well. And you know, I don't necessarily agree with everything about how they've been running the line, but in terms of like running that courtroom, they're really, you know, they're really efficient. They're coming in and just being like, okay, here's what you can do, here's what you can't do. We're not messing around. Somebody was asking what I'm drinking. This is sweet tea. I would drink more booze, except that
If you guys have any videos
when
or
you're
anything
on
that you would
this little
like
brain
to
power, that is
view
gonna
as
knock
well,
me
I am
right into a ditch.
waiting,
So,
I guess,
Don't
maybe
worry,
an
guys.
hour.
I got him some. He had some scotch
know
when he
Nick
got home to
Rekida's
celebrate the
never on
100K,
time.
and then he had a cocktail at dinner. So he's had a little bit, but
I
with
was
the
gonna
sleep
do an
deprivation
It's
that
Kim
he's had,
video,
he'll pass out.
if you want me to have more scotch, you're not going to get the rest of this video or rest of this recap today.
Come on, Runko.
So the next
Yo.
witness was that Disney executive, who's I didn't actually record the Disney executive's name, but why?
They were
All we
special
learned from this
garb
Disney
in court.
executive is that she doesn't know what's happening.
Oh
at
yeah,
Disney.
I know. It's kind of funny.
Like, okay, cool.
Well, funny because I'm not used to it.
Maybe find
Green
someone
Orchard,
whose
welcome,
coworkers
welcome.
talk to
He
her.
could have annulled the marriage, donate
Like,
and
I just
volunteer
don't
to
know what
DV
that was
shelter
about.
in your community. Food,
You know,
clothes, books, sanitary
oh,
pads,
did
and
you know
children
anything
items,
about
money and
this?
time.
No.
And you know what? He probably
does
has
that
some
mean
money
that there
still.
wasn't
And he
anything, or
could.
you just don't know? I don't know. Okay, great.
Camera in the state before you can annul. Isn't a limitation? It says state by state, and I'm not sure.
I had a note as well that Juror E at this
I
point
am not
needed a
sure.
Snickers and a Red Bull because she was starting to pass out. And I get it. I was right there with her, but like it was just not a good.
That's
they
my
didn't accomplish
favorite
anything.
treats: Snickers and Red
All right.
Bull.
So the next, Ellen Barkin, who
Especially
everybody wants
the
to know about.
watermelons.
She was a real clown show, and I don't think she accomplished much of anything. The gallery was really amused, and I think the jurors were too.
Was that a little
when
shade
she
from Ronco?
redacted romantic to sexual in a real hard break.
Oh, I didn't catch that part.
Oh, she was talking, they were asking if this.
Oh my God.
relationship became
Oh my
romantic.
God.
She's like, yes, it did.
That was fucking funny.
right.
And I watched
Actually,
that
no, let me
when I was
correct
off stream
that.
with you guys.
It's not romantic. It was
I
sexual.
hope Nick or we get
Runkle,
some clips in
hang
a
on.
minute if they go
Don't
off.
you gotta read that
Yes.
super chat.
Oh, yep, I think I do.
That one you have to read. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I guess.
Haha, I love the watermelons too. Hey,
121.
Sarah. Hello, Sarah.
Thank you for the incredibly
Anybody
generous
remember that
super
one?
chat.
That
As
girl
another
with
said,
the
her
hula
name
hoop?
is Disney's Metal
Hey,
Finger.
love.
Yeah.
At the hula hoop.
Okay, that was worth
Actually,
the
I don't
money.
know if
Yeah,
I
that's good
remember
job.
right, but Hello, Sarah.
She just
I didn't know Disney had a middle finger, but that's fucking funny.
she didn't have anything that she knew, but yeah, Ellen Barkin got
That
up
would be
there,
less confusing.
that really
But he's a
hard
Canadian
correction to
firearms lawyer.
sexual
Don't we
abuse
have a
everybody.
Canadian?
Juror F was staring up at the ceiling, and
There was
he's
a lady
not
in the
been a
chat
terribly
earlier
emotive
from
guy,
Canada. If you're still here,
but
let
at
me
this
know.
point,
I want
he
to know
was
how,
just
like,
staring up at
you
the
guys
ceiling.
don't have guns. You can get
and
guns.
all
He must
they
be a
got
big,
all they
the big
got out of
schneeze,
her
right?
was really that he was drunk and
forget the
high a
grand
lot,
group.
but that he didn't change much when he was
Y'all,
drunk or
little
high.
fun known
He
fact,
didn't,
Sarah
switch
is
on
my
or
sister.
off. It was just that he got high.
Shout
that
out to
was
my
the point
sister, love
against-
Sarah.
Thank-
Rob,
Thank
go
you.
Runkle, dude.
That was a point
Runkle,
against
go,
what
dude.
Amber Heard's
Oh,
team has been
so
arguing
proud
this
of
whole
you.
time. So I guess good job calling a witness to say that your argument is crap.
Just Ken.
And the big
would
reveal
totally
is that he
love
threw a bottle,
Just
but
Kim.
not
Wait,
at
is she
her,
from Canada?
near
Is
her,
that what she signed out early
because he
from
was
Andy's?
upset
I mean,
about somebody
Lewis's
else
stream.
entirely. So
Is
it's not
Nerd
even a
Report
domestic
on? Are we
thing, it was
spamming
arguing
him
with
or Runkle,
friends,
guys? What are
and
we
it was
doing?
a toss into the wall. Okay.
Sarah, let's go to Canada. I
This
heard
is
they're
to the
fucking
same jury
nice, and
that
that's where
has
Runkle
heard
is
like
from, this
bottle
guy right here.
like things
And
and
some
like
of my followers,
strangulation
and they're
things
the
and like
nicest.
that's what they've been
Kathleen,
hearing up
that's
to this point. And
right.
then
Clip
he threw a
eye.
bottle against
This
the wall.
is my Canadian.
It's so weak.
We need to get
he's
you
been
on here.
Arguing, like we've been talking about fingers coming off
Talk
and
about y'all's
really
firearms
serious
situations.
assault.
Don't
I
get
want to know.
demonetized.
Let me know.
Careful. Don't get
I need to get you a
demonetized.
webcam or
really
microphone
serious,
or
and I'll
something.
do a hand gesture. It's
I
We
gotta
should get
monitor
Sarah
you,
on.
buddy. Like it's sleep deprivation, and it's gotta keep you on
You're
track.
quite
Or
right.
her
People,
husband,
you
Philip.
do not realize just how
I want to
little
hear his
sleep I'm
opinion.
running on. Because it's not just like the 5 hours of sleep this morning. It's the fact that like every night I've been racking up sleep debt, and I'm feeling pretty pickled. But yeah, I mean, there just wasn't anything out of that, and
I am gonna be
It's-
there for that.
it's really anticlimactic. Like when I heard that they're bringing in one of Depp's previous girlfriends. And this
Did y'all
is
see
the
Johnny
witness
Depp laugh
that Amber
when that
Heard's
lady
calling? I
was like, "Can you actually change that to a
shit.
sexual
Like, this could be
relationship?"
real bad.
And she's like,
Because if her allegations
white haired,
were
like
bad,
older AF, and
that's
Johnny
a
Depp's
real-
like, she wishes.
and then it's this nothing burger. And I'm going, okay.
Like, bitch wishes.
I
She
mean, it's
got
also
these.
there's also something a little bit that I found kind of weird is you've got this previous
That's
sexual
right.
partner. It's Ellen Burke.
That's what I've heard.
And I mean,
I'm
she's
there.
not gonna do
I'm
it at all.
coming.
Good actress. She's wonderful. But you've got this dichotomy or this
What's
split
what?
between Ellen
Hello,
Burke on
Sarah.
the stand
What's what,
and Amber
Sarah?
Heard at the table, and there's
Fuss.
something that just feels a little
Fuss is
off.
fuss.
Just in, yeah, I didn't see anything from that. It made no sense.
And it kind of feels like like maybe Johnny Depp has a type, and that type is weird. Because
And crazy, apparently.
yeah, Ellen Barkin just came off as
My type is
kinda
weird too,
weird
and grungy and dirty, and I'm there.
Maybe bitter
Artsy.
that Johnny
I mean,
is.
they're actors.
I mean, maybe bitter that Johnny was with someone who was younger and possibly more attractive, and didn't
Yep.
really like the fact that he went that direction and not with her.
well, and
More
she
fertile, all the
notes
things.
that he ghosted her hard.
But she's a little
And I
gay.
was going,
Had a
okay,
surrogate baby
that's got to have stung.
that
doesn't it?
somehow postponed a trial.
Yuri, thank you for the very generous super chat. said, "Great work, Runkle. Thank you." Yeah, I just we don't have too many more witnesses to get through, although they were doing them sort of rapid fire today. And
all right, speed round. Give me the punch. Give me the punch list.
We've got Alan,
Which is
Blaustein.
good, but
That
it was so
the
boring.
psychiatrist, and a lot of people were pissed at him, and they shouldn't be, because you got to remember the reason why he's testifying here is because he was required to, and the reason why he would have been required and able to testify about all of
Mr.
this is
Walden.
I'm sure that Depp's team agreed to allow him to be testify. Now you might say, why
That's
would
the
you
one that I
ever
said.
do that? Well,
He was
because they
basically
probably
just
said,
denying
"Listen,
all of
we
Elaine's
know that
questions because of
like the
client
psych
attorney
issues are
privilege.
in record.
I'm not going to do that.
So
I would
instead
tell
of
him
doing
no.
a psych assessment, you can just have the psychiatrist information. And that's probably the deal that got made there. And I'm going to say, I think that this one was a big blunder again for the for Amber Heard's team. Why they called him, I don't know. Because, I mean, he did a really good job at selling the notion that a rock star
I was saying the turd
slash
team
movie star
before him. That
consumed
supposed to be
drugs. But again,
Well, and they're the worst type of witnesses because they never want to tell you anything. They don't want to say anything because that's their job, to maintain that confidential relationship. So they're never going to give it to you voluntarily. So you got to drag it out of them, which makes you look like the a-hole doing it. And then they're resistant, and then they couch all of their testimony in the softest light. And yeah, this therapist.
Oh wow, my friend sent me a really long thing that I can read, but I'll wait
yeah,
till.
and at several points when he was testifying, the jury was sad, and like sad for Johnny Depp. You know, when he's talking about how Johnny Depp had all of these like horrible traumas to get through, the jury was sympathetic. They're feeling sad for Depp, and I'm going, how are you spending all of this effort and your precious minutes to make the jury feel sympathetic to Depp? That is not where you want them. If the jury is sympathetic to Depp in a case where you're alleging really horrible stuff that I won't say because YouTube will be pissed, you are
horrible things, not just like verbal abuse or
like, this
hit,
should
but like
never
being
be
raped
possible
with
if
the
you're not
Maker's
screwing
Mark
it up.
bottle.
So
All of a sudden, randomly, now she knows the
I don't
bottle.
understand. I was kind of interested when I was looking over his bills. There's the whole meme of like men will do X instead of going to therapy. And I'm like, yeah, men would rather have tens of thousands of dollars than go to therapy.
By the way, shout out to DUI guy who's sitting in the chat right now, stirring things up.
Oh, hey, DUI guy. Yeah, so it's yeah, I thought it was really bad. And then it got into this point later where he was going through and trying to parse out his notes like years after the fact. And they're like, so you made this squiggle here. What does that mean? And they're like, he's going, I don't know. It's a squiggle. Maybe it means this. And that part was super boring. And the jury was lost and I was tired. So, yeah. Next up, we have Eric George. And Eric George is something else, isn't he?
Wait, who is Eric George? I didn't know this, Gordon.
He's the lawyer that Amber
Elizabeth,
Heard
can you
hired
tell us
to,
more about Runkle? What does
totally
he do? How is he so knowledgeable?
de-defamation the
He
case.
is a Canadian
Oh, okay.
firearms
Was he? How
lawyer,
long was he on for? Because at this point, aren't we getting to like the
which means
the quick...
he's a goddamn
Yeah, he was
expert.
pretty quick.
Because like she says,
So
like
his
Kathleen
testimony
says,
was
is
basically that
it's very hard
Amber
to
Heard,
like not
went
everybody
to
just
him in order
it's not like
to,
here like where we carry them for protection.
she had this
in
article she
Canada
wanted
it's
to
for
write,
like
and
hunting.
he has experience with
And
defamation
like she said, it's more
cases,
safe, more
and so they went over
they don't
it
lock their
together
doors
to
and
try
stuff.
to
They're nicer
make sure
people.
that no defamation case could be
So
brought.
Oh,
the fact
this
that
is
that's what
super
he
lawyer guy.
specializes in,
Yes.
crimes where
And
their
that was
firearms
one
are
of the things that
involved
just made me go,
in a
what the
country.
That's a fail on Elaine's part. That's on her. That's not on him because look,
Yeah.
you know,
He's
marketing that
one of a
stuff
kind.
out, that's
He's
fine. But you don't
so
go and
humble.
like
He's a
advertise it in a
humble
conversation
mumble,
or
and
explain what
correct
it
me in the
is.
chat if I'm wrong.
Like,
Yeah. So for the chat,
Oh,
there's this
that's why I
thing,
can't really.
super
I gotta
lawyers.
come in like the warmest time,
And
so let
there's
me
a
know when
way to
that is.
become a super lawyer, and that is you pay a fee.
oh no, Runkle, you don't have to pay a fee. Like
If you want to be a super
if you're
lawyer, you pay a
nominated-
bunch of money,
If you're nominated by enough people,
just
you
like a
are.
star on
Like,
Hollywood,
so
whatever
I was at some
fame.
point a couple years ago, and
You,
then
they buy those.
in order, like people just keep nominating each other and other people.
Oh, so you can
So
crowdfund,
it
Rob.
just keeps on naming you. But I don't go out there and like tell people, look at me, I'm smart. No, no one actually goes out and advertises it like as I am this special person. Elaine brought it out of him. Like Elaine was like, well, doesn't that make you special? I'm like, maybe don't make him say the most uncomfortable things.
I was like, yeah, I've worked for people and I've known lawyers that are like,
some lawyers will put
I'm
that
a
they're a
super lawyer
super
of the
lawyer,
year. And I'm
or
like, so you paid
whatever
10
in their
grand for that.
advertising,
Congratulations.
because clients may not necessarily know that that's
like in their
kind of a
email.
weird thing. Lawyers, if you find a lawyer who tells other lawyers that they're a super lawyer, they are almost
Red
certainly a
flag.
douche. And yeah, they are just
They're a bad
really
you said douche.
wow. So yeah,
I
that
love it. He's
that I was
unbreaded
just like, are
tonight,
you
isn't he,
kidding
guys?
me?
He's
This guy's
totally
bragging
unbreaded.
about being a super lawyer. Like, come on.
Well, 2 other lawyers, and it looked uncomfortable when he did it. Like, look, that's fine to put on your masthead. That's cool and everything. But if I'm in a group of lawyers, the last thing I'm saying is, look at my credentials.
It's like the guy who, yeah, it's really, it's like if you're in your 50s and you still brag about being, the high school quarterback.
Yes,
it's not
great
that kind of
analogy,
vibe to
man.
it.
It's how many hours of sleep have you gotten? You made that up? It's 11 o'clock at night. That was fantastic.
So, the jurors weren't writing; they were bored. They didn't.
Oh,
terribly care for
Jen,
this
thank
guy.
you.
And
I love your
frankly,
vibe every
my
time
read
and
on
hugs.
what it sounded like is basically,
Especially when
so she wrote this thing that she thought was super defamatory, and it totally was.
when I
And then
come
we
in
tried
and
to
you're
edit
always
it
so
enough
happy to assist
make it
me.
sound like it's not defamatory and kind of loophole it. And I think I loopholed it real good. So
In the chat,
if you could,
do you
please
guys
not
want to
find defamatory, that would
see
be
Depp versus
real-
her
real
talking
cool,
strategy
'cause
with
I am
legal
a super
mindset?
lawyer and I am
Because
super important.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
he's
How'd
a
that
New
go over for him?
York.
Because it looks like she
He
got
was
sued
a
for
New York
defamation.
PD.
yeah, and I'm just sitting here going
Turned
like, you know how
lawyer.
often I have to consult
Actually, let's
some
watch Ikenos
high-priced
video
lawyer
really
to
quick too.
not defamatory my
After
comments.
this, because he's gonna be too drunk soon.
Oh, right, never, because
I'm gonna go
don't
pee and walk off my
defamatory
AirPod.
things
So
up.
if anything embarrassing
He did not
happens,
come off as
please
likable.
don't
He
tell
did
me
not
until I
come
get
off as
Be right back.
anything. He just came off as an arrogant prick, and like, and he might be a super nice guy, but he really didn't present that way. And part of that I think is on Elaine in her questioning. Like, so tell us about all of your awards. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, it's just sorry.
It's true. You hit the nail on the head. It's perfect. I love it.
Tell us about how every other lawyer loves you and wants to be you or have your babies. Like, it's just like, come on. So, yeah, I don't think he achieved anything. If he moved things at all, then it was not in Amber Heard's direction. Then we had Jessica Kovacevic, who really, I saw the jurors making skeptical expressions, like when she says that Aquaman 1 was the most successful of all time ever. Like, the most successful movie of all time ever, I think was the
All right. Now I will defend Aquaman. I think Hogue made this point earlier. It's not a bad movie. Like I
It's
like
not a
it.
bad
It's-
movie.
when I want to
And it
melt
made
my
a bunch of
brain, like I
money.
throw it on in the background. But I mean,
It made a
yeah,
bunch of
but-
money as compared to DC Comics movies.
yeah,
But
okay.
DC Comics movies have been struggling compared to, say, Marvel comic movies,
Yeah.
and also to many other movies that they are competing
Did
with.
she
So
did she really try to like say like it was better than like Avengers, like Infinity War or whatever it was? Like
she was trying to say it was like the best movie of all time. And you know, I'm looking at it. It's the highest grossing film based on a DC Comics character,
okay.
which is real fucking specific. It's the 5th highest grossing film of 2018
Oh shit. Okay, now it's getting worse.
and the 24th highest grossing film of all time, which sounds pretty good.
I mean, that's cool. Pad the stats. That's awesome, man. You're in the 25th or 24th of all time. But I mean, that's a pretty big gap between you and number one.
Yep, like she makes it sound like it's number 1, and I'm pretty sure Juror G has seen Aquaman and was like, "Nah, bro." Like,
Yeah. And if Juror I was ever thinking about seeing Aquaman, he's not now.
yeah, he's like, "Oh, she's in it? Nope." So, oh, and I got DUI guy waiting here. We're just gonna add him here.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
There we go. What's up, you guys?
How's it
I'm
going?
doing
You
pretty
wanted to join
good,
in
man.
on the Bro Fest here?
So,
Well,
yeah, we're
I
just
finally-
sort of talking about. Oh, go ahead.
Unlike Runkle here, I
He's
finally
here,
was able to
DUI
catch
guy.
up on my sleep at least a
Pretty
little
cool,
bit.
but
I'm still not all the way
I
caught up, but I'm
typically
definitely
don't
not
like
suffering as
DUI
bad as you,
lawyers.
buddy. I feel for you.
Yeah, I'm
keeping
in a
it-
very
don't
special
wanna
state,
defend
and
a
Rob is basically
drunk
making
driver.
sure I don't fall downstairs.
I
or
promise.
anything.
Yeah, like there's a stick, there's a yardstick on the back of his chair that's like holding
Let's
his
see what
back
chats
up
we
so it
missed.
doesn't keel over right now.
Tip over on the back, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The
Super
other thing
chat
that was
him.
really funny about this particular witness in terms of the jury.
He is. When
So,
I was back there in the
there's this
bathroom,
moment when Elaine comes
and I heard him
back
using the
onto
F-bomb
the,
over and over, and
you know,
I
the
was like,
recorded,
this is like
deposition.
hearing my mom cuss.
she was
It
on,
almost
and then
like,
she's
when
off,
somebody
and
else
then
does
she comes
something and you
back
like
on.
or feel that little bit of embarrassment,
And
even though it's not
a
you
couple of
that's
jurors
doing it,
just
but you're like,
showed this really
What?
visible, visceral dislike
that's how I feel
when she
right
comes
now.
back on
He's
the
being
the
so
thing.
cute. He is
So juror A
showing
went,
his fragrant
and
flavorant.
juror H,
Someone give me
the
that
the
word.
50-something
Sorry,
woman,
fragrant.
went like
Oh, the
sort of
fragrant.
scrunched up her face into this disgust look. And this is before Elaine has even managed to finish and asking
Easily
a question.
distracted.
Like, it's not
Welcome
about
back.
It's not that they didn't like the
Remind
question.
everybody
It's
where you're
just that they
from.
didn't
How you
like
doing?
her
Easy.
personally.
That's the best ever.
And I mean, that can happen, right? And it's almost
What
kind
up,
of expected
Easy?
in some trials. Like if you're dealing with allegations of very
I don't mean
serious
that
violence, they'll
derogatory.
tend to dislike the lawyer if they dislike the client. Oh, right.
But it's not
That's
just that, Ian. I mean, remember how
Chi-town.
yesterday or the day
Chi
before,
City.
whenever it was, where she just could not ask a proper question. I mean,
Do
for
you
the
guys
love
want
of
to
God,
watch
in redirect?
some clips of the
in
trial?
redirect of Amber
Oh my
Heard,
God.
I think it was Tuesday. Like, woman, get your shit together. You're trying to ask a question
Okay.
that is improper
So
of
this
the
is
wrong
random.
witness. I mean, I
I'm
saw
gonna
what
mute them for a second. But easily distracted. There's this YouTube video my dad showed me in middle school, and this guy, he's like, if you look it up on YouTube, it's called like Mo Money, More Women or something. Please let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And he's like, yes, Mr. Shaw City, man. It is the funniest thing ever. And he's like, it's like MTV Cribs style of his fridge in his pantry. And it all alludes to how that's how he gets women to drop their panties. You know what I'm saying? It is so fucking funny. Look up like Shaw City fridge. I'm sure it'll come up, or I'll try to find it. Fucking funny. Do y'all want to watch some trial clips or what? Does anybody want to come on here with me? Y'all like this? What? Give me some feedback. Come on now. Give me some likes. Give me some feedback.
introduce, I think, a medical
Easily
record of
distracted. I don't need
possibly
you to
Amber
get
Heard's
distracted.
nose
Stay
to the
focused.
jury, and the judge was not having it. It's the wrong witness. It's the wrong document. You're not following the rules of evidence.
It's
and she
really
was
funny.
trying, like when she
I'll try
said,
to
"I'm
drop it."
trying, Your Honor," in her head, I think Elaine was going like, what is the question I need to ask to get this introduced? And there isn't one. It doesn't
She's stuck on
exist.
buffer mode. Yeah, she was on buffer mode, like that little wheel spinning, like in her head it was like the wheel spinning and it's just not loading.
Yeah, it's just you need to actually, if you want to call medical expert evidence, you need the actual doctor, please. Like, and they did that with Jessica Kovacevic as well. Like they were trying to have her testify about bots, and her testimony about bots was, well, I know it's a bot because I looked at it and it
All right,
looks
I'm about
like
to
a
drop
bot.
that clip for you in the chat for
Dude,
all
can
of
we
you
get this
to
Runkle,
watch,
like this
of course,
version
in
of Runkle
another
every
tab
day?
or later.
Well, no, 'cause that would mean he
Okay.
wouldn't ever sleep. Like he would never be sleeping.
I would die. I was just like, how? And I think that the only reason why they weren't objecting to it is just because they didn't want to make it look like
36. Oh my God.
They didn't want to make it look like it was a bad thing. Right?
Guys.
It's just like, okay, why object to this? Because it's
I
not
wish I could
actually
be in like two
achieving
chats at one time. I like every time I tried to do this earlier, it was
And
like
she
trying
also,
to show
like,
like
she's
two
the
different
agent.
tabs. Watch.
Nobody's actually mentioned it, but I suspect everybody knows that agents get paid a portion of their client's income. So an agent hyping up their client, unheard of. I was just like, this really is not. I didn't feel like it was actually selling well to the jury there in terms of that, but yeah, it was bizarre.
You have to.
Yes,
I may have already
clips.
missed
That's
it if
what
you
I
talked
was
about it. I'm
thinking
sorry,
as
but I
well,
have to
because
hear
it's
today's
so
highlight. Okay, from what I hear, one of the lawyers
Yeah.
for Johnny
Sarah, I need to
Depp
make you a mod.
asked,
So if
and I saw just the
you give
clip.
me a
I don't.
minute, I'm
I saw
gonna
the clip
remember
in like a second of reaction, so I want to hear the full
Have I
story.
seen
When
Bedroom
he
Intruder?
asks
No,
one of the
but
witnesses, and again, I
love all
haven't been able to follow it today, so fill me in. When he
I'm gonna have to
asks
make my
about
screen bigger. Hold
terms
on.
that have been used to describe Amber, and one of the terms that he says, one of them is Amber Turd, correct?
Oh yeah,
And the
this was
witness
Ian's
says
favorite
yes.
part of the day. Yeah.
It's
it
actually
had
my
to be.
second favorite part of the day.
What? Well, okay, so hold on, back up.
Hey, how
First,
did something?
was
How did
This was
something
my
overtake
favorite
Amber
How do you
part
Turd?
top
of the
that?
whole
What
day.
is
This is
number
the clips
one,
I'm
Ian?
gonna show you guys. Please, and here is
Amber
the Shaw
Heard
City
perjury.
fridge
Amber Heard
video. That's
perjury.
fucking funny.
Amber
Watch
Heard
it later.
that's
perjury.
pretty good
Amber
too.
Thank you.
perjury.
That is pretty good. That is pretty
Can
good.
we call it a tie? Can we call it a tie?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the potty mouth in me really does like being able to. I mean, there is a certain guilty pleasure to it when you can drop, sort of forbidden no terms
The potty mouth in you.
into court, because normal. I said it before. I'll say it again.
You
There
see,
is
he said
no
no
way
terms. Sarah, does this not
normally
remind
that
you
could
of our
call the
mom?
opposing party a
And
turd.
I am so glad that you.
Oh, but now
liked
you
that
can in
because
closing
it
argument of
is
this trial,
fucking
and you better
hilarious.
believe that it's happening
Gotta-
multiple
Yeah, open
times.
that
Got
door.
that cherry
Now
coke,
you've
you
just
know.
put that
Got
on the
that cherry
table,
cokes
and
for the
you've
hood
basically
shit.
said,
Like so funny, so funny.
Go ahead and call my
Let me
client
make
a
this bigger
turd.
because I guess I'm 30 and
How
I
did
can't
they
read
get
now.
that in? What
This
was
is my
the
first session with
context of
you.
the question
Oh,
to allow
yes,
for
I did
that?
read that.
Because I
Hold on,
thought
let's
that
get
was
the
like.
clips.
That it's a trending hashtag and that it's Johnny Depp's fault.
Yep.
So okay, hold
Because
on.
this is more
This guy-
technicality
let
stuff
me catch you up because this.
that maybe all of you guys may not appreciate, So this is so I do know Mel, and
at that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic,
that's a super hot lawyer.
you're not change that to sexual. To sexual.
Shout out to Iked Mel. If you don't follow him, follow him and tell him I
For
said
how
it.
long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
She's smiling too.
Several months.
Change it. A sexual relationship.
She smiled too, like a big smile on her face.
Yes, he fucked me.
Damn, Johnny over there like shaking his head and shit.
Brief summary of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
I started acting professionally
This is a video deposition, Sarah, that was obviously taken
and
November
I
22nd,
did theater,
2019.
television, movies, lots of them.
Okay.
That's what I did for 40 years.
So boring to watch in court.
In the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
It's like 32 years ago.
We just developed a friendship
Hell
over
yeah.
time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s.
I also think she's lying. She is what you
Maybe
said
10
earlier.
years, a little
fragrant.
less.
Is that what you said? I
And
like that word. I'm gonna.
fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor.
Yes.
Were you? Did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes, 1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic,
change that to sexual.
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
She's smiling too.
Several months.
Sexual.
Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
Y'all think this lady?
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
He twittered her
again,
nipples. Can you please drop a link in the chat? He twittered her nipples. What? What does
Looking
that
to
mean?
pry into private details, but can you tell me, like,
I speak composed.
where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house or I would go to his house.
And both houses in LA?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
Oh, thank
And,
you. I see that was already taken.
Either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual.
This is unbelievable.
And what was he drunk? What
This is unbelievable. This is the most. I mean, of course, not the drunk part, but this is the part that becomes unbelievable to me.
Amber smiling too.
Well, in the sexual part, but just
okay. In addition to alcohol Were you
And
aware at
remind
that
you guys,
time
this
that
is like
Mr.
video deposition, so there's weird
Depp,
cuts, which
was taking
fucking
any
is
prescription
annoying, which is
medication? No.
editing this video, and I just feel that's so inauthentic.
Same question, Mr. Barkin,
Shouldn't be
for
allowed.
illegal
But I get it.
substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics, cocaine, marijuana.
Hallucinogenics, can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was
Oh, I don't think
tripping.
Sarah saw this, but if Johnny Depp wins, we're gonna light this.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your
Johnny
presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the
My-
period that you were
my-
both first
my
friends and
chat told me I
sexual,
had
then
to.
sexual with Mr. Depp,
No, I don't even
do you think you saw him?
I couldn't.
No, it won't be
Or
a visual.
smoking a
We'll still-
joint.
We'll do
But
something.
It would be fair to say more than at
Mushroom
least dozens
tea.
of times.
Yeah. Over the
body
full
is
course. Oh, yeah.
distracted. I want to be your
Were you
friend.
smoking?
Now, did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin,
Rough.
Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank
All
more
these people
or
that like
used more
testified
drugs?
too that Johnny
I
was
did
so
not.
fucked up.
So he
were
was
fucked
kind of
up.
the
Like
same
Whitney,
all the
when
time.
she took the
Didn't he
stand,
say?
which is Amber's sister yesterday.
Was not the same.
Amber, her sister, the
He
one
was
who's
high.
being sued right now,
Did there come a
testified
time,
that it was her sister is the one who
Ms.
introduced
Barkin,
and
when
taught Johnny
Mr. Depp
how to snort the yayo, the cocaine.
acted in a way that was
But she's over here like, oh, him
out
and I
of
did so much coke,
control
and
with
I
you?
passed out.
Yes.
He drank alcohol.
Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room, on one instance in Las Vegas
This is her
while we were
witness.
shooting Fear and Loathing.
This is
in
fucking
Las
hilarious.
Vegas.
Were
Like,
you
literally today,
was something about to
I don't know.
happen
A fight
Nope,
was
all her
going
friends
on.
left her.
between you and Mr. Depp?
Everybody knows that
No.
she's a fucking
Who was the fight?
liability, a walking
Between
liability. She's a
Johnny
mess.
Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle
Oh,
that,
maybe
do you
you did
remember
way too
seeing here
much.
today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full
I'm really
of wine or
starting
empty?
to like this little
I don't.
community we've got going here.
Sitting here today, Ms.
Y'all
Barkin,
are
do you
funny.
remember
My
whether the
late-night
bottle
crowd.
hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the
God.
bottle hit anyone else?
Probably like
No, it
30
did not.
minutes before Mr.
Approximately
Umbrella
how
did
far
himself.
away from you was
Is that what
Mr.
she
Depp
said?
when he threw the bottle?
Across the room.
There's
So
34,000
maybe
people watching
by
this
that break
daily.
in the table, or a little further down.
Wow.
It was a toss.
And
Rough.
sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
Sure.
Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And was it, when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Was there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people.
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
Yeah.
I went to go home. There was a big
He's been
goodbye,
throwing bottles
crying,
at
a lot of jealous.
guys.
Don't do this, don't do that. And
He's been throwing bottles at
I never heard from him again after that.
Oh, they was in
Yeah,
a
did,
relationship.
Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles?
Yo, this lady made me laugh. Like, I just started taking notes.
Yes, he didn't want me to
when
go.
it's
I was
time, when
only
it's
supposed
due,
to be
when
there
it's
for
number
2
four,
days.
number five, like rock
Stay
down,
for
blah, blah, blah.
longer.
And you just
This
referenced,
lady that had me rolling.
you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very,
She's
very
some
angry
heavy,
because
firm
he insisted it came
Botox.
from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things
Look
to
at
you
Amber. Oh,
controlling,
she
to
can't
use your words,
squeak
or
out
being
no
jealous?
liquid from her orifices right now. Watch. Today on my
Yeah,
tear
very
count, I got a
common.
0.
And
What was your
when,
tear count?
in these instances, when Mr.
I
Depp
want to get little
became
counters and
jealous
clickers. I need
or
to talk to
controlling,
that
did he
surprise
also become
witness.
angry?
Yeah.
Figure out how she does all her
And
cool shit.
demanding.
That's it. What's the rest of it?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon
Can we get the
recess.
full
Please do
thing?
not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? See you back.
What kind of half-ass testimonies are these
85.
depositions?
1985 or when you were 85?
Change it. A sexual
Yeah, that's it.
relationship. Yeah. You liked it. Yeah, we had a brief relationship.
I was like, God damn. Shit, bro. The people they come up, the
Come back
skeletons
at
that they're bringing up.
3:45. Does that give you time to be ready? Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
The elf.
There's no one who walks out of a room with me.
Let's
who's
listen to what they
basically,
gotta say. I love good logic with this New York.
Right. But I think that my whole take is you should be more polarizing, because when you're polarizing, you drive away the people you don't want to deal with in the first place, and you bring the people that really like you in. If you're just milquetoast, if you're like, I'm not going to offend anybody, I'm going to stay in my little corner, you're never really fully. First of all, you're never fully expressing yourself. There's some
is
opinion
the
you're holding
strategy.
back. Yeah. So you're unhappy because you're holding back, and you're not really getting people who love you. You're getting people who are like, okay, today I wanted granola, so I'm gonna eat granola. But nobody wants to be fucking granola. Like, I don't want to be granola. I want to be spicy chicken feet, right? You either love spicy chicken feet or you don't. Like, there's nobody who's in between of spicy chicken feet.
I'm going to push back on you a little bit and tell you this. I don't do it because this is how I want people to react to me. I'm at a point where I don't really care how people react to me.
Well, that's the point, Joe. You clearly don't care.
I really don't.
You clearly do not care. You clearly do not care.
If you like me or you despise me, I'm still going to keep saying the same thing. I'm still going to be saying the same thing. I'm telling you. And that's why it's not like, it's
I
not
really
at
don't
all
care.
like, this is what people like. I'm like, no, this is what I think is the right thing
At this
to say,
point,
the right
if you
thing
could
to
put yourself
express,
out there in a
experience,
position like this,
assessed and analyzed, and I'll try to be
and
open-minded.
these are the kind of people I like.
Wrong, I'll try to listen to your side and then explain to you how I ready.
Like when I say, like, I found an Amber Heard
person,
person,
I didn't come to
and
that
I was
conclusion.
proud
Or
that
once
I
in a
found
while, I'll be like,
somebody
wow,
that
you know
actually
what?
was on her
Never
side,
considered
'cause
that. Let me reassess.
I've been following a lot of other people on the tubes, YouTubes, and nobody can.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, whatever.
And she wrote me a paragraph in a novel, but I don't know how entertaining
No,
that
it's
would be
not
unless
trying
I
to be,
pulled
but
up
Joe,
and
it's
read
not
it.
about
But I
trying
would
to
need
be.
to
I'm not
redact
saying
it
that.
to
I'm not saying
protect
be
her.
anything. I'm just saying
Just because there's
be
trolls
yourself.
everywhere.
I mean,
You know
that's
what
the
I'm
gayest
saying?
advice ever, but whatever, I'll say it.
Right.
Like, I hate that advice, but I mean, you got to give the message that you want to give, but just give it unabashed, right? Give it unabashed.
Is there any way for me to contact Runkle the Bailey to
Jennifer,
let him know that if he
32
discloses
years
that
ago,
she's
hottie, are
got
you talking about
34,000
Amber
people and
Heard?
doesn't force them over here first, that he's dead to me? Is there any
You
way for me
guys
to
are
let him know
wild.
that?
I think you just did live.
But I
I
vibe
think you
with
just
it.
literally did live.
I don't think he
I think
heard
you just
me.
literally let him know
I'm
live.
home.
He didn't hear me.
Lewis.
Someone who's watching
You
me
think
is
he's not going to
watching
get
Runkle
bored
the
with
Bailey.
let's
this and
take
be
a
like,
toast
Joe
for
just called your
the
ass
empty
out
can.
at
We're
1
gonna
hour
take a toast
22
for lupus. I have an aunt by marriage who has lupus, and I know how debilitating
He said
and
that the
painful
elves are good to you.
that
the
can
dwarves shall
be,
rise.
and it's like
Yeah, and look, that doesn't mean I'm
mental
gonna,
health,
look,
like
I'm
a disease
just
like that.
saying,
It's not necessarily
I'm just
something you
saying.
see,
Look, I like
and I know
Canadians
how
are
hard
elves,
it
I
can
guess.
be to
Okay,
actually
okay.
get on
this is
disability
true.
for that. You don't have to go into that if you don't want to, but cheers to you for
5 to
a
7%. I can
pain-free
fix that. What does that mean?
Oh, was that the click-through rate or whatever? The impression
life.
rate? I forget. The
Oh,
subscribers or something? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Hearts in the
Sagittarius
chat
says,
for easy.
those are pity
Easily
watchers, Joe. Those were
distracted.
watching Nick Bites Baker and had you on background tab.
Her
We
and
all showed up tonight. for
Kathleen
Edge.
were two of my first two.
Bro, I'm gonna say something, Joe. I'm gonna say something. Like reading your chat, like your chat
Oh,
rips
it's a
you
novel,
so
but I will.
hard.
Maybe I'll
God.
copy
Oh
and
my
paste
God.
it.
These
Hold on.
guys are like merciless.
They come
come
here to
at you.
rank on me.
But
They
you know what's
literally
funny?
Come here to rank on me.
Haters are still watching. Haters are still watchers. That's the thing.
No,
Haters are still
no, but
watchers.
That's the thing. You see, that's the thing is in my brain, my heart of hearts, when I see
You guys are still
someone who-
watching. I see
when
you all. I see what your
people-
hate comments on Joe.
I
You're
just
still
want to
watching,
make sure
motherfucker. You're
that
still
when
watching.
I actually take it as like the
they're not
purest expression of love
putting
imaginable when people like
my
hate on me.
Instagram.
And I
Please,
think
like
to
Sarah,
the
please
few
call
people
myself
that
on
actually really
immediately
hate me,
if my
it gets them
Instagram
so
for some
annoyed.
reason
They're like,
shows
no, I
up
really, really hate you. I'm like,
on
oh
my.
God, stop hitting on me. It's embarrassing. So that's
It's hilarious. I think it's hilarious.
What is law 2? Baby, don't sue me. Don't sue me. I don't know what nerd is. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Nerd is. Wrong, Joe. Nate is bound by
So,
US.
I will give a trigger warning, even on this channel. Okay, I paused him. Okay, I tried to pause him. What I'll do is I'll mute him for a minute, and I will read the paragraph, okay? I'm hearing myself in a delay. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to do a trigger warning is what I'm trying to say, but especially on my night caps when we're covering these like huge trials, I don't have a filter naturally, and at night I don't intend to really have one. I'm not going to try to be disrespectful, but I'm also not going to. I want a community. I'm trying to build a community that we all kind of like vibe with. Like no fuckery here, right? Cool. Okay, so here is a chance to hear from an amber turd. Can I copy and paste all these words? Copy. And then I can open, let's go to a deep drive. And I'm going to do a drive, Google Doc. And wow, guys, this is a lot. I gotta redact some of this because it did put some of her stuff. All right. I think I can share the screen actually. So. Mm-hmm. 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 I have no idea what you guys can see right now at all. All I know is, no, this isn't a presentation. This is just document. So what I'll do is I'll just have to stop that screen share and do this screen share. Okay, so here it is, guys. I don't know if you can read that. I'll try to zoom in. This was her response to, oh, come on my channel. I would love to hear what. There we go. Is that good, guys? Okay. It says, it's because I've been there. My ex was JD. She's a nut. So she's admitting she's a nut. I mean, come on. We all can see that they're both not perfect. She's a nut. But he did abuse her, and with the money and power, he wants to punish her. I looked at data and timeline. She is probably not popular, but will most likely win, but lose her career temporarily. I was there. My ex did that, and for 5 years, I had to battle an asshole. Financially, emotionally, and be stalked and threatened. Pulled every possible legal thing he could on me. Why? Just because he absolutely wanted control. But that's the thing. Charming sociopaths have everyone working on their side, but at some point, people know that me realized otherwise. He told stories that I abused him, that I cheated. It's so classic. Only if you have been there, you can know this. Only my closest friends who have heard him on speakerphone realized. My ex, to each company I sorted for and with his social engineering skills, would get to knee my boss's boss, and he just enjoyed it all it tell. But when people met me, they would say it can't be true, which that's very sad. And over time, the idiots wanted me to believe Marilyn was a cheating whore who took all John's money, abused and beat him, really did believe him. But for those kind of people that could see that a man that does that isn't normal. So for me, it's not about how his lawyers are. It's about how he lost and still going to punish her. He could have used his money, which is a point somebody in the chat pointed out. He could have used his money to help poor victimized women in the streets, but no, he used his millions to hurt someone publicly because he can. I hope no women had to go through what I did, and I believe he did abuse her. And if he was so great, why would she leave him and put her on trial? He could have done things differently. He chose to bankrupt and destroy. That makes him unkind. People need to remember that there are ways to handle life, and at the end of the day, it's just money, which he has plenty of. She isn't perfect, and that's exactly what they want to show. And he won't win, but he wants to ruin her career. It's not about money. I see things differently than most. He's going to lose because he has already lost. But he will win because he is going to use his power to destroy forever. She is pretty much going to be done. So he wins, and it only took him at least 10 million to do it because he can. And he down on telling the truth, and truth can't change that ever. I don't expect anyone to understand. It is very uncommon to have a battle a narcissist's path with lots of money. But for me, what I learned is they don't get away with the lies. They really get punished either. They don't really get punished either. So they destroy you as much as they can legally. So that's her opinion on that. Well, the only thing about the money, I know $50 million is not a fathomable thing to probably any of us sitting here on YouTube right now. But when you compute damages, the thing is, I don't even think 50 million is what that's like 1 year maybe of what Johnny Depp would have made. I actually think it's 1 year. He could have sued for several more million of dollars, like for all of the years. That's just 1 year. So all of his potential income since the op-ed was released is what he's suing for, the defamation, the loss of income. 50 million, that's just one. And I think it's like he could have probably sued. I can't even fathom. I don't know. There's a better expert out there for that, but yes, that is what that is. Is Elon the father of her daughter? You mean the surrogate baby? That's what I heard too. I heard that too. Is their sound off? I can't. Oh, I'm not. What is going on? Oh, I'm so confused right now. Let me stop that and do it again. I'm telling you, you've heard other streamers talk about this. And we are approaching, we're about 15 minutes away from supposedly.
Arctic cold.
Can y'all hear him?
Tasted the snowflakes as they fell on my face. And I heard
here we go.
This is good art.
Roar. I turned and saw a Yeti standing 5 feet from me. As I ran for my life, I could smell the impact that this encounter had on my amber-colored shorts. It would never be the same. See? All 5 senses right there.
Let me go back to this. This is gonna.
You have hearing the sounds.
This is what I really, really want to watch.
Dumb enough to take a YouTube video as legal advice.
Mm.
And if they are, that's on them. And I was like, cool. But I'm still putting a disclaimer in there.
They need
Because,
to
Well,
update
sure,
their
yeah.
They need to update
Protection.
their demographic data.
I mean, the internet is full of people who
She's looking at their own
are
perspective,
exceptionally
and
dumb.
Amber is the abuser, and yes,
And,
Johnny's an addict, but she is the abuser.
some
I
of them are
agree.
making
They're like
decisions in
talking
this
about him
world.
drinking alcohol, which is legal, and taking his prescriptions. It's
Damn,
not
that cuts
illegal
deep,
to abuse
bro.
your
That cuts deep.
prescriptions.
Well, it's,
She was the one who was like, I was
there
just
just
popping
is no
ecstasy
way
and
to-
taking Adderall and
that
eating
perjury tape.
whatever and hallucinogens. You guys
They
have seen
knew
the
what's
video.
on the tape. Like, it's not like this was a surprise. It's just like they
Amber's
knew
the
what it was.
abuser and
They ran
gets
it
pleasure.
anyway.
She beat her sister the fuck
We
up.
need to let Runkle walk away from this trial for a few minutes. So, what do you
Yeah,
wanna
I
say,
should
buddy?
probably sign out fairly quickly here.
Everyone
So
in the chat-
tomorrow,
yeah.
sorry.
Tomorrow's
So
no
tomorrow, no, just a hearing, no audience or whatever.
Yeah,
They're going to be
tomorrow,
arguing jury instructions.
Judge Ascarati has an 8 a.m. on the docket. I think it's arguing jury instructions, some of those objections. And then Judge Ascarati, to remind you of her other roles, she has 3 felony sentencings that day. So she's going to have a wonderful
Oh my
day.
God.
Yeah.
But no,
exactly. I
nobody
would-
in the pews. Like nobody's showing up for that.
No,
Or is it
I
gonna? But it's
Like my channel, like.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't know this creator at all,
Cross-examination?
but I'm interested. Do they comment?
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic.
That's so true. Like,
of
what
social
abuser do you know that like is literally beating
I've
you
consulted
to death,
on
moves
litigation
your
for
mom,
but
your
I've
dad,
never
your
done
best
testimony.
friends.
This is your first testimony.
They're
Testimony.
artists. They're
And this is
everybody
you've never been
in
involved in
like
the
next door
defamation.
neighbors. They all lived in the same
That's right.
penthouse. Like he owned a whole
And
whole
you're
freaking
being
neighborhood,
compensated for your time
condominium
today
place,
working,
penthouses.
correct?
They all
Berkeley
lived. They were
Research Group is
neighbors.
being compensated. Yes,
At $600 an hour.
that's what they're getting paid.
Right. And you're aware that Mr. Depp is
I
being
agree.
sued based on allegedly defamatory statements. What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is it's there was something around April 8th.
We need to watch that clip. I do have that
April
one pulled up. Hold on.
27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. So, and where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Walden?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles?
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where, in general, do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones, Justice for Johnny Depp, That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Oh,
Amber Heard is an abuser.
you know what I think?
That's one of them.
That is one of them.
Kathleen, yes, but Nick is Central Time, and I'm Standard Time, so he comes on in like 10 minutes.
That is another one.
Okay. And these 4 hashtags you identified and searched for, you have
I know.
you don't believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection.
I have a much more better one.
The hashtags aren't connected to Waldman, right?
I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them. And I
This
found
guy
that
right here,
did.
I don't know him, but he has a video about his old friend that I saw earlier that I wanted to play. That was good.
These particular hashtags were
Maybe I should just like
to any of the Waldman statements.
click on his channel.
Good afternoon,
because oh, this is gold actually, Sarah. And everybody who may not have been watching this
here we go.
The shit.
All right.
So,
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
Oh.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He doesn't look at
He
liars.
promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met
Oh
him in
my
San
God,
Francisco
she's
in
going
July
straight for the
2016,
throat.
Right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my
yeah, this
restraining
Camille
order before
Vasquez
that,
is
yes.
like making me
And this is
contemplate my
after you had
sexuality.
obtained
Like,
domestic
oh my
violence
god.
restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229.
Oh my God. She's just
For the
going
record,
in on her.
1101
Every time.
Holy
through
shit.
1209.
Um,
And ask that it be admitted into evidence.
All right, here we go.
1229.
Let's
Yes.
see it.
this was on Tuesday.
All right, 1229. You want to enter
Bro, I'm
its
fucking ready
entirety?
for
Yes,
this.
please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Ready to play your picture?
This was
No. Oh no, a hug will save
the mail is
I
too.
just wanted to touch you.
Yes, and I'm glad that came out
After all the
because
shit
I always
you
wondered
just
how to
said.
interpret it.
After all this shit you fucking accused me of, you want to touch me?
Please stop me.
Hi, welcome.
Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you.
You're fucking nuts.
I didn't want to get in back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
Yeah, she was hiding her iPad everywhere. And her sister look so much alike that I'm not convinced it's my conspiracy. That it's my conspiracy allegedly that like scalp picture is Whitney's head. That ain't her head. She can't even have one makeup artist say she had a busted lip ever.
You don't like fucking looking at
That wasn't
my
like
fucking eyes?
proven
You
false
will
by a
not see
video
my eyes
clip.
again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
Damn.
It is.
He had enough
And
of
this
that
is from when
shit.
you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was
Yeah.
in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
Yes, I
can't.
always wondered like
He's like, yeah.
One of the first questions
Yeah,
your counsel
sure.
asked you on direct is, why are you here?
So I'm gonna pause it because I was so worried before this came out what the jury, because you don't get to see them, right? And Runkle and all of the other like lawyers on the LawTube peoples that made it in the courtroom before they did that. I'm like, so he's just doodling this whole time. Like, do you think the jury is thinking he's like not paying attention? He doesn't think it's serious. He looks maybe like a pretentious dick, like not taking court serious. But this is so deep. I might need to go back a second because I was talking over it, and I really got to get better at that. But let's go back to like.
From when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you, you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
He's like, yeah.
One of the first questions
Yeah,
your counsel
sure.
asked you
Because
in
that's
direct is,
true. As
why are
a
you here? Do you
criminologist
remember
in
that?
childhood developmental
I do.
psychology,
Let's
Damn.
display plaintiff's exhibit
victims, it's very hard for them to
3578,
look at their
which is already in
abuser.
evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Like he can't.
I feel like this really cleared that.
Oh my God.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp.
Such a
yes,
fucking liar.
I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence.
God
And
damn,
that's what
bro.
you said,
She's
right?
not pulling any
I'm
punches.
saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that
You cut his
he
finger
is
off, you little
suing
cunt.
Me.
Yes.
And has sued
Jesus Christ.
other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would
Oh,
be
I'm sure that's
crazy for him to
why.
do so, knowing what
Absolutely.
I know we lived through.
This gets really,
Or,
really bad. Trigger.
as you said to him in that
warning.
recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he? And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly.
Damn.
By calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us.
Oh
up
my
online and
God.
figure out who's being abused online.
We're gonna have hours of this. Holy shit.
Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Miss Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Yeah.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that
All
right?
right, be right back.
That's my
I think I hear
experience of
my
him.
baby. Y'all keep
And Mr.
listening
Depp
to
is
this.
always wearing rings, right, Miss Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings. Yeah.
That's my experience.
So, Mr. Depp was
Be right back.
wearing
I gotta
these
go check
big,
on my baby. I don't know if
chunky
you heard me,
rings
but
on
I
every
think I hear her
finger.
crying. Be right back.
Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general,
Oh,
my experience
in
with Johnny
general.
is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Almost all the time. Yes.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
your
Oh my
deposition,
God.
Day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15.
Here we go. Because you know what she's asking.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
There it is.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
Yep.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing?
Oh my
The
gosh.
testimony that you gave on
Jesus
day 15
Christ.
of his trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
There were I'm sorry, just so I understand.
Oh
better,
my
there were several
God.
incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always.
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion.
Yeah,
I
she
pretty
just
much always
testified
knew
to
him
the
to wear
fact that
rings.
she had never seen
Let's
him
pull up
wearing not wearing
Defendant's Exhibit
rings.
170.
It's just fucking bullshit.
Is this going to be a picture?
Fucking
There's no
bullshit.
way. This is going to be a picture?
You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Mr.
Oh, yep.
Yes, that was
Yep.
where he grabbed me.
He hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember.
Yep.
Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Let's see it.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
How
And there's
convenient.
no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment.
Just
after
right
this
there.
alleged
He beat the
incident.
fuck out of her. He
Either.
almost killed her, y'all.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
No medical
I wonder
records
why.
anywhere. And as a
Reflecting any
paralegal, I'm
injuries
like,
to
where's the
your face
records?
After he hit you
He
several
raped
times.
you with a
I did not
bottle
need to
and
go
you
to the
bled
doctor
from
at the
your vagina.
Despite hitting you several times that you
You
lost
didn't
count
think about
with
the
rings
pain?
on his fingers.
And
You
you
didn't
didn't
need to go to
seek
the
any
doctor.
medical treatment
not
when you had your
seek
own
medical attention.
nurse. You had a nurse. You had your own
Other than
private
my
nurse.
therapist.
You're talking about money? You
Uh-huh.
have money to go to anybody.
Testified
How
to another
convenient.
incident
She
in
knew
March
what
of
she was doing. Yes.
2013.
Whoever, I think it was maybe Sarah said that in
Where
chat.
Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Gone, girl.
I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
I don't know if I took one or if it's.
I wonder
included.
why.
I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't
Yeah.
show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident. That
Jesus Christ.
teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that.
I-
Right? You
I
didn't show
don't-
any pictures
I
to
love
this jury
Camille
after
Vasquez.
describing that incident.
Oh
Right?
my God.
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
I wonder why. Maybe because
That
it
picture
doesn't
doesn't
exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have
Jesus, you're
pictures
right
from
there.
March 2013. Yes.
The only picture that you've produced
Girl.
and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen.
Yeah,
Yep.
or
Where you said
Botox
he hit you multiple times
injections.
in the face, and you appear to have
The bruise
a
on your
bruise
arm.
on your arm. Correct?
Uh-huh.
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only
Qualifying
picture
the
you've shown to
statement.
this
Yeah,
jury from
'cause
March 2013.
face,
Correct?
I
back
believe
of the
so.
arm.
Because it's the only one that exists.
It makes a
Testified
lot
about
of
an
sense.
incident in
Like, because I
Russia
know, like, when
on or
I
about
punch
June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
someone in the face, I always
Yes,
hit
that's
them in
correct.
the back of
Oh
the
my
arm.
God.
I'm
Mr.
just like
Depp, quote,
that
whacked you in the face.
bad of a fighter.
That's correct.
And you went to the
Does that make
bathroom
sense?
after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding.
Ah.
He did that in the hallway.
And he gave you the
said you hadn't
tissue.
known that your
Rest
nose
in
was
peace. He
bleeding
was a
until
good
Jerry Judge
man.
pointed it out to you.
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
Uh-huh.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror.
This is
which
her
I assume
second
was in the
trial
bathroom to
for
notice that your
this.
nose
She
was
won the
bleeding.
UK trial.
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom,
Girl,
crying.
well,
I
Sarah,
don't
let
even
me
know
tell
if
you
I
something. This
paid
trial
attention
is
to
a
it.
star-studded shit show. So
didn't,
fuck
and
that.
I
It's
not
unbelievable. Chris
You
was
didn't
on
take
here
any
last
pictures
night.
of
We
your bloody
had
nose
over
either, did you?
1,300
I
people
did
up in
not.
here.
But pictures were taken of
He's
you in
got
Russia.
the videos
Oh
and
my
the
God.
clips to go over the metadata and
That
everything,
was.
but his kid
Let's see
said
them.
he couldn't make it tonight.
Let's please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1248.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Let's see the picture of her.
Ms. Heard, this is a
This
picture
is-
of you and Mr. Depp in Russia.
Yeah,
She's getting her ass beat harder than
That's
Johnny
correct.
ever
Rose
could.
nail polish.
This is
You need to
awful.
admit-
She's a fucking liar.
248 in evidence. You can find
Holy shit.
I like
This is
this
you and
guy.
Mr.
I'm
Depp
gonna
in
have to
Russia
find
for the
out
Lone
him
Ranger
and link
premiere,
him and
correct?
sub to him. That's
It was a
awesome.
dinner function. I
You
believe,
weren't
for-
looking at
in
your
promotion.
Wow, look at her
bit.
nose.
Wasn't the premiere? if I
Y'all,
recall.
she took pictures of like
You don't have any visible
glass,
injuries to your face. do
broken
you?
glass and stuff, and said that
None
she
that
had
you
like
can
been
see.
walking
Nah.
a broken glass. But where's the
convenient.
blood on the floor?
Let's look at plaintiff's
Or your
exhibit
bloody feet.
1249.
Okay, let's see
Oh my
this.
God,
one.
watch this.
Jesus Christ, this
is
is
a picture
brutal.
of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
That is so crazy. I am
To
so.
move to exhibit.
That's.
Admit. Exhibit.
I mean,
Objection.
1, 2,
Oh, yeah, here we go.
But it's obvious
Thanks
who's
for
the
5 cents.
aggressor. Look at her.
Ah, look at that.
This is also a picture from when you were in
Objection,
Russia for the Lone
bullshit.
Ranger premiere, right?
Wow,
correct.
look at that.
She looks
You
like
have no
she just
visible
got
injuries to your face.
Nothing at
assaulted.
all.
Yeah.
You can see.
That's incredible.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled.
He did.
I can see
Look,
that.
she bit through
while
her
wearing
lip right
chunky
there.
big rings, right?
That's correct.
Wow.
Oh, I just got my nose pierced. Right there. And it's like more
The
swollen.
pause.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
She also
Shut up.
testified that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
Christ, it's just, oh my
You
God.
testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's
yeah,
correct.
she even admits
You
But
said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
to all the drugs.
That
The
is correct.
audio
Took a
from
picture
that
of that.
one
And here's the
Italian
picture.
sounding
Testified you took a
guy.
picture of your
God,
face
I don't know
after
his
the
Here we
name,
go.
follow
I
him.
did.
I'm a sub.
You didn't show
to
that
him.
picture to this jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation
It is
to
up to
produce
you,
all
actually.
photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced
Stupid.
everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
Oh, I'm way too
produced
close. That was
everything.
gross.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce
Oh,
all
here it
medical
goes.
records
This goes to
reflecting
the
any
backless
injuries you
dress and
allegedly
the knee
sustained
and the
from Mr.
bed.
Depp,
Oh
correct?
my God.
That's correct.
And you
Like
haven't
her
produced any
stories are
pictures
so
or any
elaborate
medical
and like
records reflecting
I don't
a
know if
broken
any of
nose
you have
after
ever
Met
been the
Gala in
victim
May
of like even a
2014,
spanking
have
as a kid growing up, but
I
like
have
you don't
given
remember
everything
details
to my
and shit like
lawyers,
that.
everything.
Like to
I've
big
turned over
traumatic events,
literally
like that's not
everything
how
that
your
I
brain
have.
works. Your
But your
brain
testimony, Ms. Heard,
purposely
that you
tries
sought
to
medical
forget
treatment
trauma.
after Mr.
It
Depp
purposely
allegedly
tries
broke your
to
nose
not
after the Met Gala.
Not after
keep
the Met
those
Gala. I did not
memories.
seek medical
And
attention.
I don't have a
You also
master's
attended
degree in
an
psychology or
event
anything
after
like
the Met
that.
Gala in May
Google
of
it.
2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
Oh my
You
God.
went to the
Bro.
all-star comedy tribute to Don
Yeah, she's blaming her
Rickles.
own lawyers.
That's
Yep.
correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's see them.
Please pull up Plaintiff's
Oh,
Exhibit
Yep.
1252.
Oh, we gonna see it. Oh, we gonna see it. Let's see it. Here we go.
This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Oh
Yes, it
my
is.
at that
God.
event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
Okay,
He
let's
whacked you
see
so
what it
hard
looks
in the
like with
face
the
that you
makeup on.
thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252.
Oh
And it
boy.
moves.
Oh boy. Here we go. Wow. Look
This is a
at
picture
that.
of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Damn.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
Look at that.
1253.
Ooh, I saw it. Yep.
This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit
Uh-oh.
1253.
I
and
saw
publish.
it. Yeah, this picture is
All right,
just
so
like
move
out in public.
1253 in evidence.
This is brutal. Holy fuck. Oh wow, look at that.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp
Look at that.
at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
I can see
And
that.
this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Let's please pull up.
I love the
Exhibit
pauses.
1254.
Jesus Christ.
This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move
That's
to admit
brutal.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence.
Destruction feels nice. This is just, oh my
Just to confirm
God.
now that the jury can see it. This is a picture of you.
We've
at the
got
same
hours
event,
of
the night
this.
after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he
He's
broke your nose.
purposely not looking
This
at
is a
her in the
picture of
face.
me.
Yes.
If you go back
after
and listen
he did
to the
whack me in
audio.
the face.
I could see
The night
that.
after,
We could all
right?
see that.
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after. Yes.
Holy fucking shit.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup
They're
covers up
all
swelling, right?
liars.
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover
She's
up
wearing an
swelling.
arnica cream,
Ice
right?
reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad
Amok
as you
cream?
might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to.
Uh-huh.
It's not my job.
Right? Like, give me.
It's someone else's fault.
The link.
It's your legal team's fault.
Like,
Yes.
sign me
Can you
up.
believe the legal team
monthly
threw, like,
subscription
they threw her under
today.
the bus like that? Wow.
All
So the
right.
legal team is conspiring to make her own lawyers are against her. Wow. That's nuts. Can you fucking believe that? Holy shit, this is fucking brutal. Oh my God. Like, the best part about this is, like, this is only the fucking
Let's
beginning.
listen to
Like, this is
Ricada if y'all
only the
want.
beginning. Oh my God. After the PR team, like, this
With
is just,
Ricada Law
oh
real quick.
God.
Because he's like my
Oh
favorite.
my fucking God. This is
LawTuber,
like,
so
this
please
is
don't
the
get mad at
end
me.
of her, man. This is only,
And
yeah, this has
hold
been going
on.
on for like
Don't
10
get pissed at
minutes.
me, okay?
Holy
I have
fucking
to.
shit.
I have to. And I will subscribe to this guy. This is not what I want. You know, I'm
what
obsessed
time
with,
do you? What
with
time
him.
did you finish it? What time did you cut it?
Okay.
6 Central.
I'm obsessed.
And so
I'm
then
a
I
fangirl.
slept until about 9.
We'll go back to the other one later if you want. Maybe
I
tomorrow.
came down here to set up the show, and I was like, just sitting there staring at my
I
computer
know she
screen
needs to
for a
release
while.
because she.
So I got the show set up, and then I went upstairs.
She
I'm
needs
like,
to
I'm
release a
hungry,
line.
and I only have 30 minutes to get some food.
And
So I
no
microwaved
makeup
some
artists would
leftovers,
really
but it was
like
only like a
testify
half
that they saw
serving
like real
because Lady
injuries.
Rackets, I had these leftovers from the other day, and Lady Rackets ate half of them, and I was like, oh. So now after the stream, I'm probably gonna eat and then collapse.
Me too.
In a heap.
I like.
I
I've been doing this.
And
all
I was telling
day.
Joe because Joe's looking dead right now, and I'm like,
And
I don't
like
know
for
how you
jury
guys- 'cause
deliberation, he's doing a
passed out,
24-hour
after I
stream.
got
That'd
off
be
your stream, I
so
was
cool
passed
if I
out
had
for a
enough
while,
people
so I
to
could get up and
follow.
do my stream, and I had to delay it
But
by
if
another
not,
hour because I'm
I
just
don't
like I was just wiped. I've got to recover, and like you said, streaming is something you need to build up to. You cannot just jump into this and do it for as long as you do it.
You know, there's an ongoing FBI investigation
It's an acquired
for
taste,
witness
so to
intimidation.
But
actually,
but
that just
I like
was
it. I
released
just,
this
it's like
morning.
fun.
That they
I
are
love the
actively
biology
investigating
of
Amber Heard
needing some sort of
for
rest.
witness
But yeah, so
intimidation. And
so it's
today,
been a little bit hectic. I'm
the only
looking
thing
forward
that
to having
shook
some
me
time
was
tomorrow.
that today, goddamn, this
to
has
not
been
stream
going so
for the
crazy.
whole day, but I will still be doing a daytime
Was how
stream
they
to catch
basically
up.
brought Whitney in
There's
to
just a
say
lot of processing
everything
that
that
needs to be
Amber
done in
couldn't
this
say
week,
because she
'cause
couldn't say what she
this
said. She
week
could only say
was a
what
disaster
but
for Amber.
It's a
Heard.
dumpster
What Johnny
fire.
said,
Like this, nothing
this
good
was a
came out of this
Amber
week.
Turd show.
I mean,
A
there's
star-studded
there was
shit
like
show.
little nuggets, but you have to take it as a whole. As like, if you're the jury, what did you
The
walk
best
away
piece
from?
was
And you
Camille
walked away
Vasquez.
not believing Amber Heard. I
Right?
mean, that's the summary. Is I don't believe Amber Heard. I don't believe any part of her story after today. After this week,
Oh,
sorry.
I have. I haven't
After
played it here. This
week
is
it
only
was
my
just-
second live stream.
I mean, it
with
started
the
with
trial,
her
but
her direct,
want,
which was kind of anemic in
I
general.
think it's like that average
but at least
guy,
it was
and then I
something.
follow
And
this
then
Italian
the
guy
cross
who
and
also
redirect were
like how I
such
play other videos
disasters.
and
then
comment on those.
everything afterward has been just
does
hammer
the,
blow after
has the
hammer
audio.
blow. re-emphasizing
also
this
released
story
in
should
court
not be
the day
shouldn't be
we're
bought
talking about
by
the
anybody.
18th when she got
And so yeah,
slaughtered.
she looks bad as
Court of
of
public
right
opinion,
now, and
Amber
they
Turd's
don't
been
have much left
slaughtered.
before they close their case in chief,
Canceled.
and it goes back to rebuttal. And Johnny's got 18 hours to just
right?
play
She was
with
like having wine with everybody
that's
and
a-
dinners with
that's a
people
no.
before their
That time
deposition.
deficit,
Like,
8
let me
to
take you out to
18,
eat.
that's
Wine and
bad. Like
dine.
that is real bad. I mean, thinking about it, and I was talking about this with Joe, is that I think they've got to on Monday. Amber Heard's team has got to say we're done and just pitch it over because they're going to need those 8 hours just to respond.
Everything
to what
they've got up their
Johnny's team
sleeve,
puts
bro.
out.
Like, look
yeah,
at
I mean,
Twitter,
if you
y'all.
think about it, even if they finish now,
She's already fucked.
they can put whomever they want
Put me out
on
there.
the stand on rebuttal, close out 10 hours of time, force them to respond with their 8 hours, however they do that. And then they have 10 extra hours. I mean, they have a 10-hour advantage on this thing to just cook them alive with no response, which is nuts. So
does this timer go for closing? Does this include closing or is closing a separate clock?
Closing is separate.
Separate clock. Okay. Separate clock for closing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So to the
Since the
chat,
first
we
of
were
the month.
talking. So I've seen you. I see you. We both know Runkle's
gotta be
stream
done
was
by
forcibly
Memorial Day, so
privated
27.
by YouTube. We don't know what the deal is. We just know that the Runkle was streaming with DUI guy and Rob, Law and Lumber.
Oh, no.
And for
Guys,
whatever
we missed
reason,
that.
YouTube forced it private. It's not
It
like
was
a
private.
strike.
I'm
not a
telling y'all, who was
takedown.
it in
We
my
don't-
chat earlier
we
that
don't
said
know
Amber
what
Heard
the
when
hell
I was
happened,
having technical
okay?
difficulties? Y'all
So
remember
that's,
that?
that's
Do you
that. They had
remember
like
today when
37,000
I was
people
having
watching.
random problems?
I'm
My
like,
shit was
what, at
closing,
11?
and y'all were like,
Okay,
"Witchcraft,
go for
Amber
it.
Heard's
But
team's
people are on
infiltrating
this
your
Johnny Depp juice,
stream."
man.
Guys, you
they're
weren't
on it.
fucking with
So
me. You're serious. They're
we're
fucking with
aware.
all of us.
I don't know what we can actually do about it right now. Since we don't even know.
Talk
what
about it. I
is
mean, that's
happening.
all we can do is say, hey, it's brought down. We hope
Because
that
they
Team
want
YouTube fixes
mainstream
it. I mean, you
media.
can at Team YouTube,
mainstream
right? I mean,
media
Nick,
and their
that's
narrative.
some sort of strategy on Twitter. That's about the best we can do.
If you guys want
I already
to
read
help,
that. Let me,
I
obviously,
guess
like, out of loop
go
with-
tweet at don't start with an at on Twitter if you're like new to Twitter. If you start with an at, it just goes on their timeline and nobody in the world sees it. Just say, hey, at Team YouTube, why did you take down at Runkle of the Bailey's live stream? Bring it back, please. People want to hear this. That's the type of stuff that helps. And literally
Listen
hundreds,
to
if
the
not
lawyer's
thousands of people
advice.
tweeting that.
There
is
I
no
don't
way
agree
to
with him
fix
at
YouTube
all,
problems
like,
anymore other
most
than
of the
Twitter
time
campaigns.
politically,
People
but
get strikes. It's unjust.
He makes my
They
brain
appeal them. They're
spin,
denied
and it's
within
awesome.
minutes. You go on YouTube or on Twitter and you get
That's
a
exactly
Twitter
why
campaign going and you can get
we're
whole
gonna
channels
toast
reinstated.
to
that
Nick
are deleted.
Rekieta.
So
it's insane. It really is
milk,
insane, but
titty
it
milk,
works.
whatever
We've
you
seen
got,
it work. I
do
mean,
it.
Nick has been like first party witness to this. How we'll get a Twitter campaign and like this, something that the appeal process is completely ignored, will be fixed in 15 minutes.
yeah. So
You
if you
remember
want to
that,
help them
Easy?
out, like
Were
legitimately,
you there for
that
that?
would be a great thing to do. Just a simple tweet.
Last night I had
People can retweet and
literally
stuff, but typing them up and
closer
flooding
to
them so they know that the
1,400
issue happens.
people at
'Cause
one
here's
time.
how
Right
this
now it says I have
works.
10 people,
Let's
which
say
may be true.
there's
because this is
a
hot shit, and
grab
today was
ass,
actually a boring day, so it's hard to
hypothetically
recap it.
named Shavid Dane or
And
maybe
this is
even
my
David
second night.
Shane, who might
But
work PR for someone
today
called Amber
sucked
Heard,
in terms of,
right?
like,
and he might have a
engagement.
habit of running around and just
Except for I found out I
inappropriately
had
touching
a,
people or something, according to reports in the news.
And I've got
That
2
might be a
followers there, so
reputation that he has developed.
what's up, my
Like
Twitch
he might be a
followers? If I have more
walking
now,
Me
I
Too
apologize.
case, according to
I'll
media
hop over there
reports.
soon.
That might be
Mercury
the thing.
is in
So let's
retrograde,
say
not believing
it's
that
him,
shit.
this hypothetical
before I went
leprechaun who wants to look like Stanley Tucci, but he
I,
can't. Let's say that he has organized some algorithmic or some sort of bot or whatever, some thing to repeatedly flag certain topics like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. There's a big live stream going on with people who are gaining a lot of popularity, and this thing starts hitting the flags on community guidelines, and eventually it goes to some guy named Hamesh in a completely different country than the United States, who's contracted by Google to go ahead and enforce community guidelines, because Google outsources their community guidelines enforcement,
fucking love
which
him.
I
He
think
is
is
so
basically
politically
fucking criminal,
incorrect,
but that's what
and
they
I
do.
am so
Let's say that
tired
hypothetically
of
has
the
happened.
PC culture.
The review process, the appeal process for any sort of enforcement on that will go to that same third-party company. It won't actually go to a YouTube employee here in the States. And so
You
then
will
the
have to
Twitter
expound
campaign,
on that.
Twitter is
Me,
actually
for me,
monitored
mall,
by Team
punch
YouTube,
into
which
find
is
out.
local
Oh,
to
you
the
have to
US,
look for them like you're
and
not
then
getting the
they
bells.
will sometimes
Guys,
grab
reminding
those
me,
things.
please.
you've
It's so
gotta-
cheesy. Do the
that's why
things.
this
Share it
works.
to your Facebook.
I
Share it
can't
to your Twitter,
confirm
Twatter,
that
your
this
Twitch.
is all true, but
Text
it's all
it to your
true.
best friend and your
I can't
mom.
tell you, like I
Your
can't point
depressed
to a
friend, your-
document because
I
YouTube
know.
doesn't-
your enemy.
Yeah,
Please,
they
like, it
don't publish
helps.
documents on this stuff, but this is
I mean,
this
come
is
on.
how it works. That's why the Twitter campaigns work.
If you
That's
like
why
it.
it's
If not,
critical. I know Twitter is
sorry.
super gay and
Let me
everybody
know what
hates
you
it,
don't
but
like, and I'll work on it.
and this is
If you're nice.
this is going to lead into my
Be nice
first
or
rant
leave.
of the night in
That's
just
my
a
rule,
second.
and don't spam
I
it.
love it.
This is why, if you actually like really want to support
Why
creators,
am I highlighting my own chat?
this is the only way. There is nothing else you can do that is more valuable than participating in a Twitter campaign for like to reinstate
This
or
is the
overturn an
only
unjust
way.
ruling or decision by YouTube. There's nothing else, which leads me to why Twitter is so fucking critical to not be able to ban everybody for whatever they want.
Sarah, I
Because
potted you up a new
customer
plant
service
today.
has moved away
It's
from
over
these
there.
companies and has been outsourced to a
Out of
Twitter
screen,
team.
actually.
And you get your only customer service.
Listen
I
to
mean,
me.
think about this. These are creators who make platforms like YouTube hundreds of thousands of dollars a year each in advertising revenue. And they can't get somebody at YouTube to help them out unless people tweet about it. When I got when my flight got canceled by United and I had to go
Thank you, Kathleen.
rearrange for
Oh
the
my
next
God. And
available flight.
Jennifer,
My
oh my
wife and I were
God,
stuck in
y'all.
Houston
Oh my
overnight
God.
because of a storm. We tried to get the next available flight. I was
It's been
standing
like
in
a
line
fucking
at United
week.
at
Stop.
the airport, and
Don't
I
make me
got
do
on
it.
Twitter and I tweeted
Cheers.
to United, and I had a person DM me, and we resolved the thing in DMs.
Girl, I just
got
made
my
one
tickets
because
refunded, and I was
YouTube
able to
told
book
me I
new
needed
flights
one
on
last
my
night.
phone before moving 10
Well, at
feet,
1
and I
a.m.
had 80 feet to go.
But you know very well why they responded to you.
Nick
and
is
why they
now
did
so
it. It's
popular, he
because when you
doesn't
look
even
at it,
respond
how
to
much
my
are you on
DMs.
Twitter right now? Didn't you just hit 100K? You know, I mean,
100K.
back then you weren't. Back then you weren't. But I mean, you know, if you have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K followers on Twitter and you put out
I
these
probably
campaigns
had like
and people are
100
retweeting
followers.
it,
I don't know.
it is going to
Six,
get their attention.
maybe
Their
10
PR
people.
people are sitting on this, waiting for them.
I don't
and
really
it's
tweet
not
either,
fair
so
because a
I should.
regular average Joe doesn't have a Twitter account, isn't getting this level of customer service, but it's a reality, whether or not we like it, right? It's a
I
reality.
really like Reddit. I found some really cool shit on Reddit. I would love
well,
to show
actually,
y'all.
I would say average Joes do get like when
You can if you do it.
Yeah, but you have to do it. You have to get on Twitter and do that. And that's why I think that banning people from Twitter is so egregious because, and it's it doesn't make any sense, but this is just what companies are doing. And so if that's the case, if this is how we interact with the world through Twitter, which is super weird that it's that
Reddit,
way.
if you literally type
then
in
it becomes
hashtag
really an issue of banning
Amber
people. By the way,
Turd, you will
Runkle,
find the
I
funniest
DM'd
shit
you. I DM'd you
ever
the link. Pop on in,
on
buddy.
Reddit right now on the subreddit.
Pop on in. Let us know what's going on.
I encourage you
We'll see what we can
when
do.
you're
not
gonna close my tab.
See if we can't get some shit
to do
going.
that.
Yeah, let's
Y'all
do it.
do
I mean,
not
put
wake
out
up,
the tweet.
Runkle,
Like,
please.
I
I know
we're
you
ready,
can't
you know,
hear
let's
me.
do
It's
it.
like
Let's
my
do the
dad
retweet.
watching
Let's get it
football,
done right
yelling
now,
at
you
the
know?
TV.
Okay, Runkle's
And I'm
got
like,
a
Dad,
tweet
no
out.
one can hear you, but my ears are
I'm gonna
bleeding.
quote tweet it
Nick,
with my
Quote
own.
tweet it, I'll retweet it.
Don't
Hey,
wake up,
at
Runkle.
team
I shall do it.
Poor guy.
YouTube, 3 lawyers discussing a public
Okay,
trial.
guess I'm gonna
is
everybody.
in
If you've got your
no
device,
way,
pull out your Twatter.
a TOS violation. Please
Actually, just go to Nick
address
Ricada
this
on Twitter
immediately.
and just retweet what he's doing. Matter of fact, I'll do it when he's done.
Also, David Shane is no, I shouldn't do that. I'll do that in a separate tweet. Wait, maybe I should. By the way,
what does Amber Turd do whenever she hears Amber Turd?
Grab ass.
Ready?
Shane is involved in flagging you no, this is
Looks at her lawyer.
a campaign.
I'm like, girl, you paid for that guy. You're
to
paying him up there.
silence
How many?
the public.
600 an hour
from
to
Amber Heard.
literally fuck
Oh yeah, I had a
you
video.
There
up.
we go.
You stupid.
Tweet. The tweet
Karma's
is
a
up,
bitch.
ladies and gentlemen. Here, I'm going to
TikTok
share a link to
is-
that tweet in the
does that
chat.
make
If
me
you want to go
old?
ahead
I'm
and
showing my
retweet,
age.
quote, tweet, like, subscribe. You know,
All right,
thank
it's
you
up.
for coming to channel.
Oh, perfect.
Do any of those things.
We are gonna- I'll do that too.
Legitimately, it really is the way to help. That's the way to go. And here's the man himself, the man with the stream to end all
Oh, they
streams.
woke him
Well,
up.
at least
What's
his own
going on?
streams.
So epic.
What's going on, Runkle?
Well, that was annoying. So yeah, had a stream discussing, the trial recap. Nothing too spicy in there. We were avoiding any sort of spicy words or anything like that, but just talking about the absolute dumpster
Nothing too
fire.
spicy.
That
When he was
Elaine
dropping
worked
F-bombs,
on her
he's so
own.
cute.
I don't. They kind of forgot which side they were on today.
Oh, it was so bad.
Like, it was the worst. It was literally the worst. So I discussed that for 2 hours, and there were 37,000.
They kind of
people,
forgot
and
what
I
side they
wrapped
were
it up,
on today.
And then I get.
Yo, this
I'm
is
seeing
so
like
fucking
tons of
funny.
messages going, "What the heck? Why? Why?"
And I
was
named my
kicked
daughter
off? I
Sailor,
was
so if you
watching
don't
late
like
and
crass
I can't
language,
finish.
hey,
And I look and
Dolly.
it's marked as private, but it's marked as what is it?
And that's a joke. I mean, her name
private,
is really
locked,
Sailor, but
restrictions, terms, and policies, and there's
I
an appeal
sometimes think
button.
I'm funny.
And when I
Yeah.
click that, I get appeal not available.
That's ridiculous.
You may have to appeal it via email. You may want to check whatever email account your YouTube is hooked up to, because some types
I'm
of policy
retweeting this on my
violations,
Twitter
like,
right
for example,
now.
hypothetically,
And then I'm gonna
if there was
comment and be
notorious
like,
grab ass
we
involved,
are
and
streaming
they went
you
through
now.
YouTube legal to shut you down, then that would not go through community guidelines and would have an email, because YouTube legal does not operate on the appeal system.
Yeah, they're gonna
through
probably
the-
shut my
through
shit
the,
down. That's what
through
happened
YouTube,
earlier. My shit just randomly
Creator
got
Studio.
shut the fuck down.
Oh, hey, I do have an email. So here's what they're saying. It is the issue.
Okay.
To make sure it doesn't violate our spam, deceptive practices, and scams policy.
Yes.
Oh
Oh,
my God,
lovely.
I'm so scared.
What? Like they act like you're shilling
my
some
God.
like
I was selling
Herbalife.
exactly
He's a
no
scammer,
thanks.
guys.
Yeah.
What
I had
the
a brief
fuck?
discussion
He
on why
flew
I
from
don't
Canada
have
to
any
Virginia
merch.
to go sit in this
So
trial.
this one isn't you, I'm betting. This is because there's that fucking lame crypto scam that's been going
The
on for the
witchcraft
past
is
8
real.
weeks that people keep
Yeah.
falling for. Live interview with Johnny Depp with an Elon Musk
Oh, I didn't
QR
know
code.
he was
What's up, Lawn Lumber? Oh, he can't hear us.
No, he can't hear you, but
He can see us.
But
just-
yeah, so it's likely a result of that. Well, I would say
What?
actually
I
you've been flagged. I'm guessing you've been flagged. I'm guessing you have probably due to your interview today received
I
the
have-
ire of David Shane.
That's
Yeah,
I
funny.
have a very
that.
strong suspicion that I am
Poor Runkle. Not
on
poor
their-
Runkle. He's a
their
fucking
PR
hero.
team's radar.
Yep.
Oh, 100%.
And
They're
You
Thank
and
you,
and
Sally
you
Rose.
and Rob and
DUI guy.
and DUI guy for sure, because you showed up in court and got quite a bit of attention, are 1,000,000% on their radar.
there was an interesting moment where
They paid
Amber
attention,
Heard
dude.
turned and looked sort of directly
You are going to get a
you know,
cease and desist
at me, and as well as the people next to me,
at
who
him.
were,
I saw it.
Rob and DUI guy, and like
saw
cracked this weird smirk. So I was just like, okay, that felt real weird.
Oh, that
So,
would have made me.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have like chills
It's
now. Ugh.
I'm not used to having sort of powerful enemies, but I guess that's kind of a thing now.
Yeah, well, I mean, what they're going to do on this stuff is trying to leverage the mechanisms.
Dude, did Whitney just seem
of
mad from the
annoyance
beginning?
against you, right?
Even
Like,
talking to Amber's
you didn't
lawyers?
violate a policy.
Did
There's
y'all
no
see that
scam,
letter that was
deceptive practice, or
released?
spam with you
Begging
discussing what is
her
an
to do the right
ongoing
thing and stop
developing
lying
thing
for
in
her
a new way
sister?
with 2 other people. You're all
Oh,
qualified to
shitty,
talk
bang,
about this.
bang.
You're all actually
have to
live. It's
make
not
a
a
video on
pre-recording
that.
being played over and
Ah.
over. But they know if they can go in and flag it as
goodness.
spam
I know
and
that's
get it
not the
taken
saying.
down,
I don't know
then
the real
it's
saying.
it's
Can't sit
effective.
still
And it's a stupid
to
way
watch
that
a whole
YouTube
movie.
implements policy, but they do.
Yeah, and
so.
if they can get it stalled for 24 hours, even.
So he can
that's a big
rest?
win
Is that what you mean, Kathleen?
Oh yeah.
I hope that you're like a
Yep.
paid member
It's
over there. You can spam him.
It's insane. I'm gonna
I am
monitor
too,
my
but
email.
I've already. Nick gets too many chats too. Like even super chats, like who doesn't
And you're
even get
down
to
to,
them
you know,
You gotta be.
anymore. That's what I'm saying.
We'll see what happens.
Blessings.
But
But
I
like,
am
it's
really
sad. I miss
curious,
talking to him. I feel
about
like
this
he's
guy. I think
untouchable.
he shut down his own stuff, which people may criticize. Whatever you think about David, the alleged grab ass Shane, whatever you think about this guy, he shut down his
She
social
should
media
come
and
in.
stuff. But
All
he
of
did
it.
that. It's actually the smartest professional move at
The
this
grab
current
ass
time
king.
because he's representing Amber Heard. That's his job, and the attention on him was impacting his ability to do that. So, so credit to him, even though he may be a grab ass.
I have heard that rumor about him.
Well,
I've
but
seen
once again,
several news reports about it.
But it, it would be another situation. I cover this on my channel where if this was a different era or something else different, I would defend David
Me
Shane because
too.
I said, let me see a police report.
Oh, and I
It's
will
it's
let you
sort of
guys
an
know
Aziz
that Nick
Ansari type
Rekieta and
allegation.
them have been
It's a, hey, she
purposely not
came
watching
over and,
the
she went to his
trial
penthouse alone with
evidence.
him.
So like
It's,
all of
it
this was
seems
like a
like
huge
there's no
surprise to
actual,
them. And I'm such
no
a
actual essay
freaking
that
nerd
went
that
down,
I was like
right?
listening to
Uncomfortable,
the
boorish,
audio
bad,
and stuff
yes.
like before
However,
it came into
he's
court.
representing Amber Heard.
And was like
And that's the
mad
problem
when
here.
only
If this
clips
was
would
not, if
come
this was a
in, and
rando,
then
I
whenever
might even defend him. But he's not a
it was
rando. He's
came in across, it was
representing
like,
Amber Heard, who's making the
and everyone
exact
was
same
like,
type of allegations, which is the irony.
and I was like, but I
And
already knew
Amber
that, but
Heard and her team have notoriously been going after
please don't
private
screen grab that.
commentators for years now on this stuff. It's been shown that they have done this. She used her attack dog, Eve Barlow, to do a lot of it. Now, if there is a flagging campaign going on, I would have a strong suspicion that it's greased with PR dollars from her current PR
Yeah.
team. And the reason is they know how bad this week went. I mean, they know how bad it went. And there is no, normally these guys would be able to just write a press
Yeah.
release about how happy
I
they
mean,
are
even
with how things
the one
went.
who wrote the
You could
op-ed,
see-
the Washington
you can
Post,
actually
is
see this.
like
There was-
filming JD
I saw
fans sleeping outside
an
right
article
now
today in
to get in.
geo.tv or something, and it said Amber Heard's friend confirms Johnny Depp cut off his own finger. That's the story from the testimony from Rocky Pennington. And of course you read the story where Rocky Pennington kind of testified to that. She can't say how, or she can't even say what he said. I just remembered that he indicated that he cut off his finger. It's like, well, what even is that? But that's the stuff they would normally do. They would put these stories into the ether, let them,
me twirling my invisible
metastasize
beard.
and go
Percolate.
out. And then they would be able to say, things are good, and they'd control the narrative. It can't anymore because of guys like Runkle, guys like the DUI guy,
me
and
either.
Law
And you know,
Lumber
I
who are
haven't
out there
heard
live
anything. It would
saying,
probably
no,
be
this is what the jury's
behind
actually doing during all this.
closed doors,
It
but
doesn't
I don't
matter
think
what their
they get
testimony
reprimanded
is
for that.
because there's nothing going on. Like
Well,
everybody's checked out.
How do they spend an entire day on things like calling their own client a perjurer?
Boring.
Right. Oh my God.
That was terrible. That was terrible.
DUI guy, check your
Because they're-
Instagram, buddy. Check your Instagram. I got you.
That was not just bad, it was so unbelievably bad in ways that were just unimaginable.
First of all, the Adam Waldman deposition was one of the stupidest things they could have done.
I'm certain that was Amber Heard making that call.
That was one of the
Because I think
stupidest,
that the only
bestest
way that
things for
happens is
JD
if Amber
ever.
Heard thinks she's winning and instructs her team that they have to play this so that they have a chance at the counterclaim because she thinks
She's
she can
so
win
fucking
that too.
stupid. She's one of those
And,
liars that
I
lies
mean,
so
this isn't
hard
gonna
she
make the
believes it.
counterclaim happen, but
No.
it's also they just played Amber Heard perjury,
My hearsay
Amber Heard
counter.
perjury
I'm such
for
a dweeb.
a good long time. And
My
then this
number of
nice
liars of
affable
witnesses
lawyer
counter.
who
I
has
am
a
a
sense
dweeb.
of humor that was getting people laughing
My cry
also
counter
thinks Amber Heard
from
is a
Wednesday.
perjurer and was serious enough about it to go to the cops.
Go to the cops with a binder that he didn't have to show it. He just described how thick his binder was. It's like you did not have a binder that's 3.5 inches thick, but it's like, I got this binder and I brought it with all of the evidence that she was perjuring herself. And it's like, well, and you found out that was not true. And so you didn't recant it, right? It's like, well, that's not accurate. I just found out that it was being handled by a different department. The LA County Sheriff's Office was investigating her for perjury. And then I never heard anything after that. It's like, oh my God, that sounds bad.
I drew pictures.
What's up, DUI guy? How you doing, brother?
I should probably scan
Hey,
this.
not much, man. I'm just trying to get Runkle's video out of jail right now with the help of Twitter, because I don't know what the hell happened, but I think we're gonna turn justice for Runkle into a new hashtag.
Holy she does truly believe her own last
What is
night.
it? The email says that it's down
Black
for
and
spam, scams,
white,
and deceptive
and no one could
practices.
tell him
'Cause,
any
I was
different.
selling so many things there.
I feel you.
Oh, you know what's possible? It's been probably flagged that you
Yep.
were
I bought so much
maybe
stuff
trying
there.
to promote something because you were getting so many donations. I couldn't even count how many donations you were getting per second. It's very possible that it was just an accidental flag. So you should reach out to them.
Is YouTube allergic to money?
He deserves
Yes.
it, man.
When it's too fast, too quickly, it's got to be a scam. I mean, there's no way you're possibly sharing
No,
useful and
they
helpful
just wanna
information
grab
to
it
the
all.
public. You must
Well,
be scamming people, Runkle. You got to quit that shit.
As someone who has pulled in quite a bit of super chats, they'll tolerate a lot, though.
Runkle broke them. Runkle broke YouTube, bro.
I feel like no. I feel like Rick or Nick's got me
That's
beat
so
on
fucking
several
funny. I was
occasions.
just
Sorry, I'm
saying,
super
you
tired.
can super chat him
I
all
just-
day, and you
I
won't get
am pretty certain that I'm on the
Red.
radar of
unless it's
the
like
PR teams.
$50 or $100 now
And-
because he's so successful.
That's my suspicion.
You're not
And
alone.
that's no shade.
It's you and me and Rob. We're the trio,
You
and I'm
three
okay with
showed
that.
up. You showed up. You were in line.
problem. That's
you
the
live
problem,
streamed from the line. You showed that everybody there, just about outside of a small contingent, are
They
there on
maybe have
behalf
that
of Johnny
computer guy
Depp.
attacking
It looks
us. Oh my
really bad for
God.
Amber Heard, and there's no way around
so
it. They
right.
can't,
We'll have to
they
get
can't
Chris
PR their way
physically
out of
over in
organic
a chair
journalism.
next to me tomorrow.
Like I said,
My cousin,
the insights that you
that
guys
brought
have been
all you guys
giving,
to
and
the
then popping in onto
StreamYard.
all of our streams to
I was trying to
actually
make
let people know at
my
lunch
milkshake brings
that no,
the
this
voice to
is
the yard
you know,
reference.
these jurors aren't engaged.
I'll
They're
have to
not
come here
listening to
tomorrow
Amber's people. That's all
combat
like
this
that is so
other fake
invaluable to
forensic
the
guy.
public and so devastating to Amber Heard. Because
Have they tried maybe calling a witness who could testify
I already
to the
put that one up
jury
there. I'm sorry.
about just how popular these pro Johnny hashtags are, and maybe call Amber Heard a turd in open court repeatedly?
It is part of the public record. Amber Turd is now a public permanent court record. It's out there.
That was
just
so
like,
funny.
Why do you put in front of the jury that there's like 100,000 people sharing justice for Johnny Depp online?
Yeah, and the no, it was 1.2 million.
Yeah,
It was
you
1.2
literally like
million
fucked
just
yourself
in the
letting people
sample
know
that
that
they
there's a
had.
whole movement
but no,
of
it's
people
like that guy was a
online,
catastrophe,
which you've
but to
been
answer your
instructed
question,
not to
Runkle,
go
the reason
online.
they
There's a
can't
whole
is because
movement of justice
Amber
for Johnny
Heard
Depp that's like
is
off the
horrifying.
chart.
She's
and
a
Amber
horrifying
Turd
person. That
off
that
the
seems
chart.
evident.
What does
and the
that
moment
show
a
you
money
guys if
drip
you're
is turned
instructed not
off
to
from
look
her,
online
when
and
money
then
and
you
gifts
look
are
at
turned
this
off
graph of a camel's
from
back
social leeches,
of Amber
they
Turd
distance
and Justice
themselves
for Johnny.
immediately.
What does that show
They're
you?
just gone.
Can someone
you can't find them.
interpret
they can't
that?
come. They're not going to
Camel's
travel
back.
across
For me,
the
it means you
country to
got
support
both.
her.
You got an Amber
even if she
Turd
pays for it,
and
that's
somebody
the
seeking
scare, the
justice
sad
for
thing for them
Johnny.
is even
A
if she were to
winner
pay
and
their
a turd.
plane tickets, they're not going to travel across the country and support her.
I feel like she could have a middling successful OnlyFans at this point.
No, but I think that's her future career. I mean, I think that really is her option.
Yeah, I mean, it's she's gonna have
Yeah,
to find
she's gonna have
something.
to have
I mean, maybe she
OnlyFans
can open
because
her
she's
own coffee
beautiful.
stand or something.
That's it.
But she's
Probably,
not
like,
going
with
at
Maker's
this
Mark
rate.
bottles.
It sure looks like any career she had in Hollywood is officially
I
terminated.
was just more on Reddit than him.
I mean, you got to think
Pretty
like
much.
one of the important things for if you're planning stuff out in Hollywood is you got to protect the high level talent. And if she's the kind of person who makes false complaints, then you can't put her in the same room as anybody important.
That's right.
Doug, check your.
All right,
She has
so
just
I
like
need my
gaslighted and like bullshitted her way through
mods
life
to
for so long.
eradicate
She didn't
the
realize
sexy
that the
chat
legal process doesn't work
XYZ,
that way.
please. We've got a
She has
bot
no
in the
experience. I
chat,
mean, she's a 36-year-old.
which
I know
means
she
we have
looks
finally had at least
45 in most of
500
her
people
outfits
drop
and
in.
hairdos. But she's at the end of the day, she is. I gotta like. It's scary to think she's
Can I
only
have a
2 years
mod,
older than
Sarah
me. You know, I just
Kathleen
turned
or
34.
Easy,
She
please?
is 36.
Young
She doesn't
ban-
have all that much life
ban the
experience. She's been riding the coattails
bots from the
of pretty
chat.
much a lot of people, and then finally, of course, A-list
And
celebrity Johnny
confirm.
Depp.
Thank you.
And now she's confronted with reality. The legal process is very ruthless. It's unforgiving for those who try to manipulate and gaslight their way through. And she's learning the harsh reality.
Yeah, she can't sleep her way to the top on this one. This is one that, it's not gonna,
Y'all
there's
see
no,
that?
you're the cute blonde girl privilege that's gonna get her out of the reality of court. You can't just tell these stories. Yes, your friends may believe you. Yes, your enablers may believe you, because by the way, I believe Amber Heard has more enablers than Johnny Depp ever had or will. But that doesn't work in court, and she's running up against that wall, and I think it's very frustrating for her.
Yeah, it's pretty it's pretty bad.
That's exactly what happened.
I can't. I've been trying to
My
wrap my
cousin's
head
a
around
metadata
how disastrous the witness
analyst, a
list
digital
was today,
forensics
when
analyst, and he was on
your
last
big,
night. And
I mean, the big
hopefully
PR
he'll be
piece
on
is
tomorrow
Ellen
night.
Barkin, right? Is going to testify
So.
that Johnny Depp threw a bottle at her as a domestic partner, and the testimony that you have this, you have watched the video and edited it down. Is she says it wasn't a throw,
Memory
it
does
was a
not get
toss, and it
stronger
wasn't
over
at me,
time,
it was
memory fades.
toward a group of us. It's
Yeah,
like,
and
wait,
it didn't hit anybody.
it's so even
So
if
it's
he
like
had-
literally just whoop,
And-
just not.
Yeah, so even if he had actually thrown the bottle in some sort of anger, which it doesn't sound like the way she characterized it, but even if he did, it's not related in any way to domestic violence, according to your witness. So, and this was the bombshell. They put out a press release that this was coming, and it's
you,
the wet
Angela
part that
Pierce,
comes
for the
out.
new
It's just
subscription.
so mind-numbingly
Jennifer
disappointing.
Lombardi.
But what about with the statistician, again, going back to this weirdo who has to end up testifying that, first of all, the justice for Johnny Depp is 1.2 million tweets. Amber Heard, they had to cut that out because the other blips don't even show up for Amber Heard. And then only about a quarter of those lesser blips are able to be counted as related to Adam Waldman at all. So it's like, wait, so you're talking in like a multi-month period, there are 10,000 tweets that might be related to Adam Waldman. That's what you're coming in with. Those are the numbers.
That's like a Tuesday for you. It's like, come on now.
Oh, God. What's up, Joe?
I just got back from my doctor. And he said that I have law tube herpes. He suspects that I caught it from Legal Mindset.
Crabs.
So-
It's crabs, buddy. It's crabs. There's a shampoo for it.
Ronco, my friend.
Hey,
go ahead.
Yeah, so tonight's been interesting.
To say the least.
Yeah.
He's fucked up.
I sort of am in this place where I just I don't know what's going on with my life, because now I've got, I didn't expect to have 100,000 subscribers, but I also didn't expect to have like a PR team actively working against me, which is what seems to be going down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this whole thing's insane. Joe, what are you thinking about today, man? You mute your.
I love that
Plug
guy.
your
He's in
mic
New
in,
York.
boomer.
God, Joe.
You ever heard anything I said so far?
No.
Not a
I was
word
wondering
sticking in
why
there?
you got so.
No, you were
like
just
came
talking
in-
to yourself.
You said, "Hey, Runkle," and then it was like nothing after that, and I was like, "Oh, well, that was weird. That was a cold intro for Joe. Normally, he comes in, he's got fire spewing out of his ears or whatever, and then
Well, first and foremost, I caught law tube herpes from Legal Mindset here because
They're
Because you're
hilariously
giving them grants.
toxic, but
right.
it's
And
comedic.
then I wanted to ask, I wanted to tell you, Runkle, don't you realize you're an activist for good? You and DUI guy and Rob, you basically have proven that really all you need is a law degree and a cell phone, and you suddenly basically can change the world. Because all of a sudden you have freaking Amber Heard, staring you down in court and freaked out and sicking her PR team on you. That's an
Why do you
amazing
think
thing.
the
That is
FBI
an
will
amazing
come
thing.
to Edmonton?
That's an amazing thing. It shows the power that how starved the public at large is for truth and how influential cold hard truth.
What would they
is.
have to
That's a
investigate?
great. This is a
I'm just
great
curious.
day, and you represent the will of the common man. The fact that they had to go to these lengths to shut you down, that is amazing. That's an embarrassing white flag. Because what on earth could you possibly have done to violate anything? Seriously, what have you possibly
Who
done
put
that
the
you could
white
have
flag
violated?
in the chat earlier?
There was actually a discussion on why I'm not selling merch. So the
So
only thing I
funny.
discussed was not the things I'm not selling.
yeah, no,
Like,
they're
That's such a scam, right? Don't
ridiculous.
buy my
It's
stuff because I don't
Absolutely ridiculous.
well, but again, it's not what you did because you didn't do anything. You know, you didn't violate terms, and upon appeal and investigation, they'll probably find out you didn't violate any terms, and they'll send a nice little apology. Sorry, so sorry for that.
The only thing that their PR team can accomplish is to basically put a temporary gag order on your video, and I think they've accomplished that. I mean, suffice it to say, it's private, forcefully. I don't know how many days or weeks it's going to take for it to become public again, but that's not going to stop us. It's a nice try, but the machine is going to keep on rolling.
If anything, the volume turns up louder. It just turns up louder.
Nick, shoot
Yeah.
a link to Law and Lumber.
Okay, sending it right now.
Because I think he's got a rant for you.
Good. Yeah. I haven't
And,
seen this guy heated, so now I want to. Oh, I'm titillated in a way.
I want him to hit him with a 2x4.
If
Three
you
by
can
fours,
hear in the
whatever.
background, he's loading up a bottle too. So
Oh wait, are we drinking? Are we having an
We should.
Irish funeral for your live stream?
you know what? I feel like I should grab a drink here too.
Amen. Amen. Turn this into a drinking stream right there. Celebrate. I want you to celebrate. This is a victory, Runkle.
I should give you a little caution though, because if I get some booze in me, I may just pass out. But I'm still going to give it a
Don't
try.
worry. You're at Rob's place, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's there. Don't worry. We'll have him come gingerly put you in bed.
Actually,
We'll
just
have
as
him-
long as he can just roll me into the rescue position.
I'm gonna go heat up some ramen in preparation for this crazy.
It will be internet. It'll be YouTube gold if there's video of Rob dragging Runkle, like he's 2 feet dragging as he's pulling him by the
To the couch.
into the couch.
We can make this a real live stream. We can have Rob build Runkle a bed out of lumber and then
Beautiful.
lay him on it. Sleep well,
Oh my
Elvin
God.
Prince.
No, I'll go to bed. That would be funny though, because he's so fucking tired
Joe,
and drunk.
I haven't talked to you too much. Tell me
No.
about today. You've been watching.
Yeah.
You've been watching this disaster piece. Tell me what you observed today.
What I observed was a white flag.
All right, I
don't
gotta take
see
a
what the hell
bathroom
they're
break.
gonna
This
bring out. Every
disaster
witness
piece.
they brought,
He's
one
not
witness
very
after
unbreaded
another.
yet. Now he's gonna
Yes,
open
I
up
was
his
like, how is this
$500 bottle
more
of whiskey. I'll be right
unfavorable
back.
to Amber than it is to.
I'm just gonna mute my
This
mic
is
so
so
you don't have to
easy to
hear, like-
spin back in
They are
favor of
hilarious,
Johnny that
and
it's
they'll
like
get
a
your
joke.
mind.
For example,
They'll
they
get
bring
your
out that
mind
cop.
going.
They bring
I'm
out
gonna use
that
the
cop
restroom and
who's
I'll be
like
right back.
the Los Angeles victims coordinator, and she
Yeah.
basically says, "Yeah, we only file an incident report if there's like a complaint that there's some sort of kind from the alleged victim, but or there's some sort of violence, some sort of injury. If there's nothing like that, then no, it just goes in the police logs." So I think Elaine is thinking to herself, "Oh, you see, they violated protocol." No, they didn't violate protocol. There was literally nothing. That's what that testimony comes and says. Literally zero, nothing at all. So
By the end of that, the jury just didn't care. I can
And
tell
it's
you
like,
that
go ahead.
By the end of that one, the jury just didn't care. They were just like, "Oh, this is a complete nothing burger. Cool." That one wasn't a big deal because that one is just, that was the one that
There
didn't
he is.
accomplish anything. But
the thing
they
is,
had others that were just a complete own goal.
Well, I actually think that one was a little bit of an own goal, other than the jury being asleep through it. Because if you bring someone to criticize the job that the police officers did, you better fucking elicit some testimony that the police officers didn't do their job, rather than eliciting testimony that they did do their job and complied with the policies. Like, she needed to walk her through the pictures, show the pictures of her face, show the pictures of the destruction. I mean, she asked about it, but show the pictures of the destruction that happened and say, now, wouldn't you say there are signs of domestic violence here, and that officers in this type of situation should have at least taken an incident report? And then she could say, yeah, in their discretion, maybe they should have done that. That would have been powerful. It's certainly more powerful than the nothing they got, but it would have been something at least. What's shaking, Rob? What's going on, buddy?
How hot is my mic right now?
Oh no, you're right in butter territory.
Yeah,
Right in butter territory. How about this one? YouTube, what the actual fuck? Like, are you fucking kidding me? We have 37,000 people in a live stream discussing an actual legitimate breakdown of the dumpster fire that was today's hearing in the Depp v. Heard trial. Are you fucking kidding me?
I wish.
Legitimately analyzing some of the worst decision making I've ever seen a legal team make in a fucking trial, and you guys flag that shit? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this man hits 100,000 subscribers today, honestly, waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go stand in line, and he's been doing it all fucking week long. And you flag that shit? Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Sounds how you really feel.
Right?
Look,
That's what I'm
Rob,
saying.
Like, oh my
How many
God,
hours have I been doing this week?
I
You can't
know
treat
you're
people
I know
like
you're
me.
new to this YouTube game,
Just
but
YouTube.
you're
It's
being
America.
dipped in
That's
hot in this
America.
stuff. You're like,
Like,
Rob's like, YouTube's easy. My first video, half a million views.
no.
This is great.
I mean, I get it. Yeah, no, I understand.
Cheers
And I
to
knew there was a lot of like learning
Grandpa.
curve here, but when I'm watching someone who's honestly like finally reaping like benefits of some really hard work, Runkle has been getting zero sleep all week long, showing up at all the right times to publicly cover a trial that has legitimate media purpose and real implications. And he does legitimate coverage, comes home exhausted out of his fucking mind, gets on his live stream to tell his followers
I
what
don't think
happened
Rob
in trial
sleeps.
without the
I
mainstream
don't
media
know
bias.
that I've slept
And
in, like,
YouTube, when his
since
biggest stream is
Friday.
going, flags it midstream with 37,000 people in the chat.
What is this?
And I'm getting messages like, hang on, can't
have
see the video.
water.
It went private. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I just, I
Like,
can't.
you've been with me all
They've
day?
got to figure out their systems
That
that
has
it
been
can't be
coffee?
just gamed
That has
by,
been wine?
PR teams with
No, it is
bots.
water.
It's especially on
These
things that are this
idioms, man,
political.
y'all are
It's
kidding me.
messed
Rob
up.
is
what is the
steamy.
method that
Oh,
something like
Rob
that
is steamy.
happens?
He's
Like, what
pissed.
method does the
Yes.
PR team do? They
I read
basically have bots filing
something
complaints about your
else. I don't
stream?
even know.
Well, hypothetically, you could either do it manually, have a manual campaign of people. All you have to do is click on that little flag, report as spam.
What time is it?
And
If you are
that's-
watching right
if you get
now,
enough
drop
people
it in the
reporting
chat.
scams or whatever.
What time is it?
That's
And
my
where are
guess
you
as to how
watching
this maybe got
from?
triggered.
And what are you
is
sipping
this,
on?
the spam and scam thing.
Or
And
not?
so if
Wait
you
a second.
either-
Has anybody? Sorry, Nick. You just hit, I think, the nail on the head. Is it possible? Has anyone gone to Twitter or anything of that
Rob is
nature to
single.
check if they didn't create an army of people to flag that video? Has anybody checked this?
There's no army of people. There's no people.
They've got a
Okay, so
PR
it's a
department,
PR
and that
team.
PR
Sorry.
department's gonna
Okay.
They're gonna
But
have
they need a lot
bots,
of people.
right?
They don't have that. She can't afford a good solid PR team. There's something else going on here.
No,
You could create bots. You could create bots.
David Shane is a great PR team. He's really good at personally representing himself into that ass
Easy
over and over and over again.
They diverted all of the funds they had for the legal team and decision making. And
What time is it here? My husband's gonna
Right.
kill me.
Is that why they
12:55.
started sucking all of a sudden?
I need a
Probably.
snack. What is
All of a
she-
sudden? Have you been watching this trial?
No, even worse. I mean, even worse.
Yeah, no, today was
I
exceptional.
will not hear this defamation about a super lawyer. Okay, she's a super lawyer. I don't want to hear this defamation. I'm not a part of this.
As a super lawyer, I take offense to
I
this.
reject it. She's a super lawyer.
Hope that $650 was worth the DUI guy.
My
I hope
Oh my
that
god! Of
one's
course,
free.
the GZ
No,
DUI
that one is
guy
free.
is
Don't diss
a
on super lawyer.
My legal brethren, how hard
Can you imagine
did
if
you
all
laugh
you did was
when,
represent people
when
in
her attorney,
DUIs?
by deposition,
I mean, everyone deserves
was
defense.
testifying?
Attorney-client privilege. Objection.
I just
attorney-client
that's the one thing I don't want to touch.
Her Amber Heard's attorney, who helped her craft the letter, and testified that he had received, industry accolades, and in one of them he lists as super lawyer. And I'm like,
the follow-up question was the best. The follow-up
Oh,
question
not
was,
cocaine.
could you describe
Sorry,
what that
I'm
means?
so wrapped up in this Johnny Depp Amber Heard
Anyone
trial.
who's
Coke.
super
I'm
lawyer
thinking,
wants to fucking do.
and I don't even do
Yeah.
cocaine. I never really did
Self-aggrandized, something
cocaine
that's a
ever,
label
and
I
it's
put on to attract
oh
people
my
who don't know
god.
any better.
let me find my invoice. It means there are
Oh my
2,000
God.
reasons that I'm really good at being a lawyer this year. Oh no, today was.
It's
I'm
criminal
still
here,
keep going
too.
back to how bad
And in
every
South
witness
Carolina, we
today
have a
was.
Miranda
The first
law,
witness
so you
is
don't
probably
even
their
get,
best,
like,
I guess. Johnny Depp's friend. He was
probation
endearing,
or
incredible,
house arrest
but
or whatever
his
you wanna
credibility
call it
ended up with him
here.
saying he never saw
It's not a
any sign of
parolable
violence from
offense.
Johnny
You
Depp.
have to do the
Like
time.
that
Ever.
was.
They're very
Never seen
serious about
credibility.
it here.
He actually said it, even when he's high on coke, he doesn't get violent, right? Was he the one who said? Was he the one who said, yeah, when he gets high? Or is it Ellen Barkin? Ellen Barkin was the one
Bless
who said,
you.
yeah, when he gets
Good luck
high,
with that.
what's the difference? Well, he's high.
Yeah.
That doesn't
I
sound
mean,
fun.
There's this moment where he says that when you're somebody like Johnny Depp, everybody wants something, and
Yeah.
one juror actually adopts this really sympathetic look and looks over to him
I know you will.
towards
No
Depp,
doubt.
and I'm thinking, that's not great. You've got these jurors being sympathetic, but also when
That was one or two, right, Ian? Jurors 1 or 2, I think you said.
Juror H, I've been describing her as the sort of 50-year-old
the
woman there.
Yeah. She's
but
been
it's
really
like-
good for Johnny's team, I think.
I'm sitting there going, you've got this group of parasites living in his house.
Easy.
I mean, he really
don't
should have
know.
just moved
We'll be
out
the
and
last
had the
state
place
in SC for
fumigated.
that.
You mean the Amber Heard legal team?
And I'm just,
You need a family
but
lawyer.
Yeah,
DM
everybody
me.
wants something, and that's to live in his penthouse and drink his wine, and and then when that's maybe going to get cut off, it's time to make up some bullshit.
Even the moochers had moochers. You saw that woman yesterday with the elf ears. The one she moved in for 2 weeks, and it's like, who the heck are you? She just moved into the penthouse. You know the woman with the ears.
Oh yeah, the sex the witch coven sex doctor lady.
Yes.
Ian,
the cuddle puddle.
Oh, the one
Ian,
who
check
turned
your
her
Twitter.
Instagram private within like 10 minutes of testifying.
Yeah. I'm so mad because I went to go sign up for her sex education class or her like sexual development class, and it was shut down. I couldn't sign up. I was like, oh man, this is gonna be the greatest show I've ever done on YouTube.
Yeah, she forgot sex. She forgot how to teach it.
I just broadcast my 90-minute phone call with this chick.
Yeah. It's illegal
That would
here.
do-
so
that'll
I'd be
cost you
pissed.
$1.99 per minute. So by the end of it, you're
It was $550 for the class.
Oh, are you kidding me? You would have made that back.
You
in
see, I'm
10
getting
minutes.
rated by cops again. I just block them
In
again.
10 minutes, you would have made that back.
Normally that doesn't
Yeah,
happen
I
unless
was like,
you get
oh
like
God, this is gonna be
500
so
people in
funny.
your chat.
And then I went to sign up, and it's like,
it
this
says,
event
like
page
literally
shut
my
down.
numbers have gone from like 50 to 6
Yeah,
to 4
Runko,
to
YouTube
8.
has responded to you,
Right now it
it's
says 8
it's kind
on
of
my
a
phone.
generic
It says
response. Looking into this, and we'll update
10.
you soon. We
I
also
don't
recommend
know.
appealing
No,
this decision
9.
via the notification in studio dashboard.
It would be fantastic
Which, of
if
course,
the
Which
seal
is
didn't say no appeal
unclickable.
available.
Yeah. So just wanted to update you that so far.
Oh, well, I appreciate
that's what you
that,
got.
but
It's so
yeah,
easy to do this,
YouTube's
guys.
kinda sucking
Like
today
seriously,
on
I
that
I really do
front,
encourage you
but,
all to try. Like it's easier for me to invite
yeah, I
you
guess
on
they're
here,
just
but
allergic to money.
There's
this
no
fucking
legal
sucks.
recourse for this, is there?
Not only does the
No, I
software
mean,
cost money,
unless you can prove,
but it takes your
that there
time.
was some sort of
And
false,
this is the most
like, you could-
finicky
you could do
bullshit. And it's
tortious
where this
interference,
algorithm
some sort of
and the
tortious interference
corporate
strategy.
and I'm starting to sound like
But
super
I mean, we're talking
conservative,
about. I don't
like
think anything like
conspiracy
that's
crazy
ever been
bitch.
accomplished in a courtroom and
But
related
I
to social
have
media.
experienced
and
it
social
just
media
the
payouts, but
almost
if you
48
think about it,
hours
a
I've been
false flag
streaming
that relies
legal
on, a
things.
defamatory claim
I
that
have been
you
a
were engaged in
plant
some sort of deceptive
channel
practice.
up until the past 2
And
days.
then
I just started to
impacts your ability
incorporate
to
my
earn
career
money.
with my
But the
hobby.
problem is, even the best
Earlier
live
you
stream
watched me repot plants
doesn't
and
come
talk
out to the
legal.
damages costs that you would need to
the
run the
attorney.
lawsuit.
I have been getting nothing but
Random
fuckery.
question, because during this
It's
stream, a
wild.
certain YouTuber did end up in the chat. The certain YouTuber happens to
Right?
go by the something I
It's
cover my
weird.
head with when it's
And you've
raining
been with me
outside.
all day. You can attest.
Oh, okay.
Tug.
Someone mentioned today. Tug.
Yeah.
36
And
states have
he was
medical,
like,
18
he was in the
have
chat, and the
recreational.
chat was
SC
calling him out
prefers
and saying,
opioids.
like, hey, welcome, blah, blah,
Amen.
blah.
Yes, they
I don't
do.
want
To
to say it
cannabis
because
for
apparently
custody
people are
battle.
telling me
It
that
is
they're going around like flagging the
absurd.
hell out of everything that he's in touching right now.
No,
So
no.
that's
I
why
invited.
yeah.
I invited Tug on. So he's
yes.
welcome
okay.
to come on.
Okay, so I can say Tug, come
Oh.
on. Explain what just
Oh,
fucking happened, because I have no
Today
clue.
was an
Tug,
amazing day
y'all,
for
seriously,
him.
I
I mean,
said
to get
this earlier.
mentioned in the middle of
Like,
the,
if
the
they
Johnny
can't
Depp
even get
trial.
to the-
I mean, that is a huge day for him. They basically
He
just
got
drew public
mentioned in
attention to
court,
him.
but
And who
he
else
liked
did they
my
mention? Someone
comment
else
this
did.
morning, guys.
Yeah,
Because
the
I was
Brian-
laying in
that
bed
Brian
before
fella.
I got
also
on at whatever
verified-
time it was this morning with y'all.
They
Like,
I should have figured out a way to get in.
I've been on YouTube for like
They
so many hours.
verified
If I don't
that
get to 1,000 hours, I
that
can't
the
monetize
last
my
2
channel.
years of videos from Tug are genuine and based
Oh
on
my
real information.
God.
Like
The
that's
more you
what they
like,
did.
the more you
They're
share.
so fucking dumb.
The more,
that
even if
they
you dislike
verified
comments,
that the 2
after
years
they
that
go
they have been
up,
trying
old
to
videos
suppress
which aren't
were
related
all
to all their
based
plans.
on information from Adam Waldman.
Like,
and right now,
it
Adam
helps
Waldman's
so
social
much.
credit and Johnny Depp's social credit is way higher credit score than Amber Heard. So like everybody who's like, oh wait, that weirdo guy with just that thing who's like, hey there, let me tell you about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
is
That guy was telling the
anonymous.
truth for 2
I don't
straight
know if
years.
you noticed he.
And-
I've never
and
seen his
he said-
face.
he said
Supposedly he
straight
was
up,
in
I
the
was
court.
giving him the same
They
treatment
might
as
know
the same
him, but
internet journalist,
I don't know
the
what he looks
same as
like.
mainstream media. That's gotta stick.
He
in that
has so
craw,
many
really.
inside
I mean,
resources
that's
that
gotta-
they actually. I
that's
feel
a
like
slap
he
that
might
hurts.
be damn near
Everybody, even
untouchable.
mainstream media. They're
I
really-
hope I'm
Maybe
wrong.
we should ask the media guy whether he researched the hashtag Amber Heard as
But
a
he liked my comment this morning.
Oh my gosh.
And I freaked the fuck out.
Seriously
Well,
though, Amber Heard as a
I'm
psycho was
humbled.
trending when a couple days ago. I don't know if when that whole thing with her crazy laughter was all the
Oh,
rage.
thanks, Jennifer.
Yeah, that was trending.
That was
all over
Tuesday.
Twitter all day. Yeah.
Oh yes, I
Well,
know.
it hasn't stopped.
You
It
guys are
hasn't
the best.
stopped being one of the Johnny Depp hashtags.
And when Chris
has
comes,
for the
it's
last
even
2
better.
weeks not stopped in the trending. Like it's always
got
been
homework,
in
don't
the trending
worry.
for the last 2 weeks. It alternates which one it is by day. Right now, like at
Having
this
one
moment, it's I
person
Stand With Johnny
here
Depp. But Amber
feels
Heard
amazing.
has gone up there. Amber Heard is a liar. Amber Heard is a psychopath. All those have alternated. It's always
If I
been up
can
there. And you
inspire
know
anybody
the Amber team
to
sees this.
be
This is why she
interested in
repeatedly says,
finding
"Go on
out
the
the
internet,
truth
go on
and
the
not
internet, you'll
following
see,"
the
because
narrative,
she's seeing those tactics.
to not
Can
be
we-
just
can we
the
imagine for one
social
second
justice
that Amber-
warrior, but to
Amber
actually
Heard
be
as a
the
next Tuesday was
justice
a hashtag that was
warrior?
analyzed
That
just to hear Elaine
is
Bredehoff in closing argument say,
my
pronounce
lord.
it that way. Amber Heard is
Find
like,
the truth.
God.
All right. This is my
Look at that
this is my
mega
beverage
pint
in
pour.
solidarity.
All right, cheers with
with
Orcada
Runkle,
because
a Viking funeral or an Irish funeral, Irish wake maybe for his live stream. But buddy, I hope publications out there write news stories about it tomorrow.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean,
And
messed
Jenny,
up,
and to
but,
Jenny, Jennifer
And before you
Lombardi.
drink, 100K today, 200K tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy.
Should
Cheers.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah,
Cheers.
buddy.
And I've got some of
hell yeah.
Rob's homebrew.
The truth shall set you
Not only does he
free.
do,
I think that's a Christian saying.
woodworking, but also makes beer.
That is which was in
Rob,
you. The
I feel
truth.
like there's just nothing he can't do.
Right?
I get like a testosterone contact high when you come on my stream. How do you not like run an independent country with several wives? Like, what the hell is going on here, man?
He's like a reincarnated Marvel.
I know. He's a single
I feel like one day
lumber
we're gonna find a
lawyer.
giant underground chasm
He's actually
behind
in
Rob's house,
Virginia.
and it's-
He's the
it's just
one
him building
who found
an
the knife on the bed
ocean-faring
in the
barge that
picture
will
and
host
like
a city on it that
destroyed
he will
the
lord
testimony
over.
of Amber's that because
He was like the
like
inspiration for those commercials
of
for the most
abuse
interesting
and
man in
rape
the
and
world.
shit.
They were
That
like
was
what did
performed
Rob
by
do
Johnny
last
Depp.
week?
He's like,
We're gonna
no,
throw
I
that
work
in the
with
ad
wood,
also.
and that's impossible. It
Just
did
waiting
a
for
whole
the
video
flood,
on
baby.
it. I
Waiting for the
encourage
flood.
you.
Okay,
I think the
gentlemen.
flood already came.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's here.
Yeah, it's when Rob walked by a line full of women.
Just careful not to flood this room.
Even in my little chats.
So,
which
gentlemen,
I'm so grateful
any
for. Everyone's like, "Is he
speculation
single?"
on
I've been
what
asked
the
that
hell
so
Amber's
many
team is going to
times.
do with their
Even
only
I think
8
I
hours
asked.
and 10 minutes left
I'm
starting
married,
next
but I
week
was
because
just
they
asking.
haven't
Should have
rested
brick.
yet.
The defense rests.
Walk in and just
Oh
like
my
spend
God,
8
let's
hours
think
just
about
dropping
that,
a
guys.
grumpy in
Amber's
his
team has
courtroom.
8 hours and 10 minutes. Let me take a note of that.
on Johnny Depp's table, on the table, right there. Just
Dropping
walk
a
over.
grumpy.
No, but like seriously, you can't rest right now.
8
You have to put
hours,
somebody
10
on.
minutes. That's
Like
what
that can't be
the
end.
Amber.
You have to put
The
somebody
Amber
reported,
H.
the reported plan is the only thing I've seen that they're going to do is the worst plan. It's the only way they could do worse than they've done is to call Johnny Depp.
You know, but
He's probably not old. The
hats
thing
off to
about
fucking
lawyers
Ben Chu.
is,
like what a strategy,
mean,
man.
I'm-
watching them play.
think
Watching
about
them
the
play
time.
into
He's
his
actually
hand
practicing
and
law.
knowing
He's
ahead of time,
on
'cause that's what he
YouTube
chess. 'Cause he laid out
streaming.
his direct, and he's like, they're gonna fall.
How
for it,
many
they're gonna fall for
hours?
it.
Like,
And
I've
they
been doing
did,
this
and
for
they
what,
went-
2
They
days
went for broke with
now,
Dr.
I
Hughes
think,
out the
and
back.
it's
And
I
she
don't
was
want to
just
even go
she
do
was
the
the Amber
math.
Heard proxy.
I've been
And then
getting
they
like
put,
awards
in
on my
opinion,
emails
the
and
dumbest thing they
stuff.
could have
Like,
done was put her right on the stand.
I'm being thanked
Yeah.
by
And
these
then you give Vasquez a week, and man, she
websites
came out
and
fire.
stuff that I like,
And she
YouTube and
destroys any
what did I
credibility
say,
that Hughes
Twitch?
has, and by implication, any credibility
Like,
that, or sorry, any
trying to get
credibility
me
that
to
Heard
keep
had,
going
and
and
by
going.
implication,
And
any
really, it's
credibility
you
that
guys
Hughes
that
had
keep me
left.
going. Like,
And then
I didn't
you
want to do
backfill
this
that with a
earlier.
bunch
I
of
was like
bullshit,
depressed,
and the
just
dumpster
thinking about
fire
my
that was
granddad and
today that
stuff. And
tanked
the
their
husband's
entire
like, "Go
case.
do it.
I mean, throw a match on it.
I know
Like,
you
are
want to
you
do
kidding
this."
me?
Which this was
And I
such a
don't want
winnable
to.
case for them also. First of all, she never should have taken the stand. They should have started with Whitney, because Whitney's telling the exact same story as she is, but there's no cross against her that's going to be quite as damning as the fake weeping that she did. It's not nearly as bad if she fails on cross. And this way you sort of test run the story with the whole staircase incident, with all these different stupidities.
Ask.
You start with Whitney, then you start
Send him a
supporting it
super
with all the moochers coming out one by one,
Cash app,
telling about
subject,
how
how old are
violent
you?
he is. And and you start getting a feel for how this whole thing played. But the whole narrative that we're looking to tell could have been told essentially
pretty
by
hot.
Whitney. You don't have to get into the whole essay thing. That was
If
the
it's more than, like,
stupidest thing
$1.
to start trying to walk down that road. Distance yourself from the essay or trying to
Oh,
promote
my
some narrative
granddad
on that
passed
story.
away on
And
Friday.
then you leave Whitney in the fucking gallery. You leave her in the gallery.
He
And
just
and
laid
the-
into
the-
us. It was
the-
really tough for me.
like literally
so good.
We should do
headline
some law
photo.
Very
trivia
sour.
one night.
She was doing that constantly, and she was actually she kept looking because like I'm 2 seats away from her.
I'll work on that.
She keeps looking over and glaring at me. And then she was going back, and I'm just like, okay, I get it. You know who I am, or you're just glaring at everybody. But I'm pretty sure she kind of knew that I was
That's
on their show.
Uncle. That's just her face.
That's
just
seriously,
her face.
they both have the same exact
RBF.
rest bitch face. Yes, RBF. You can
Okay,
say
but
it.
Sure, but I mean, she was. glaring
Actually,
my
he
way,
would have been
but
80
also
yesterday.
It was clear she wasn't happy with these other witnesses that were testifying, and so she's sitting there as this big freaking signal to the jury. I think this is a bad witness for us. Like,
Yeah.
They should have just sent her right home. Thanks for coming out. Get the fuck out of here because you are
Okay.
gonna,
Dude, yeah.
you're gonna ruin
but
this.
but gentlemen, hear me out. right now, I know we're saying rest or whatever is their strategy, but they have a real problem right now on their counterclaim. Like, they should probably fold the counterclaim at this point. They should just dismiss it, because the problem
they're
is
not allowed to, Nick. They're not allowed to.
Oh, they can't do that in Virginia. Okay,
Nope. It's not
just
a
gonna
non-suit, doesn't
fuck
matter, right,
her
that's
more in the
requested from
jury.
court, and you have to get
Really?
opposed.
Yeah. So right now they have a factual deficiency on two of the main
Oh
defamation
my
factors.
God,
The
Rob
first one,
actually
they
lives
tried to get it
in
into
that
Adam
Fairfax
Waldman
County,
that
Virginia.
he acted at the behest of Johnny Depp, which you were not going to get. So I know there was some speculation on my show and on Legal Bites' show, I'm sure everywhere, that what they were trying to do is create this level of ambiguity for the jury about they're being evasive as to Johnny Depp's involvement with Adam Waldman in these statements. But the problem is there is not a fact in evidence right now that says that Adam Waldman made those statements on behalf of Johnny Depp. My argument on dismissal starts with they have not met the first element of defamation, where Johnny Depp has published a statement. And they can try and create a fact issue, but right now they don't have one, because even the articles, to my knowledge, don't say that Adam Waldman released a statement on behalf of Johnny Depp. It just says Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's lawyer, said this. That doesn't mean that he said it in his capacity. And even though they created that, he's being evasive, that doesn't put it into the record that that there's evidence of this. So they've got a big factual deficiency there, and they've got another huge one on damages, because the best thing they got on damages so far for Amber Heard is that she kept all of her contracts, still has them as of this day, and except for maybe one movie. Unnamed movie involving an unnamed actor and an unnamed director for an unnamed amount of money. That's the only damages element that they put forward.
Yep.
I'd be moving to dismiss this thing the moment they rest.
I'm
Never
going to
happened.
agree with
So
my
if
evil
you never
twin
sign
above
something, there's no damages.
And I think that the judge is
They're
going to
so
be
fucking
inclined to do
stupid.
it, because the
I
only
hope
way to get there
this
is
is over by this weekend.
improper
Like, tomorrow will be
inference
last
that
day.
Elaine is hoping that the jury will draw, that asserting privilege means that there's something shady that's being hidden. That was greasy. Like,
Yes.
that whole approach is, and you know what? I had been thinking of doing a video
Sorry
saying,
for
you know
your
what?
loss,
I
Sarah's
want to
journey.
defend
Yes, it
Elaine and
does.
say that she's not she's probably not a bad
Fairfax,
lawyer.
Virginia.
She's probably
Ruby
just
is
got a
my
really bad
1966 Ruby Red
Today,
original
I've lost that
Volkswagen
urge.
Beetle I
Today,
have.
some of the stuff she did today was just
You can
like,
find me on
indefensibly
Instagram, the
bad
same
in terms of
handle.
dumb. But that is
And
also
see Ruby
greasy,
there.
and it's
Ruby
you lose respect for somebody.
and Jennifer know each other
just
because
like-
I have to go where Jennifer
goes my
works.
sympathy.
It's the only gas station
What was that
that
workaround
has
question she
ethanol
tried?
free,
She
aka the
tried
most
getting in
expensive
there. It was like
gasoline
the
you can find.
hypothetical. So if no
There was
one
a
told
few
you
of
this,
them.
would you still do it or whatever?
What if any?
Right.
Yeah, there was a few of them. Like, if it was getting to the point where she was like, well, if you didn't not ask or if you weren't not asked to be not posting the statement, would you have
No,
retracted
but
it
you know the
if
car.
it might have been wrong? And it's like,
I think.
Hey,
right?
And I like Ben Chu's answer to those, oh, well, that's the same, same question, just gussied up. And, oh,
Right.
hey, that was real clever, but still no.
Hey, Joe, check your people are saying your stream from earlier is down.
Yeah, Joe, what was the last one you did? Because the one that I'm showing is this Lawyers Watching Depp v. Heard Day 19, 5 hours ago, streamed.
Our stream is down, Joe?
Get out of here. Why is it down?
No way.
That's the last video that's showing. Lawyers
Check your
Watching Depp
email.
v. Heard Day 19.
Mm.
58,000. Yeah, streamed 5 hours
Your
ago.
email
Oh, my stream's up from earlier.
Effers.
And I've got my channel
Holy
up right
shit.
now. I'm looking.
The
I
stream
keep
is down.
refreshing, like who's going to attack what
It
channel.
took my stream down. Let me check my email.
Not that it matters.
Yeah, check
Is
your
it
email.
also marked spam or scams?
Hi, Good Logic. Our team has reviewed your content. We think that you may need to
They
make
took
changes to make sure it
Logic's-
doesn't violate our
Shut
spam,
up.
deceptive practices, and scams policy.
you
There it is.
fucking
Same
kidding
thing.
We
me?
made the
Oh,
following
Holy
content
crap.
private.
Strike
Shit,
two.
it's coordinated.
I even have a
YouTube
copyright
versus
claim.
Now we have confirmation. All but.
Wow.
Oh, you guys want to play?
I have a copyright claim on my video from
God,
right there.
this sons
You want to
of
have fun with this one? You're going to piss off a lot of
Oh
people that love being
my-
pissed off.
oh my, you freaking I am a tiny
that's
little
fucking
channel, and just because I'm
insane,
sitting
dude.
here,
I
just
am.
you know what?
I
I'm
have
saying it right
200
now.
Instead of
subscribers. That
knocking
just
you off,
tells you,
you know
like,
what
I'm
you
not
should
even a
have done? You should have told
monetized
your
channel,
stupid,
bro.
moronic, self-involved, narcissistic.
I'm doing
client
nothing
For
illegal
Joe,
right
maybe
now.
that's
what
it.
This
you
is what
should
you
have
call
done, what you
fair
should have done is you actually should
use.
have watched my stream, because I actually
am
walked you through the
commenting.
arguments that you should have been making, even in closing. And the reason I walked through those arguments
This
is
is so
because I said your
funny.
stupid, moronic, narcissistic client is so self-involved and needs to have the whole world
That's not
believe
even the
her
one with the
BS
thousands
story
of views.
that there's
That's
no
one
way to
with
allow
just
you
a
to actually
few
go out there
hundred
and say
views.
to the jury what you should be saying,
Amber
which is,
attacks
hey,
little
look,
bitches
I'm just like
like
you.
me
I don't believe everything she
in South
said. She probably
Carolina
embellished some stuff because she suffered some trauma. But if you
because
believe even one nugget of it, she was abused, and therefore you have to find that she was telling the truth.
guys, look,
And
it
that's
says
why you must find for
copyright
her. I
claim
tried walking you through that, and I said I don't
right
feel
there.
uncomfortable
Do you
sharing
see
this
that?
information because your stupid, moronic,
Oh, Emily
narcissistic,
D's been fucked
self-involved
with. If
client
I've been
is
fucked
way too
with,
arrogant to allow you to actually go out there and make the best damn argument that she needs made for her. But
what
instead
happened
of
to this
listening
video?
to my
Why
video
can't I
and saying,
hear
"Oh,
them?
this is what I'm going to do,"
Have they
instead you
muted
said,
him?
"Oh, we're so embarrassed that people are speaking badly about our client. We're going to
He's
send
going the
bots
fuck
out
off right
and
now.
start
Do you see
flagging and
this?
start pretending that he's spreading some
Why
sort
is
of
he
spam or
muted?
whatever." Go to hell. Because I am not sitting down on this. I am gonna investigate into legal recourse. I don't care if I have to sign up together with Runkle and these other idiots I've never met before, who I respect deeply and still admire. But if I have to sign up with them, I am not resting on this, because this is an attack on truth. And just because the truth terrifies you and your BS narratives and your BS
Holy
stories
shit,
are not what
guys.
you want, or what you want the entire world to believe has some sort of glint of truth to it, that doesn't mean that those people out there who actually want to share truth with the world should be silenced by the likes of you.
I'm gonna need that clip. I'm gonna need that clip, and I need like that. I need that.
Oh, they're already
every
on it.
night.
See, no, Rob. You never have to worry with this community. Welcome to LawTube. Somebody's already clipped that. It's already
And
done.
Joe, I need you to raise both arms to make sure that you didn't just have a stroke.
Yeah, what?
Have you met Joe?
I'm just waiting for like
What the
Joe.
fuck,
I don't know how
dude?
you're gonna pay back the debt on that fucking breath you just borrowed. I was like, this man's gonna breathe eventually. He's gonna breathe at some point. He's not gonna breathe. He's not. He's got gills like Kevin Costner in
Nick,
Waterworld. He's sucking air in through his ears.
I mean, you honestly
This,
watch
this
Waterworld?
blue whale of a man did a 30-minute closing without
Who the hell
taking a
watched
breath earlier.
Waterworld?
Yeah, and
Nobody
super
watched
impressive that it was
I have
100%
a
coherent
He
the
had
entire time.
gills.
I mean, the
claim.
arguments were logical all the way through.
It was a good movie, solid movie. Do not knock Waterworld.
No, it wasn't.
I don't want to
It
check
wasn't.
my
That was
email.
terrible. It was
I thought you said you didn't
terrible.
even watch it, Joe.
No, it was so terrible. It's
Holy
famous for
shit.
being
Or
terrible.
should we call you Joe Hurd?
That's what I'm saying,
his
guys. The
story's
numbers on
changing
this
left
are
and
irrelevant.
right. Okay, so next question for the panel. Just on. I wasn't going to make this a Johnny Depp show, but now it's a fucking Johnny Depp show because I have an invoice of lawyers here. So
It's a sidebar of lawyers.
I hate that term.
Sidebar of lawyers.
It's a
the
Johnny
sidebar
Depp
or the
show,
invoice?
and I
Sidebar is way better
I don't want
because
the
when you
invoice.
show the
Check my
stream,
email.
when you show the
Well, I
stream
do.
with that, we're all on the side, like in a sidebar. We're all on the side. It's a
Thank you,
sidebar of
Angela
lawyers.
Parrish, for your
It's the best
subscription.
I prefer a murder of lawyers, but that's just
Thank you,
me.
Jennifer, for your subscription.
I'm going to call us a cunt of lawyers. Okay, so
No.
we've got an Amber Heard of lawyers, and I would like to know what Johnny Depp's. So whenever
What do I
they
do with
rest,
this? What do I do with this? What am I supposed to? What is the next? What am I supposed to do with this crap?
appeal it, except you can't. At least you guys didn't get strikes, so you can
Oh, yeah, what do we
stream
do?
and upload still, right?
What?
Like that's true.
Yeah, that
They
I
made
would
it
be pissed
private.
at.
They made
I
it
got a
private.
copyright strike.
If they'd
But I
given
can
a strike,
stream and
I'd be
upload
looking
too,
at
right?
like, okay, I need some information disclosed as to
Yeah.
who requested or who reported this.
Oh, they're not going to
And-
give you shit.
What about Emily and Legal Bites'
Comment.
videos? Are they still okay? Does anybody
I don't
know?
For now.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chat came up with a good idea. A mega pint of lawyers.
A grumpy of lawyers.
mine are
probably.
okay for now.
I
I
like
think.
that. I like that.
Y'all
Or a mega pint of grumpy
confirm.
lawyers.
So I want to
Mada-
know what you guys
Madame
think
Van Cook.
Johnny Depp's team should do on rebuttal. What is the strategy on rebuttal? They have right now 18 hours. We can assume they're going to go in with a pretty significant
Cornelian.
hour advantage. So what do they do on rebuttal?
I think first they run out the clock
Good
on
logic.
the remaining hours
Okay.
by calling really quick witnesses
Okay,
that they
law,
can just make them take forever on cross for. Your instructions on we'll do
I
our
have
witness
a
prep. Your instructions are
comment.
answer every question real slowly.
Okay.
They only have 8 hours, so we're just gonna stall them out.
It takes forever to say yes or no.
Yeah, think
Like
real hard about each question.
Like
And-
Rocky Pennington did.
Yeah.
And I mean, if they get to a point where the Heard team is out of hours, then they can have all sorts of fun. Like, hey, we're gonna call Kate Moss, and guess what? You don't get to cross-examine. So, have fun with that. And plus, they can do it and stare at Elaine the whole time.
Just
they can't do
human.
a thing about it.
Yeah.
So who do you call on rebuttal? For me, I call Dr. Muffins.
Yep.
Yeah.
I haven't. I can't. I'm not even
and I
looking at my
call
own
Isaac
chat right
Baruch.
now.
Isaac.
Yes.
I wait. So I reverse what Runkle said. I leave Dr. Muffins for last, so they can't cross her.
Jane
Oh,
Mansell.
man.
That
Imagine
girl,
they
I
have
think
20
I
minutes
actually
to
know that
cross
person.
Dr. Curry, and she gets to rip. She can take 3 fucking hours on the stand, and you have 20 minutes to pick her apart. No chance. Yeah, that's the one. That's what I want.
And they can't call Dr. Hughes to try to offer a response. So she can just dunk on Hughes for 3 hours and, basically just say Dr. Hughes is the worst thing to ever crawl out of a gutter. And
She's an activist. She's paid. She's a paid hitman. She has a reputation in the
I am
community
not
for going out and only supporting female victims of domestic violence. She has a
seeing-
reputation in the psychiatric community, in the forensic psychology community, of not representing any clients that are male victims of domestic violence. Those sorts of things would be
Anything.
really, really damaging, I think.
Oh, and Nick, to that point, that's a fucking great idea because it's a rebuttal witness. You don't have to disclose it. So you can actually bring in someone brand effing new to do that before you put on Dr. Curry. Bring in someone brand new, slaughter Hughes's reputation, and then put on Dr. Curry, leave them with no time.
Right,
And you know what else they
Dr.
should do?
Muffins.
Just call Marilyn Manson just for giggles and just ask him about his so
Y'all,
what do you
now I'm
like
having
for
bots
coffee?
again. Are you fucking
What's your
for
favorite
real?
coffee?
Well, there's that video of the Thanksgiving event. Call the assistant and play the video.
How do you know that?
I don't know if the
Just like,
video's
hey,
in evidence.
I just like the idea of calling Marilyn Manson just to talk about random bullshit. Like, what album do you have coming out? Just knowing that they can't cross-examine it, it would just be killing them. They'd be like, we want.
I mean, I don't care. It's not the one.
spike the
I don't make money off
But
of
I
this.
do think
I'm
calling
not a
Isaac.
monetized
Well,
channel.
the other one
I
is
have
that Howell,
$200.
Jennifer Howell.
Jennifer
I
Howell.
think.
Yeah,
I'm
Jennifer
here
Howell.
for
Good one.
for y'all, for
If
me.
they can call
for
her.
y'all,
But
for
the
me.
reason I call Isaac Baruch is because he's so damn likable. Like he's
I don't
just so.
really
And
care, but I was
what are they going to
just-
do to him on cross? So he's a good time waster. He has that nice affectation. I mean,
don't know
Isaac
what
Baruch
that
is so
means. It's
likable
kind of
that in
funny.
his testimony against
Is my
Amber
sister
Heard,
still
Amber
here?
Heard is laughing. She's smiling, like she was
It's
chuckling
okay,
along.
guys.
And then
I'm
he they got him
litigated
to that
things.
point where he
I
said,
can
"She's
reply
this
to a
fraud
fair
that she
use
created went
copyright
around
claim.
the world." It's like, this is
Holy
perfect.
shit!
That guy's gold to me because I think the jury probably really, really liked him, and I think you pull him back, and he's eminently likable, and you remind people of who will come to the courtroom for Johnny Depp. And I think we talked about this on the stream earlier that when he shows up,
I heard of
you
lawyers
thank him
like,
for showing up in person.
come on,
Look, I know this is a big
somebody-
imposition to come down here and come into Virginia for this. So we really thank you for showing up, taking the time to come support Johnny, or well, not support Johnny Depp, but to offer testimony in this case.
She's
and
scripted into
highlight
her
the fact
hoax.
that Amber couldn't get a damn soul in that courtroom.
Oh, what if you got Alejandro to walk in?
Vape man? No, he wouldn't walk in. He'd drive his little Volkswagen or whatever through the door.
But if he appeared live, if I'm Johnny Depp's legal team, I will be like, look, I will pay your travel. I will put you up in the Ritz. I will do everything in the fucking world. If you come in and walk in that courtroom, the jury's going to fucking lose it. And everyone around the world is going to lose it to hear this man from the stand.
Just time out for a second. I just tweeted out at YouTube. If anyone who's watching the stream could just retweet it, I'd appreciate it.
I'm getting there. Let's get.
Yeah,
I've been
what
waiting.
did
I figured you were
Is it
drafting
because I
one.
actually played a long crime
was
clip?
so mad I left
You
my
think
phone upstairs.
Emily D. Baker? Did I play a long crime today?
YouTube, you have got to fix this garbage.
Emily D. Baker. I played her.
Stop allowing interested.
Guys, I did play long crime today. I
silence
started my
speech
video off with their fucking
through
thing. How much you
your
want to bet it was long crime trying to
archaic
intimidate me?
systems.
Nice.
I started
Hashtag
off
justice
trying to show their
Oh, beautiful.
Justice
That's
for
love.
Joe.
video
Justice for
of
Joe.
Johnny Depp and Amber
That's
Heard
sweet.
entering the
That was like a
courtroom,
love
and
letter right
it's
there.
probably
That
super
hashtag. Thank
fucking
you.
annoying.
It's fine. Now I don't have to pay you this month.
That was much more than I was ever going to get.
Wait, Joe was getting paid?
No.
I do have a
Look, I have a
cricket,
reputation as a grifter, and I'm going.
I
I'm
think tomorrow
hell
I'm
bent on
just
keeping
gonna.
No, so that yeah, guys,
my
go hit
God.
that. I just dropped it in the chat a minute ago. I'll drop it again because
I
we've got a
want
20
to. I'm
second
fucking
delay.
outraged
But
now.
if you want to
Fuck
support
Amber
that
Heard.
Twitter movement, these Twitter
And
movements are the
long
only ways
crime.
to get these things rectified. Again,
I
it's-
tweeted
it's
as well, by the way, Nick and Joe, and I
Yeah,
created the
I
two
appreciate
hashtags, the hashtag Justice for Runkle and hashtag Justice for Joe. And I mentioned the fact that this now is
Oh my
officially,
God.
now that we have two back-to-back in a row, both videos talking about the same
Martin,
content. Both are
crime,
lawyers of LawTube.
trying
This
to
is clearly a
copyright
coordinated attack. So go on the
my
DUI guy
stream today.
Twitter, retweet,
Oh my
let the world
God.
know that's what's up. We need to be heard.
Oh, and Amber's PR team was watching us. That's from me. Bitches.
I keep refreshing. I have
You
all of
tried.
LawTube's pages open. I keep refreshing to see when one of the
copyright.
videos disappears.
I do
Oh my
have
God.
an anonymous lawyer sent
I
me a
got a
noun for a
copy
collection of lawyers. He
right
called it an
claim
innocence of
from
lawyers.
Ooh,
Law and crime,
I
dude.
like that.
Yeah.
You would.
Literally.
You
They're
would.
As a
trying
criminal
to-
defense lawyer, it
guy.
touches me personally.
But if it
And you're
touches
happy
you, are
with
you going to
it?
sue it in
What?
10 years?
I'm streaming now.
Nick, if you haven't given a description of this, one,
What
you should
the
basically make that
fuck?
description. Innocence of lawyers discusses Runkle's takedown or something like that.
I'll change the title. I have innocence of lawyers discusses Runkle of the Bailey
Yo.
pulled down baseless TOS claim from YouTube. That's the
Should I be
99
tripping?
character title. Oh baby, right in under
Actually,
the
could be,
limit.
I was going to say Runkle Logic, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't have room for Joe. Sorry,
Don't
he
have
got
room for
his, he got his. Hey Joe, welcome
got it.
back
Not
to the
really.
show. I know you were off the headphones for a minute there. Love you, brother. Glad to have you back.
You in no way relegated him to the LawTube ghetto. In no way.
Uh,
I have
So,
not been paying
I don't
attention to
need
you
a
guys
PR
for a
team taking
second.
me down.
I'm
I got my
sorry.
best friends
I had a
on the
sidebar of my own.
Pull out the knives. As soon as I literally
Holy
talked to my wife
shit.
for like 30 seconds, and my closest friend, my social media
There's
friends
your
in the
first
world,
mistake.
basically are like, you're like freaking Norman Bates.
Hey,
Runkle's
Joe,
back.
Joe, drive
but
down this
y'all,
week,
I was
man.
having
Come
issues
on
with
down.
my
Let's
shit
watch
earlier.
this,
Remember,
let's
my
watch the
stream
closing
kept
arguments together.
going out.
Well, you probably can't because it's Friday.
It's because they
right?
were trying to
Friday.
shut down my
Closing arguments on
shit, and that's
Friday.
when I was like, "Fuck it, this is
Yeah, I mean, I
boring.
haven't
I'm
had
having
like basically
issues.
spent
I'll come back
time.
tonight.
I mean, I could
Gonna go spend
yeah.
time with my family."
We'll see. It's doubtful.
Oh, I know.
We'll see how my streams are going.
Exactly.
We'll see.
How many caveats are you going to put on that sentence?
Shut up. Shut
Always
up.
two more.
You know, That's that. All right, that's it for licking your nuts for the night. Okay, buddy.
And right now,
Joe,
none of them.
Chad actually solved this. You don't have to drag
None of
down
them would do that to me.
Oh, here we go. The wife.
No, as long crime has been
That was not me. That was I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Like this guy literally fell ass backwards.
I really wish I could bring it to one of their attentions.
Like the established jokes here.
I'm outraged.
The canon of
Yeah.
law tube.
Yeah, seriously.
Do you realize how much that would actually help my
that,
channel
Good
and
Logic's
maybe
title
even help me
insurance is gonna
too?
pay off because of all those undiscovered caveats on the on that sentence.
Y'all, I don't even like.
Oh God.
So what? Okay, so.
Oh my God.
Do you guys? What are the main issues you see for Johnny Depp? I asked who you'd call, but are there issues with Johnny Depp's case right now? How are you feeling on a verdict today from a reasonable jury, whatever the fuck that means?
95%.
I mean,
95%. And I'm also telling you, I was the first one to tell you, Nick, he's going to get 8 figures. Positive, he's getting 8 figures.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Can't go above what the jury. He
I
can't go
guess
above
I'm
what
going to be in the minority here.
No, 8 figures. 8 figures is above 10 million plus.
10 million
Okay.
plus.
10 million plus. 10 million.
I'm in the minority here because I think, as I've been telling the story, and I remember, Nick, I think
10
it was on your
million, he's
channel
asking for 50.
when I was talking about this, and I was in the minority back then, and now that I'm there in person,
No, Nick really
I'm
doesn't.
maintaining
He's like
my
me.
position, but
We're
hear
just
me
trying
out.
to figure it out.
Because of
But these guys are making
the
tons
high
of fucking
standard,
money.
right?
They aren't even
Because
working.
that Johnny has to prove
I'm not working
that
as of the past.
actual malice, that Amber
My
acted
boss
with
wouldn't
actual malice.
Let me off.
Unless there's the only exception is if the jury, basically the jury nullification
even my
occurs,
kid's
and they're like,
surgery
we
or my
hate her
grandfather's
so
death,
much,
but I don't want to really.
we don't really care about the law. We just
Yeah.
want Johnny to walk away with something. That's the only exception. But if they're going to be following the law,
I'll be all right.
inside the courtroom trial, they are both going to lose. Johnny's not going to get anything. Amber's not going to get anything. But in the second trial, the trial of public opinion, Johnny's already won, no question. Amber's already lost, no question. So at the end of the day, is it a victory for Johnny? 100%. Is he going to walk away with money? Probably not.
Is your entire
I
analysis
disagree.
hinged on the inability to show?
I hope
actual
you're
malice?
wrong.
Yes, it
Okay,
pretty
so
much is.
I'll take action on that. I'll take action on that.
DUI guy always has
here's
to.
the. I don't know. Maybe Rob can help. I don't know the case law in Virginia, but I know in several jurisdictions they have case
I don't
law
wanna
that
say that for
suggests
real. I don't know.
that
Probably
actual
not, but-
malice occurs when there is a he said, she said, and the person involved alleging to be a victim
This is
claims
malice.
otherwise. They would necessarily know that that was false, and that would be actual malice, that a jury could infer actual malice from the fact that a party was there. So if
she called him
someone
a sellout.
found to the same, I guess, evidentiary standard that
she
that it was indeed a
republished
lie
by that
for
third
clear and
count.
convincing evidence, because it is a
Shut up
heightened
and let the
standard.
lawyer talk.
But if they found the lie to clear and convincing evidence, then they would similarly find actual malice baked in, because if Amber Heard is
See?
lying about it, she knows she didn't get hit, right?
So yeah, it's the mistruth. It's the mistruth. If the mistruth itself was done knowingly,
she tweeted
that
it.
is that clears the hurdle. It's not so much that you have to. It's not all the other crap. If it's Amber Heard makes a statement,
And they're talking
and
lawyer
that
jargon, but
statement
it all
being,
comes back to the third count.
I was the victim, or that this never occurred, or that, yeah, it's the mistruth that they have to know is wrong.
Gentlemen, my recollection from looking at Virginia, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm mistaken, Rob, that the clear and convincing standard only applies to the actual malice, which is the actual malice, and the other stuff, it's beyond the preponderance of the evidence.
Right.
So and necessarily
Clear and
if
convincing.
her
So it's
story is
not beyond a
true,
reasonable
she
doubt
must-
and criminal.
she has to
Let's
know
make a
it's
note
not
of that,
true.
and I can explain
that-
that
but-
if you need.
I'm sorry,
But I wonder if and this is a weird
That's
sort of
the burden
head
of
game on
proof.
it, but if they get preponderance of the evidence that it's false, 51% that it's false, does that clear and convincing on the malice?
I believe so. Has to.
I think it should, but I don't know if it does for the jury.
This goes
And
to
that's-
credibility. It goes to her credibility because the thing is she can get up
I
there
don't think
and
it
say,
does.
you know, this happened, and the jury can say by a preponderance of
Her
the evidence
credibility
it
is
was
shot.
a false statement. But then they can look at her credibility, and if she says, you know,
I'm probably gonna lose
I'm gonna hedge
all
my
of you.
bets on
Yeah.
this whole like, I thought I knew what I was. I thought what I was saying was true.
She
If that's
said
where
everyone's a
wants to put
fucking liar, and her own
chips, because
stories
that's all
aren't.
she's got
They're
left.
not the
Is
same.
that
Every
I thought I
time
knew
they're
that
different.
what I was saying was true. Then it goes back to the jury to kind of weigh that credibility. And I think that with everything that we've seen, her credibility is out the fucking window. There's
Yeah.
nothing there.
Yeah.
That I agree with. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm with you, DUI guy, on the heightened standard. However, I think if they adequately convey to the jury the law on what actual malice is and how they can find it in this case, and this is asking the lawyers to do their job effectively. But if they do that, I think that Johnny can actually win. I disagree with Joe. I don't think he's getting an 8-figure award. I really top out around 2 to 5 million tops, and I don't think I'd be surprised if they even go that high. Honestly,
I'm not even.
Let me ask the panel a question because I'm curious about this. You know, all great lawyering really boils down to, especially in complicated legal analysis, complicated legal conclusions that the jury has to come to based on the law. You know, I know like Clarence Darrow and Jerry Spence, one of the reasons why they become so famous is their ability to take very complex issues and simplifying them. So let me ask the panel, like, what would be your idea of how can you create an analogy to simplify this, like dumb it down to a second grade level for the jury to understand what it needs to be, what they need to say in closing for the jury to go, oh, so that's what that means, and render a decision in favor of Johnny Depp.
Why?
Y'all
It's a very
take a try at
complicated
this
question.
in the
I think.
chat.
Who wants to go first? I have an answer,
Or
but
I
if
invite
someone
you
else
to
wants to go
come
first,
on.
they're welcome to it.
Burn the witch.
Oh, look, someone already did.
Drown her.
I have one
And
too.
then drown her.
Their dead
And
corpse.
then drown her. And throw her
Have sex
body
with
in
her corpse
the
to make
trunk
sure
of
she's
a
dead.
Honda.
It's pretty fucking embarrassing.
No, my
Fucking
thought
all
was
about
like,
that.
it's not even that.
Every
Like,
day
so
at this
Ben
trial.
Chu has demonstrated this really cool combination of legal intellect, strategy, and then the ability to relate to the average person. You don't really see in a lot of lawyers. Like you watch him relate to the people in the gallery, the people when he's walking in. He has the ability to communicate on several levels. So I think about him
True.
making an argument at closing, and I can think of that sticking. Then
He's
I
a
look at
normal
Elaine
guy.
Bredehoff, and where you're talking about someone who is told that a question is leading.
He
and
better
has
make the closing
opportunity to
argument.
rephrase
Not Cat
that
Lady.
question
If she does, she's
and
fucking
try to make
fried.
it not leading,
Fucking
can't
like
effing do it.
tempura style.
Like, imagine her trying to explain something complex when she can't understand that what, if anything, does not make a leading question a not leading question.
Your Honor, it does cure it. It does.
What if anything?
In
Your Honor,
some
I-
circumstances, it
I'm
actually
trying here.
I can't decide if I want
In
that.
some circumstances, not always, but in
It
some
can.
circumstances. it
You're
can.
right. It
I
can
mean, it
if
does
create
sometimes
sufficient
for that one
ambiguity in
judge,
the
but
answer.
I agree with most of her
And what-
rulings.
But your
What if
opposition,
anything did you do on Tuesday? Not what if any.
But she uses it for
vehicles
everything.
with license plate T7J.
Correct.
427.
Were you driving?
I love.
You know,
I love. What if
She does it,
anything
like,
did you
with
report to your doctor
compounding,
about the abuse you sustained at the hands
to
of Johnny
lead
Depp on
her.
March 15th? Like, well, come on, lady, it doesn't work.
The
No,
other one I loved was just what if anything what if any bruising did you sustain?
You're literally
And
testifying
she's got
for
the
her.
circles,
Why
and
is
she's
she
still
even up
drawing
there?
as she's asking the what if any question. I'm like, are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
I wish they would have asked the judge to order her to take those
It's
down
fucking
at
hilarious.
that point, but it'd probably just draw too much attention to it. I think that to answer your question, DUI guy, that what
That's also hearsay.
Benju or whoever's delivering closing needs to do for this
'Cause it's
is
not
do
all
kind of
in
what Rob is
it,
saying and
actually.
really simplify it down to an average person. I think,
She's fried.
and I think that's what makes the people on LawTube kind of unique amongst lawyers and why we're able to do these shows to people talking about really oftentimes boring subjects, but get people to watch, is that we can say, okay, So you've heard both sides.
Very
of this
boring.
case.
Sorry.
You've heard Johnny Depp talk about his life, accept the fact that he's had issues with drug and alcohol problems throughout his entire life. You've heard tons of testimony about Johnny Depp's drug and alcohol problems. What you haven't heard at all is
he's
how
human,
specifically those drug and alcohol
established.
problems
He's got
transform him
prescriptions,
into an abuser.
established, and
You
he
haven't
drinks
heard that
alcohol, which
because
is not
that's
illegal,
not what happens.
established.
In fact, you've heard testimony from all sorts of people in his life that you can't even tell the difference between Johnny Depp, who's
Right.
intoxicated, and Johnny Depp, who is sober, that he is largely the same person. And when they run into issues, when you hear about any sort of issues, it's about maybe getting back to him or communicating about really sensitive topics. But you've never heard that Johnny Depp
that's
somehow
true.
becomes abusive by the nature of
Every
his
time it's
substance
been the
use.
same. It's never been embellished.
With that said, Amber Heard has not put into evidence any
And to
credible
any other
testimony
partner
or
he's ever been
pictures
with.
or videos or accounts that she has ever been hit by Johnny Depp. In fact, everyone who came up and testified here, every single person testified that they did not see Johnny Depp hit Amber Heard. So what you've got to determine as the jury to find defamation, because that's what this is about. This is
That's a
about
fact,
defamation.
Jack.
And it's defamation within these three statements. You guys have to determine whether these three statements, as you read them, because you're reasonable people, and this is a reasonable person standard. As you read these statements, does this amount to Amber Heard lying about Johnny Depp?
Here we
Does
go.
that cause
Trivia
him damage? And does
We're
that
jury.
damage
Pretend.
knowingly, and are those statements knowing lies? Now, here's how you determine those things. Did Amber Heard make the statements? Well, you've heard from Miss Heard herself that she wrote the statements in the article. You've heard from Miss Heard herself that she retweeted the headline of the article, that she knew that headline was in there, and that she added stuff to that tweet. That
And not
she
only did
published
she
that article. She
retweet-
admitted that the article is about Johnny Depp. So there's no ambiguity
Added
here.
to.
You know that Miss Heard made these statements
And the
about
publish.
Johnny Depp. So you have to determine based on all the testimony you've seen if these statements are true. So
You
what do they
said it,
say? They say that
bitch.
Amber Heard stood up against
You wrote
domestic
it, you
violence
republished it,
as
and
a
you added
victim
to
of
the
domestic
publication.
abuse and sexual
And you
assault.
testified admitting it.
Based on the testimony
What are
you've
we here
seen
for?
and the credibility you give to each witness, you have to determine if she actually is a victim of domestic violence. You have to determine whether or not someone who participates, admittedly participates, and even instigates violence. You've heard audio, you've heard testimony that Amber Heard is often the instigator of violence. You have
Starts
never
it.
heard testimony that Johnny Depp
Instigate.
has
There we go.
instigated violence. So you have to determine whether that instigation of
Mhm.
violence can even allow her to be a
That's why
victim
he says
of
he
what
always
you perceive
leaves,
to be
and she
domestic
gets
assault.
pissed
Because
he's
you are
like,
the
I
reasonable
would rather
person,
throw a
and that's
bottle
the
out the
standard here.
window.
If you determine that she is not a victim of
Then
domestic assault,
fucking murder
or of
you.
domestic violence, whatever the specific phrase is, if you determine that, then you next have to determine if she
But if he hit
knowingly
her one
lied about
time-
that status. And if she's not actually a victim
And
of
what's the
domestic
definition
violence,
of domestic
but went
violence?
and published statements with the intent
That'll
to
be
harm
in the
Johnny
jury
Depp,
instruction.
that she's a victim of domestic violence, I think we can
Mm-mm.
infer that she knows it's not true. But that's up
Which
to
she
you,
did.
jury. That's what you have to decide today. So I think that's how you nail that issue on close.
I wonder how you can make polls.
Well said.
I'm gonna go with what you
Guys.
said.
Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you pad it out with a bunch of references to evidence, but
Of
that's the
course,
gist.
but that's the nutshell of
Right.
it, man. If they can convey it to the
Right.
jury in that way, I may change my mind. I guess we'll have to hear closings first.
And it
because
has to be
it
unanimous.
is
It's
not
a
an
jury of
easy
7 in
concept to
Virginia.
understand, and you just made it very digestible, Nick.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
when and that Rob is made a good point. Ben Shu's kind of like, this is gonna sound mean, and I'm not trying to be, but he's kind of this awkward looking
I feel
guy.
like
He's there, he makes some weird faces. He kinda
as being
slumps
the
back in his
litigator and the
chair, but
paralegal,
he has
being
a
the
real
person who actually
casual
has
demeanor. I
to
get
write these
Jimmy
things
Stewart
and
vibes
preliminy
from,
before they are
from To
accepted
Kill
to
a
even
Mockingbird.
be
Joe, you're muted.
going to a jury
and it's not me.
trial and you're summoning
But
complaint
I get
in a
that,
civil case like
I'm
this.
not some big city lawyer. I get that vibe from him that he's very, very calm. So if he's delivering closing argument, I think he can nail a very laid back description of what happened and make it really relatable.
It's complicated.
He looks like a
Good
caricature.
night, easily
but like a
distracted.
relatable
See
guy
you
character.
tomorrow.
It's
Yeah.
him
Yes, she should give the closing.
And then you strike that opposition
and
with,
really nail it shut.
Amber Heard's attorneys, and they have been abrasive the whole time, and they have been unable to take something complex and make it into something simple. They can't do it in questions. They can't do it in argument.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I compare the
They
skill of the
can't
two
even
attorneys.
figure out how to dress her. That's how bad they are. They can't even figure what type of look she's supposed to have. They have her
What, if
looking like she's some
anything,
alien.
do you
that
remember
landed from
about
another
writing
planet
on a
from planet
lampshade
Hollywood,
with blood and paint
with her hair and these
black
crazy quaffs, which
substances
honestly
throughout the
look cool as
penthouse
hell,
in
but like
Australia?
nothing anyone in Virginia would ever dream
Leading?
of styling their hair with these crazy Dr. Evil outfits when she's on the
Speculative?
stand. It's like they can't even figure out how to make her look normal. And then they get abrasive. They're the most alienating team in the world versus Mr. Hokey Nice Guy
Clemson.
Ben Chu. Oh, and Captain Jack Sparrow, who happens to get
Sweet
on
dreams.
the witness stand and display more charm than any witness has the audacity to display. I mean, it's a disgusting, oozing charm. Even when he's getting slightly snarky with the
God, I want to
with the
go back and
attorney,
just
he
watch
still
his charm.
is
I want
freaking
him.
funny and
I
laid
wonder
back
if they're
and
gonna
chill.
call him
It's
back
like,
up. I bet
you have
they
to be,
will.
You have to be crying your
And I
eyes out
hope
right
they
now if
do.
you're
He's
Amber
so
Heard, and
fucking
probably
funny.
telling your PR team, strike them all down, off with their heads.
They
I,
can't even make a simple
encourage
concept
that.
sound simple.
No, they're very bad at it. I have to make one amendment. I said To
Delicious.
Kill a Mockingbird. That was Gregory Peck. Thank you, chat. I believe it was 12 Angry Men. That was that I'm thinking of with Jimmy Stewart, where he says, "I'm
Henry
no
Fonda.
big city
Oh.
lawyer."
That's Henry Fonda.
Henry Fonda.
Okay, is it Anatomy of a
Suck.
Murder then?
Why don't you try?
Yeah, they're all dipping out. I should dip
I
out
think it's
soon.
Anatomy of a Murder, and this is it's
It's
the
a
one
Wonderful
where
I
Life.
gotta finish my beer.
No.
It's a Wonderful Life with
This
Jimmy
is
Stewart.
intense
Yeah.
for me.
I think
Oh,
it
a
must
fish
be.
that big. Oh.
Hold on, it's or Anatomy
Hold your can.
Murder. I think it's this one. I'm trying to remember. It's that
We're
one's
doing
Jimmy,
better
Jimmy
with
Stewart.
Waterworld.
It's Anatomy
get
of a Murder
copyrighted
by
for
Jimmy
that?
Stewart, and he
Oh, yeah.
that's
I better be
he's a
careful.
country lawyer, and he says, "I'm no big city lawyer." Like he's very endearing to the local country jury. Like that's kind of his whole character and his shtick. And he gets this person off of a murder that's a slam dunk. Okay, so that's
I'm
the one.
obsessed.
So I'm
and-
not one.
Johnny Depp
I'm not one
candle.
to encourage your chat, but someone in the chat just made the comment of remember when Johnny Depp, while he was testifying, heard a sneeze in the gallery and paused his statement to say "bless you." Like that's that type of person. Like that is endearing to everybody in that courtroom. Period.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I've been watching the
that
the
attentive.
entrances because they play them right at the beginning. Watching the entrances of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard that they play every day.
Wow.
And Johnny Depp goes
That's
up
fucking
to each
insane.
bailiff, and he will
And I'm
either
talking
shake their
about these
hands
bots in
or
my
he'll just
chat.
address them directly with eye contact. Say good morning, good morning. He'll make a little statement. He'll turn back and say thank you. You know, to
It
the
says there's
to
only
the
7 people
who are
here,
out
but
there.
my
And then
phone
he'll well not the
analytics.
gallery. He's not inside yet. This is outside still. To the people cheering and screaming outside.
It's-
And
I don't
Amber
wanna see
Heard
that.
a couple days ago walked in and just breezed past the bailiffs, like just straight through, or the sheriffs or whoever's out there. She just breezed past them, didn't even treat them like people. Then the next day, after I'm not claiming credit, I think a lot of people put up clips about those two entrances because they were so vastly different. The next day she comes up and she's as she's walking, she at least says good morning to the sheriffs, and they're just like kind of stone faced. But when Johnny comes up, they smile at him and stuff like that. He builds credibility and likability
Okay,
wherever he
what
goes.
do you want to
I mean,
tell me?
that's just who he is, and it's interesting to
Azuzgadia?
see that difference. And I think that ability of his has been paying off in fucking spades.
You might
with
want to
the-
watch the
probably
feed.
with the jury, but definitely with the gallery and everybody watching. And remember, he has to present this case to the public as much as to the court.
His charisma in the room, like
Oh
just
yeah,
his presence,
because she's heard him
is
so much.
palpable. Like when you're in the room with him,
I know, right? Like,
he's good at
hey,
commanding a
what do you
room,
want to tell us?
and at at that sort of, it's really just like a massive presence when he's there.
It's almost
Whereas-
Rob level.
Whereas,
Rob walks by an IKEA and all the furniture assembles itself.
Whereas like Amber is just this really unpleasant kind of person.
Oh wow, you have a video
It's
of
a very
Amber
different
Heard drunk?
vibe. And I mean, it's easier, I guess, when you've got a room full of people who love you on, Johnny's side, but she's just unable to smile at anybody.
What about that hug?
Wow.
That Amber Heard, Elaine Bredehoff hug. It
Oh
was the
yeah,
most
that
fun-
was
oh.
fake as fuck.
I just actually
It was
looked at your
so
channel and I
manufactured. I
am
loved
not
it. I
gonna
loved
get your
it.
name right. I'm gonna call
like
you
the
AG.
overexpressive face.
with
I'm
all
like, this is
respect.
why you only get 2
But the
million
video
on one of the
on your
biggest
fucking
DC
YouTube,
movies
please
ever
give me
released.
permission. I
Like,
would
this is why you're
love
not
to
pulling
show
she
this.
was
This is
overpaid as
insane.
that.
Where did you get that?
Christ, they should have just rattled some change into her
Holy
cup
shit!
and
I'm
sent her
pulling
out
that
there.
up
How'd you
right
like
now.
the testimony from her agent that
Guys?
she totally would have renegotiated Amber's contract on Aquaman 2 to be more than 2 million?
What?
But then she
Had zero
Not-
chemistry with Momoa.
she didn't say that something actually prevented her
What
from renegotiating the Aquaman 2
fuck?
contract.
We're
because-
just
but
gonna
she
briefly
didn't.
pause this. Oh, I've brought that up 1,000 times. Thank you so much for that. I swear to God, I paused that. Okay, are y'all still hearing that video play somewhere? Okay, good. It just must be the delay that I'm hearing from my other device. All right, so this sweet, sweet, sweet person in the chat, Zoezi Gita, has this fucking video on their YouTube channel. I'm going to show you right now, and I don't know where you got it from. And if you are, no, guys, I just watched it on my thing. If you're willing to say anything about it, where you got it or anything, y'all, this is fucking wild. What the fuck? Please, like, if you're willing to, like, let me vet you before I bring you on some, like, this is their channel. Watch this, guys.
Mucho gusto. Soy Amber. Me llamo Amber. ¿Me conoces? Sí.
Oh. Holy fuck. This, I feel like I'm...
Mucho gusto. Soy Amber. Me llamo Amber. ¿Me conoces? Sí.
Go from your Instagram. Oh my god.
Romen. Mucho gusto. Soy Amber. Me llamo Amber. ¿Me conoces? Sí.
I heard. Wow. Thank you for sharing that with us. Wow. Holy fucking wow. I have never seen that. And she can't delete that, but that is very sus.
Wow.
So why am I pulling up my own chat? That's super lame.
2 hours for close. Just
Oh,
play
God.
that video on loop for 2 hours.
That was
that. Yeah, that was such. I was dying when that happened. I'm like, you kidding me? Like, and again, these are video depositions.
So then we have some contradicting opinions.
This
I
is
like
the answer.
that.
Yeah.
You know this. The only video deposition that they maybe should have played out of the past 2 days is her makeup artist, who I think
No, because the makeup artist also had the lovely little gem in there of like, it's a bruise kit and you use it to make,
Yes.
I mean, cover bruises. Like she said that on the video.
Yep, that was what they.
What
you know
video
would
are
be a
they?
great
Could they be
surprise rebuttal
talking
witness?
about?
An industry expert on makeup or a brand representative of the bruise kit that she held up there in court, like who comes in and they can say, so what do you use this bruise kit for? Well, in
The video demo
Hollywood,
of what?
typically what we're doing is adding bruises to actors.
By the
So
way,
I agree
read,
with you.
I actually read
That's,
something debunking
that would be
this.
my opinion
Her
as
story
well.
was
My
that you put
observation.
foundation on, and then you cover
course,
up
we
the
don't
color
know,
and the whole
but
wheel there. Her whole
from that
story.
clip,
Actually,
she
what I heard
seems
is women
a
who
little
generally are
belligerent.
DV victims, they have to put the
but not
color
on
on
like
first, and then they put
alcohol, on like a
foundation on.
substance.
But when you're drawing a bruise, that's when you have
But
to
her
put the
Spanish is
foundation on,
great.
and then put the wheel, and then use the wheel kit to draw the bruise. So it's actually been her
Oh, did
own
y'all
version
hear
of how
that
she
shit?
does
That
it
makeup
was
artist was
basically
like,
showing that
"Yeah,
she's never covered a
I have
freaking
so much
bruise with
experience
makeup,
putting
and
on
that she's only
bruises."
painted them on. I shouldn't have cut you off like that, but I just wanted to pass that along. Go ahead, God.
wouldn't
Don't
bring
get all
it
mopey
up.
on me.
You're good. I was going to change subjects because what you said's right. Okay, DUI guys gone. I was like, who the? Whenever someone leaves and I'm not looking directly at it, I'm always like, who the fuck left? Runkle,
Thank you for sharing that.
Yuri Amai sent a very large super chat for you. So when you're next live, I will be reciprocating the super chat, but it's from Yuri Amai, and it's all for Runkle. We love you. So I will be when you do your next stream,
Probably
I'll be
tap out
passing the
soon.
love
I
and
know a lot of y'all
encouraging.
gonna drop
In
out,
that
but I
super
will do
chat,
that
I'll be
if
encouraging
there's a
people to
court feed
super
tomorrow.
chat, hopefully to the stream and contribute to you. So
And definitely,
are you
if
going to
my
go
cousin
live
will
at
be
lunch tomorrow
done with his digital
on your own
forensic
or in the line tonight, or
analysis.
what are you going to do?
Court.
There's no
Oh
court
yeah,
tomorrow.
there's no court.
But yeah,
So-
they'll be back
So are
tomorrow
you
at
going to do a
8.
live stream tomorrow at some point?
And that's Eastern.
I gotta figure out like air travel because I'm getting on a plane tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can move my schedule around to try to come back for the closing argument.
That's so crazy. I guess that's when you're monetized. You get that.
This
It's
has been
crazy.
the dumbest thing I've ever done, and the best thing I've
Nice.
ever done in kind of a weird mix. And I say the
I agree.
dumbest because, oh my god, I'm hurting.
So sweet. So
Why am
sweet.
I still awake?
What if we did
I
like?
don't know,
What if
man.
we did bruise makeup, like bruise makeup on Runkle, me, and Larry as we go into that closing argument?
You know what would be really great if you guys could find,
Should I do
and
a
you
live
know there's one
stream, or-
watching somewhere, a Fairfax makeup artist, someone in Fairfax who would put bruises on you guys live.
Well,
This
no,
is
what I would
Nick's
what I would
channel.
want to do
It's
is
called
like,
Ricada
walk
Law.
in and then like,
You'll
during
see
the
it
lunch
the
break,
top center green.
depending on where our seats are.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
walk in,
Oh, it doesn't show my
no
mouse.
bruise. Walk out, lunch
Right
break, makeup
there? I don't
artist
know if you
does it
can
up
see
in the
it.
bathroom, walk back in after lunch,
Right
bruise
there.
on the eye. Like
Ricada Law. REKIE.
And then
Wait a minute.
Please
James
subscribe.
and I, when we were there on Tuesday,
Yes. Thank
there
you,
was a lady who sat behind us, and she had a business
Yeah,
card.
they're
She just handed
copyright
out a
claiming
business
us.
card, and she's a makeup artist. Now, I don't
telling you, if you want
remember
to make if you want to
if
make
she's
a
in
fortune,
Fairfax or not, but like I already had a stop at my home, so I left the business
you can
card there.
always
But James
find
probably has
me
one since he's
too.
been there and he hasn't left.
I'm just saying, if you want to make a fortune on a live stream, just make a live stream. It says makeup artist applies Amber Heard's bruises to lawyer's face using her bruise kit as the stream title, or as the short video. I mean, whichever one. Well, and then edit it down into a time lapse for the short video, but do it as a live. Yeah,
we should. One of us should do that this weekend. One of us should do that this weekend before Johnny Depp goes on rebuttal.
Oh, that'd be. I mean, that's YouTube content gold right now. I'm gonna do it if you don't. I don't know any makeup artists out here in small town Minnesota, but I'm sure there's one near DC who would gladly do it. Well, because there's a bruise kit makeup artist in DC, because they have to undo the bruises that senators
That
leave
would
on
be
underage
hilarious.
waitresses.
Oh man.
You know what I really appreciated was when Popcorn
Let's talk
Planet
about
during
corruption in the
the
state,
Gabby
baby.
Petito
And there goes
and
monetization.
Brian Laundrie trial had just like a regular
And it's my
person
stream that gets
who was
taken
on
down.
TikTok
Jeez.
Yeah, no
dig a hole in the yard and show that the
I'm
boyfriend
waiting
could
for it.
hypothetically at like
Yeah,
over
Larry's
6
sitting there,
foot
he keeps
tall
refreshing. Is it still up? Is it still up?
Basically.
could live
It's,
hypothetically
no, I
under
think that
like
would
a
be
fake
and
garden.
The reason I
If
say one of
any
you guys should do it is because you guys
Andy
are there
Sigmore,
in
the
Virginia.
producer who's
You're
like
like people
Popcorn
have there's a
Planet is one
buzz
of his
about you
channels.
guys being in the courtroom.
So, yeah.
I think it'd be great if these faces that people are seeing
You're
in the
in
courtroom
Minnesota,
did that live
Kathleen?
stream. I mean, hell, Runkle had
He doesn't sound
37,000
like that
people
stereotypical
tonight.
Minnesota.
If you guys were to do that, you get a bunch of people watching.
Mine
especially
too.
if you get 6-hour
Would
lead
you-
up to promote it. and have a makeup artist apply
I'm
bruises
angry,
and
and I
injuries
don't
to
really
your
know what to
face
do,
in
but
real
yeah,
time.
I messaged
It would
Andy.
be
It
that'd
just,
be fantastic.
like I
Oh, it'd
said,
be
he's
great.
probably been
Great.
fucking
Or
flagged
literally
too.
have Amber Heard's PR team breaking down the front door of wherever you are trying to do this.
Don't worry, just put an army of attractive women in front of the door, and David Shane will get distracted trying to grab all of them. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to read a bunch of super chats that have come in. This was the opposite intent of my show, but I think it's been fantastic. Y'all are welcome to stay, but y'all have also been fucking killing it on hours even worse than me, because you've been out like in the
I know, I need
elements
to go to
dealing
bed
with
and,
standing
like-
around and a bunch of people and all of that stuff.
And literally
Well, shout
sleeping
out
on
to-
the
Let me
sidewalk.
just pull up
Shout out to
StreamYard
all
really quick.
the line standers, Nick. I'm gonna say it right now.
It
None
might
of
mess
this
up
would have been possible without Nurse
don't
Liz
know.
appearing on Legal Bites,
So
setting
there's
up
only 4 people watching. That's
proxies
hilarious.
for
And
Rob,
sad at
for
the same
Ian,
time.
for myself, because there is no way in hell. We walk out of that courtroom at 5:30. There are already 10 people in line for the following day. We need sleep. We need rest. We can't work on a 24/7 schedule. And these people have been lifesavers. They've absolutely allowed us to get our rest, to go back into that line and be able to come back to that trial day in and day out. So shout out to you guys.
Yeah, that is such cool shit. Like to put it bad, that is such cool shit, and that's the power of community, and it allows things like that, and the people who sacrifice their time to do that.
Unknown heroes, because the public at large doesn't know what they're doing, but they actually enable the public at large to get the benefit of having these three fine gentlemen report on it. And there's unsung heroes that we all should take a moment to appreciate and applaud. So,
Yeah.
There you go. They're part of it. I did it.
Clapping is weird. Clapping is weird. But like I said, I'm going to start in on the super chat so I can wrap up by some reasonable time tonight. If you guys have to go at any time, please feel free to peace out, because I know y'all are exhausted.
Do that because
I think Runkle is asleep right now. Like he's just like we're looking at a ghost of Runkle.
Basically, at this point.
That's going to be my new book, The Ghost of Ian Runkle.
Yeah, I feel like I have made all the mistakes today, but
they're the best mistakes, man.
Dude, no mistakes, buddy. You got 100,000 viewers today. Like you got 100,000 subscribers, and you had a live that was 37,000 deep, and YouTube felt that you were such a threat they had to take you down. So no mistakes. You did great.
Yeah,
And seriously,
I'm the one who made mistakes. Why the hell am I at 60,000?
why didn't you go, Joe? You went to Jizz Lane.
Yeah, I did. I did go there. I was every day. But yeah, who knew? All right. Look, we live and we
remind
learn.
me sometime. I got to tell you guys a story later, but it'll be a story for later.
Well, before you go, a toast to Runkle of the Bailey, the DUI guy, and Rob from Law and Lumber, true troopers standing out to bring us reporting that isn't possible remotely, sacrificing their time, their bodies, their energy, and most importantly, sacrificing their ability to live stream this thing. They're spending all of this time in court. They could be cheesy making videos like me, but they're doing this there. So make sure you get your asses to their channels, subscribe to them, watch their videos, watch their content. They have an angle on this that no one else has. And may the news media write of what happened
It's so
tonight.
crazy.
And may the benefit from that coverage pour upon you gentlemen tomorrow. Cheers.
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 All right.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, I'll be
You're welcome.
probably dipping out in a minute.
Good night, Runkle.
Good night, my brother.
Later,
Later,
Joe.
Runkle.
See you soon, buddy. Or wait, Joe, are you? Yeah, okay. He was leaving.
No, piecing out. I'm the only one left.
I was like,
They're like super chats. Yeah, fuck that guy. I don't give a shit.
I was like, is Joe leaving or saying goodbye to Runkle? I don't know which one, but he was leaving. So are you hanging out for a little bit?
For a little bit, yeah. I had to grab my other phone because my first one died.
Us lawyers in our burner phones all over the place.
Basically, man.
I got a different one. Hold on.
I had no idea. Like when I was streaming the whole waiting in line live. I mean, I was trying to accomplish two things. Obviously, drive attention to my channel, no question. I mean, we're in it, obviously. But the more interesting facet of it was to show the inside workings of the line, because an article has been written just a couple days prior for the first time since this Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, is that there is this whole mystery about the people of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard, line to get in. And so we started like researching and studying it as much as we could before we went over there. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to give you guys the inside scoop. I'm going to show you what it looks like. I'm going to show you who these people are, what they talk about. I did some interviews. I walked around. We ran into some Karens, we turned them into a meme. Like so many things happened that you just could not predict. But the bottom line is technology, man. I had 3 battery packs with me, and Rob had 2. And it got so bad. My first phone, which is this one right here, the Google 6 Pixel Pro, got so overheated, it could not charge anymore. I had to switch phones to this one I'm using right now, which is the Pixel 5. I shit you not. Because 4.5 hours, it lasted 4.5 hours before it was like, you know what? I'm done. I can't. It wouldn't not even hold a charge anymore. It just started like it's plugged in and it's still decreasing. That's how bad it was. But God bless, I had my backup phone and I was able to provide 9 hours plus of inside footage, and it's all on my channel.
Yeah, that's awesome, and the ability to do this. I mean, it has taken. This is the key, man. You know what? I'm going to do something real quick. Let's do that. I don't like all that. I don't like all that extra space around you. It has taken the ability from major media publications and put it in the pockets of everybody on earth to go out and broadcast video live.
Night.
I mean, if you go back to 1995 and say, guess what?
Have a good night.
A little bit of time.
See you tomorrow.
This live coverage on the street thing.
Thanks for your support.
Everybody on earth will be able to do that with the device that they use every single day. No one would believe you. No one would believe that you'd have live video from anywhere in the world at any moment for free, like for literally no cost. You just start stream. That's it. That's all it takes. You don't have to have a cameraman. You don't have to have a truck with a big fucking antenna and a whole bunch of power cables. It's just in your pocket, and you can do it for hours and hours. It's so crazy what
I made these little graphics for my shelf.
Information.
You're absolutely right. I didn't even think about it that way, but you're absolutely right.
Well, with that, you guys have a great night, and I'll see you in the morning. Can't believe I have a copyright
Johnny
claim.
Depp trial is the.
If I missed anything,
I like to call it the defamation trial of the century, and I think this is how it's going to be remembered for years to come.
Umbrella Guy
and
coverage.
I'm actually surprised. We've heard all these like success stories of people.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you.
Getting notoriety.
Everybody else.
As a result of doing something unique. And again, I would have never thought. I was like literally sitting in trial taking notes, and I'm like, why is?
If you have any questions, follow me on Instagram. Make sure to like, share. Here's my handle here for all the things. If you want to support the stream, Cash App, Venmo, Instagram, Facebook, all those things, let me know. If you have any questions, if you want to pop on next time, and appreciate it. Y'all have a great night, and bye.